due to the mature and graphic subject matter. Viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show. We're two guys who think poor people cannot afford to have kids.
We're two guys who wonder what happened to the service in customer service.
We're two guys who think shoplifters should be caged like animals in full view of customers.
The John and Jeff Show.
Keeping you awake live on the third shift, party people. It is the John and Jeff Show.
And we're two guys with a story about a guy who got lost for 5 days walking the streets of New York. Listen to this story. A man who arrived in New York 12 hours, he was only in New York for 12 hours, decided that he would go on a stroll on Wednesday. The guy became disoriented because obviously he was new to the city and he got lost. He didn't get lost for a few hours. He got lost for 5 days. Walking the streets for 5 days. The 32-year-old man was disoriented, walking the streets in Queens. On Sunday night, a Good Samaritan came to his aid. And here's the bizarre part of the story. The man is hard of hearing, but the man could communicate in English. The man didn't ask for directions for 5 days. Why? Because he was afraid that he would be deported. Because apparently he heard some stories in New York that you might get deported, even though he had a permanent resident card. So the guy has his green card. He gets lost, and he doesn't ask for directions for 5 days. The Good Samaritan apparently was walking home from church when he spotted a man shivering on the street. He and his wife made the man a sandwich, and then the man opened up about his last 5 days on the streets in New York. Here's the really bizarre part of the story, if it's not already bizarre. The man found a piece of paper with his stepmother's address in his pocket, and the Good Samaritan drove the man home. So here you have in your pocket for 5 days your stepmother's address, and you don't ask anyone for 5 days how to get to that address. That is really hard to believe. Now, granted, the man is hard of hearing, but he is able to communicate in English. But for 5 days, he walks the streets in Queens. The man is dehydrated. The man probably is hallucinating. The man is scared. 5 days, no shelter. The man apparently begged for water, but was too ashamed to ask for food or directions. Now, anyone who's gotten lost, sometimes panic does set in, especially in a city like New York. It can be very overwhelming for people who've never been there. But you have the address of a family member. Why not ask, hey, how do you get to whatever street you want? But for 5 days, Jeff, this guy walked the streets because he was too ashamed to ask for directions, because he was in fear that maybe he would be deported, because he apparently heard some stories. Even though he had a permanent resident card, also known as the green card, he was too reluctant to ask for directions. Luckily, a guy coming back from church noticed the guy shivering and said, hey, are you okay? The guy's hungry, dehydrated. The man begged for water, but he didn't feel like he should beg for food or even ask for directions. I mean, that's an incredible journey for 5 days in the cold weather. The guy's lucky to be alive. But he had in his pocket his stepmother's address. I guess he didn't want to call the police. He didn't trust anybody. He felt like he couldn't trust anybody. Didn't want to ask. He begged for water, but he wouldn't beg for food. I mean, imagine the fear that this guy had for 5 days, day and night, walking the streets, not knowing where you are. This guy probably walked about probably 30 or 40 or 50 miles over 5 days.
Couple of things here. Either A, this poor guy is mentally off in the dome because he had the green card, he had the address. So A, he's either mentally off, or B, the guy was so riddled with fear that he kept walking. He began to feel very, very, very paranoid. He didn't eat. He didn't sleep. Delirium set in. Once dehydration sets in, that'll set you off. That'll make you not think straight. So a couple things here. He's mentally off, in the dome, or B, the fear factor got the best of him and he ended up shivering. And I'm glad the guy, was helped. But that is a bizarre story.
He's lucky to be alive because, let's face it, there's a lot of people out there in any city in America that would try to take advantage of someone who is lost. You can always tell someone who is lost because they're just searching. They're looking, their head's in the air. They're trying to figure out what street they're on. But this guy is very, very fortunate to be alive. Braving the cold temperatures. Temperatures dropped into the lower 20s.
All right. So if you were up for, let's say, even 2 days, you start to be a little goofy. If you don't eat, you don't sleep. Maybe this guy was up for close to 5 days. Because how are you going to sleep if you're walking? I mean, and it's cold. So maybe this guy didn't sleep.
So he just arrived in New York 12 hours earlier, goes on a walk, gets lost, and spends 5 days on the streets in New York.
There's probably more to this story. The guy probably has other issues. You would have to. Well, he is hard of hearing, but apparently, according to the published report, he can communicate in English, didn't ask for directions because he was afraid that he might be deported. Why would he fear deportation if he has the permanent resident card, also known as the green card? Because his fear, the guy is just probably riddled with fear and paranoia. And so that's why I believe there are other issues involved with this guy's mental status, other than the disability of not being able to, having the speech problem or the hearing problem.
I think he was intimidated. New York can be a very, very intimidating city. It's a huge city, a lot of people. It's a fast city. And if you don't know what you're doing, it can be very intimidating for people. In this published report, he said that he was scared and he heard all these stories about New York. So basically, he didn't trust anybody in the city that he was in. He's in a city that he doesn't trust. Goes on a walk, gets lost for 5 days. And in his pocket, it's hard to believe that he didn't see any police. There is a strong police presence in New York.
But if you're in fear of being deported, I think the last person you're going to go up to is a cop.
But you got your green card.
I know, but
you have your permanent resident card. So did he think that if you get lost, you get thrown out of the country?
I don't know. Obviously, the guy's not dealing with a full deck.
Guy's 32 years old.
Yeah, something's going on. Something's going on there.
But I feel bad for the guy.
Yeah, so do I. I'm glad that he didn't end up dead.
Because, fear, panic sets in when you are lost. You don't know where you are. It's getting dark. You don't know the landscape. You're new in town. And you begin to become very paranoid. And what you do is you just keep moving. At that point, you keep moving. And chances are you keep moving away from where you should be. So this guy probably walked. In 5 days, he probably walked over 50 miles.
He learned the city.
He probably found every decent restaurant that had a good smell. But here's a guy that didn't apparently eat for 5 days. He must have eaten something. Or he left the house with no money.
But when you're dehydrated, you're loopy.
Yeah.
That could explain part of the, and maybe at first it was just paranoia. It was just
for
fear.
Water. So the man was begging for water, but he was too ashamed or shy to ask for food or directions. But if you're willing to beg for water, why wouldn't you Why wouldn't you beg for directions? But he probably didn't even know his address. Think about it this way. You're new in town, maybe a taxi, a friend picks you up at the airport. They bring you to your hotel or to your apartment, whatever the case is. You have no idea what street you're on. So you know you landed, but you have no idea where you're living or where you're staying. So it is very possible that you leave the place that you've been dropped off at, and then you can't find your way back.
Yeah, but what you do at that point, excuse me, can you tell me how to get back to the, whatchamacallit hotel?
Yeah, but he's probably not at a hotel. He's at a friend's house.
Or can you
So if you don't have the address and your friend picked you up and brought you to the apartment building, how would you know where to go back to?
They have a name. You look in the phone book. Maybe they're listed.
But Jeff, you don't know the name of a building because someone brought you to
No, you know the name of your friend. If you're staying at someone's house and their name is Joe Chumdungo, all right, you then maybe go to the phone book and let's see here. All right, Joe, maybe it's in there, maybe it's not. I mean, this is an odd story.
But the odd part is the guy has the stepmother's address in his pocket. So he's got the address for 5 days, and I guess he doesn't ask how to get to this address.
Why didn't he go to a convenience store? I know guys hate going in and asking for directions, but come on.
Don't you have to buy something at a convenience store to get free directions? I think that's how it works. Here's the deal. If you go into a convenience store and you ask for free directions, usually you get sent to the wrong location. But if you go in and buy a pack of gum and then ask for directions, usually you get the right directions.
Yes, and John, back when I was dating and I would get lost, the days before GPS, and I would pretend I knew where I was, but I was lost. I had no clue. I was just so damn happy I had a hottie in my car. So I would actually, lie when I was out on a date. I even did it with my wife, Sparkle, when I'd be out driving and I got lost. I would say, you know what? I'm going to pick up some gum. I would pull into the convenience store and then I'd go and I'd get the gum and maybe a bottled water. And then I would say, excuse me, can you tell me how to get to, Ruth Chris Steakhouse?
Yeah.
Or whatever,
You should always buy something before you ask for directions.
Otherwise,
because then you're ensured that you're going to get decent directions. If not, they will send you on a wild goose chase. It's like, there's a lot of guys that work at gas stations, convenience stores. They feel used and abused when you go in there and you don't buy anything. And all of a sudden they're taking care of a customer. Some guy walks through the door and says, yeah, how do you get to blank? It's kind of like, all right, you go down the street, take a left and jump on the freeway and second exit. So you really should buy something before you ask for directions, because then there's a better chance you're going to get to your final destination. But this is truly an unbelievable story. A guy gets lost for 5 days, has his stepmother's address in his pocket, but is so intimidated and scared of New York that he never asks anybody how to get to that address. Luckily, a good Samaritan steps in and can see the fear in this man's face, feeds him, and says, what's going on? And the man tells him, I've been lost for 3 or 4 or 5 days. And the guy says, well, where do you need to go? And apparently the address is in his pocket for 5 days. Unbelievable. All right, it's open phones on the John and Jeff Show. Let's get your thoughts on this story or anything else. Talk about whatever's on your mind. 877-97 John Jeff. 877-97 John Jeff.
That's right. It's totally open phones. More topics, better variety. Stand by for stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. The best part is you can talk about anything. And to jump on live, it's easy. Pick up the phone wherever you are. That's right. Call now to jump on live. Coming up, we'll check out the news pile for news and nonsense stuff that piled up. We'll unload it here. Plus, if you got a problem, we'll get into that. Maybe you got a problem with your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your husband, your wife. Maybe you have a problem with a coworker, a neighbor. Maybe you have a problem with a roommate, a friend. Whatever the situation is, the key thing here is we're going to listen. That's right. We're going to listen. But we have to warn you, we're going to be brutally honest. The free advice department is open. So there's a lot going on. Grab a cup of coffee and jump on live.
All right, 877-97 John Jeff. To get on the air, call us now, 877-97 97 John Jeff. And Jeff, I saw something in a magazine that I thought was very, very interesting. A lot of people are homeowners. A lot of people own property, but there's a lot of people that also rent. And here's a very, very interesting scenario. The average American who rents a house or an apartment is worth less than blank. How much money is the average renter worth in the United States of America? I thought this was very interesting. Jeff, the average renter, person who only rents an apartment or a home.
Okay.
The average renter in the U.S. is worth how much money?
So how much money they probably have in their bank account if they were to make a withdrawal?
Basically, they're worth this.
All right.
You know, multimillionaires are out there. There are billionaires out there. Donald Trump will tell you that he is a multi-billionaire. The average renter in the United States is worth how much?
I'll say $3,500.
$3,500?
Yeah.
That is not the answer.
How far off was I?
I'm not going to say how far off.
Okay.
But that is not the answer I'm looking for. I'll throw it out to the third shift. If you're a homeowner or if you're renting, according to a published report, the average renter in the U.S. is worth approximately blank. Take a stab at it. If you get the right answer, we'll throw in a limited edition John and Jeff Show third shift t-shirt, and you can check out all the gear on sale right now at our website at johnjeff.com. All right, it's open phones. Talk about whatever's on your mind. If there is something in the news you want to discuss, pick up the phone, give us a call, or maybe you need a second or third opinion. We'll give you some free advice on the third shift. All right, 877-97 John Jeff. To get on the air, call us now. 877-97 John Jeff.
John and Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show. It's open phones on the John and Jeff Show, which means more topics, better variety, your emails, and a little John and Jeff.
It's the John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff Show.
All right, thanks for joining us on the third shift. We appreciate it. To get on the air, join us, 877-97 John Jeff, 877-97 John Jeff. All right, let's go to William. William, you're next on the third shift. Good morning.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good. What's going on?
Love your show.
Thank you.
I have a guess about that net income.
Yeah,
or that net worth.
Yeah, net worth. According to, I suppose it's a real estate study or something along those lines. The average renter in the United States is worth how much money?
Nationwide, right?
Yeah.
$4,800.
$4,800. How did you arrive at that figure?
Well, it's mostly a guess, but there's a lot of cheap places to rent. I'm sure it's not that in California, but I don't know. I kind of guessed.
Okay, that is not the answer I'm looking for.
So now, William, you will join me. I was wrong as well.
Yeah.
And maybe we can go hang out in the Living Legends bar.
That's a good idea.
With all the other celebrities that can't get in. Not that we're living legends, but we do have something in common, and I'd personally like to see these living legends argue on being admitted to the round table, which we still haven't finalized.
Oh, really? Did you include Paul Newman?
His name was brought up. Did he make it into the bar?
Yeah, I actually brought him up.
You know, he's been brought up, but it has not been finalized. And, you know, here's the thing. I watched something on the E! Channel or VH1 about the most acclaimed actor in Hollywood, and they basically said it was Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, but he's not a legend.
He's the most celebrated actor with awards in the history of Hollywood. And I began to think, I mean, I was really impressed by the biography that they had on him. I was like, well, maybe he is a living legend.
You know, what about James Brown?
Well, he's now dead, so you got to be...
Oh, that's right.
Do we have a James Brown burial update? Has he been laid to rest? Has James Brown met his final resting place? Do we even know? Is he still at the house?
Who knows?
You know, at this point, I think the governor has to step in, because how long can you keep a dead body at your house? There's got to, listen, if you work at the coroner's office, there's got to be a limit as to how long you can keep a dead body at your house. I mean, if James Brown is decomposing for a week, at some point, it's a health hazard.
Yeah, I would think so.
I think we're now into our third week.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. You're right, because there hasn't been any formal notice that he's been buried or cremated. So maybe he's just lingering on.
That's just wrong. That's just straight up wrong. Listen, when someone passes away, either bury them or cremate them and sprinkle the ashes. It's what you do. Don't fight over it and let the person sit, in a room somewhere. Yeah. Oh, I think we've got an update here from Michelle. Michelle, what's the update on James Brown?
According to today's paper, the body of James Brown, the Godfather's soul, was moved from a temporary resting place in his home to South Carolina to a secret location.
Oh, God!
So he's over here. I got him over in my place here.
So he's still dead and still not buried.
All right, didn't he die on Christmas Day?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
So we're looking at 4 weeks of decomposing going on. We're talking about 30 days.
I hope they have him in an ice box.
Wow.
I hope there's some refrigeration involved with the storage.
He better be on dry ice at this point.
Oh, that is just wrong.
I mean, when does the state step in and say you must bury the person? How long can you keep a dead body legally at your house?
They keep them forever. They have all kinds of unclaimed bodies, like in the morgue and stuff.
Yeah, but it's in the morgue, so they're in a controlled atmosphere, even though the stench.
Well, I think it has to do with how you preserve it or something. Or he's
are you allowed? But are you allowed to keep a body if, let's say, you pump it up with preservatives and then actually put the body maybe in a chair or whatever? I mean, are you allowed to do that by law? I don't think you can. Like a taxidermist, where you stuff a horse. I don't think you can have a person and then.
You can do it to an animal.
Well, there's a big difference between animals and humans.
But I mean,
or at least there should be.
But you always hear these random stories about someone passing away and a sick relative or friend keeps the body in the back room so they can collect their Social Security check, and then finally they get busted 4 years later after the neighbors complain about the stink factor.
Yeah, there's a tremendous number of scams out there where a family member of yours dies, you bury them in the backyard or you keep them upstairs in the attic, and you just continue to cash those Social Security checks, especially if it's direct deposit, because you have the ATM card and you just draw from it anytime you want.
Yeah, and no amount of Renews-It, Glade, or Lysol can block out the stank.
All right, so if you work in a funeral home, I mean, do you have to contact the Social Security Administration to say my relative is deceased, or will they keep sending you checks? I mean, who makes that call to Social Security to say shut it off?
Hey, one call for the table. Somebody fun?
Yeah,
Jenna Jameson. Come on.
Oh,
huh?
Definitely legendary in her line of work.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
How was that? That wasn't bad.
Well,
let her go into the bar. Let her go into the bar.
Good.
Yeah, she's in the bar. She's admitted.
Yeah, I mean,
there you go.
Gotta let her in.
Yeah,
we definitely need a few more ladies in the bar.
Squeeze that in, guys.
All right.
All right.
Now,
William, thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
Now, if we can only get James Brown finally laid to rest. I mean, this is starting to bug me.
Actually, he's in a climate-controlled room, and until now, no decision has been formed to where the singer's final resting place will be. The family is contemplating consulting with Elvis Presley's family and how they opened Graceland, because they might want to open a James Brown land.
Wait a minute. But why would you want to preserve the body? At Graceland, Elvis, is buried, and his grave is there. So why would they want to preserve the body and then open a James Brown land? Think about that.
What they're trying to do is create demand, create a little mystery around James Brown in order to try to, make a final resting place like a Graceland for, obviously Elvis, Graceland. Now they want to try to make James Brown the next Graceland.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's fine and everything.
So they haven't figured out where to bury him. So they're putting him on ice somewhere in a controlled atmosphere. Listen, is a controlled atmosphere setting the air conditioning to 50 degrees.
I'm not satisfied with climate control. Climate control you have in your car, all right? When you preserve a human body, you need ice, refrigeration. There's no refrigeration mentioned in that. Climate control. That to me, what does that mean? That the room maybe has air conditioning and heat?
Yeah, the interpretation of climate controlled is like up for interpretation.
Yeah, how about just saying, I guess is saying refrigeration, would that be like, no, that would put a lot of people at ease. At least What
state are we talking about, Michelle? What state is James Brown in right now?
North Carolina, South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Okay.
I think somebody in that state is going to have to step in because there's got to be a law as to how soon a human must be buried after they die. Can you actually keep your relative on ice for an extended period of time?
Or climate control?
I mean, there's got to be a law on that. So if you're in the coroner's office, give us a call. If you work in the funeral industry, give us a call.
Please, we got to get to the bottom of this.
James Brown deserves a peaceful burial, or at least a peaceful cremation, if there is such a thing.
Burial?
Personally, I don't prefer burning your loved ones. Some people do. I prefer, like what most people do with their pets, bury them. But if you're in that industry, give us a call, shed some light on the situation, because it just sounds to me that there's got to be some law against keeping a dead body in your house. All right, 877-97-JOHN Jeff. To get on the air, call us now. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. All right, let's go to Rob. Rob, you're next on the third shift. Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
You're going on.
I'm just taking a guess here. I'm going to say 9,000 for the.
All right, the average renter in the U.S., their net worth is approximately how much?
$9,000.
$9,000. How did you arrive at that figure?
I don't know. I did it real quick on a calculator, but I did liquid assets plus non-liquid assets equals total assets, and then immediate liabilities plus long-term debt.
Wow,
you've done your homework.
I can appreciate a guy who can crunch numbers.
I just came up with 3,500. Nice. I just looked at the bank account. They probably got 3,500.
Rob, you're going to do well in life because you know money. You understand money, and that is not the right answer. But I will say this: you're a money man, and you're on your way to being the next Donald Trump, in my opinion.
Thanks.
I mean, how did you? Are you in school for finance or accounting? What?
Yeah, marketing, but I'm taking accounting right now, and that actually sucks. But
yeah, it's good to learn finance and also learn how to invest your money.
Yeah, I'm in financial accounting right now.
Something, it's more important to know how to invest. It's not how much you make, it's how well you invest. Mm-hmm. You can make $200,000 a year and be broke, or you can make $70,000 and have a better lifestyle than someone who goes through their money too fast.
Yeah.
So, but listen, thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
All right, no problem.
All right. All right, thanks a lot. Here's what we know. It's not $3,500, my guess. It's not $4,800. It's not Rob's guess of $9,000.
Yeah, these are. I'm going to look for the exact amount according to this published report. It basically says that you're worth about approximately this amount of money if you're a renter in the U.S. If nobody gets it in the next few minutes or so, I'll give it out. But it's an astonishing amount of money. So if you're a homeowner, you're worth a lot on average. But the average renter in the U.S. is worth X amount of money. Their net worth is how much? If you think you know the answer, give us a call. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. 877-97-JOHN Jeff.
John and Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show. It's open phones on the John and Jeff Show, which means more topics, better variety, your emails, and a little John and Jeff.
It's the John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live, let's say a big what's up to Nathan, rockin' Portland. Nathan, you're on the John and Jeff Show. What's up?
Hey, John. Hey, Jeff. How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Oh, doing pretty good, just working.
Excellent.
I wanted to call, you were talking about how long or what the requirements were for a body after the body dies. My grandfather passed away here in Portland, and he wanted to be buried next to my grandmother in North Dakota. And when he died, I think it was November, and they shipped the body out to North Dakota, but the ground was so frozen that they couldn't actually dig into the ground without breaking the equipment. So they put my grandpa in the morgue and kept him there for like 5 months. Well, it was more like 3 to 4 months until the ground thawed enough to where they can actually dig into the ground. Now, of course, he was in a morgue. I mean, he wasn't in someone's house, but
yeah.
Now,
so.
What's the rental for storing a dead body?
I mean,
how much did it cost per month?
I'm not sure. I didn't even deal with that. I know my grandpa left my parents enough money to cover all the expenses, and so I'm not exactly sure.
I'm sure the morgue got paid though. Storage fee. I guess it's better than storing the body at like a public. Storage.
I bet it's $1,000 a week to store a body for an indefinite period of time at a morgue. If you could look into that, I know it's a personal issue, but if you can email us sometime at johnjeff.com. But I mean, this whole idea of leaving a body in storage, in cold storage for 4 or 5 months, that's got to cost at least $1,000 a week. It's got to.
We went to the funeral service. We had the service there in North Dakota, and the outside temperature was, probably negative 30 degrees. It was up in the Turtle Mountains in North Dakota, and I mean, it turned to 0, and people there were wearing shorts thinking it was summertime. I mean, it was...
They're celebrating.
Yeah, exactly. So
hey, let's go get a tan.
Exactly. But hey, guys, I gotta go repo a car, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay, wow, repo man, reaping and creeping.
There's Nathan, earning his living by taking your car if you don't pay for it.
Yeah.
These are the hours, Jeff. These are prime time hours, Jeff, for the repo guys across America. Just when you think everything is fine, you're at home, you're at work, there are guys out there right now in tow trucks looking for your address, stalking you to get your vehicle, going into garages. Somehow they have the tools to get in there. They say they don't, but let's face it, they do. And they'll go and get the car that you haven't paid for. It's called repossession. The bank owns the car until you pay it off. And if you haven't paid your bill, the bank will find you.
That's right. So there are repo men out there right now reaping and creeping. If you're a repo man, call us up right now. We love talking to the repo men. And if you want to do an on-air repossession, you can. That's always fun when, a repo man calls up and he's hooking up the car and we're talking to him.
And usually it takes about 3 minutes from the time the guy finds the car till the time the car goes away.
Yeah.
About 3 minutes. Hook that baby up, back that thing up, and then 3 minutes later, it's out of the parking lot.
And the person wakes up the next day and they're like, oh, my car was ripped off. No, your car was repossessed.
Listen, if you're behind 2 months in your car and you wake up in the morning and your car isn't there, why would you assume someone stole it? The bank just took it back.
You're right, though, but that's
these people always call the police. Yeah. They're 2 months behind on their payments. But here's what the repo guys do. And as you know, we've done the show for a while. So these repo guys will call local law enforcement and say, hey, listen, we just took this Mercedes license plate blank from this residence in the event that they call in and say it was stolen. But you got to be an idiot to call the police first when you're 2 months behind on your car payment, and then you wake up and there's no car there.
And there should be a fine from the police department for anyone who calls in and says, oh, my car was stolen, because that's a waste of a police call. And it's also, it is. It's a complete waste of a police call. There should be a fine. Listen, you're a jackass. You didn't pay your bill. All right. They give you plenty of time. They give you a little grace period. But if you screw off and are irresponsible and don't pay your bill, don't call the cops when your car got repossessed. It didn't get ripped off.
All right, let's go to Artie. Artie, you're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good. What's going on?
Hey, great show. Best of luck to you.
Thanks.
You're freaking me out with these questions, except that first one, but I won't even touch that. The Reebok guy. And how's your car? You should go looking into that. My question, and I'm going to take a guess, and my original answer when I called in, only because I'm from New Jersey, based on, is it true, net worth for rent?
Yeah, I'm talking about the approximate worth, the net worth of the average renter in the United States. How much do you think the average renter is worth?
Okay, only because like anything in New Jersey or New York, you can't get anything but a bathroom under $900. But I'll say $30,000 net worth. Net worth.
You think the average renter in the U.S. their net worth?
But if that comes out to, I would say $700 paying a month. But overall, a year, it's $30,000.
Okay, I need the net worth, total value of the average renter. You're saying is $30,000?
Yes.
John?
I'm sorry, that is not the answer I'm looking for.
Oh, my God, guys. James Brown has found his way to the hot tub with Gemma Jameson with a peanut butter and banana sandwich with Elvis, okay?
Wow.
Your answer.
Hey, if that's what heaven is all about, then what are we waiting for?
I know. I wish I was there. Good luck, guys.
All right, thanks. And that is climate control. There you go. Not only are you dead, but, you're still living large afterwards.
Yeah,
he kept asking us where we're going. Now he wants to go to the hot tub. He's in the hot tub.
Jenna Jameson is a well-known adult film star, but let's face it, she's not Asian. So if I were to choose mine, it would be Tiana Kai, an adult film star who is Asian. So that would be my preference over Jenna Jameson.
But if Jenna Jameson was the only chick in the jacuzzi, you wouldn't say, Jenna, sorry, you're not Asian.
Hey, I'm not stupid. I may have a preference.
But she's Jenna Jameson.
But I'm not necessarily stupid. All right, let's go to John. John, you're next on the third shift. What's going on, Johnny?
What's going on?
You're going on the radio.
I'm pretty mad now because I just got my car repoed. But I was originally calling.
What?
I was originally calling to give a guess.
All right, hold on. Let's talk about the repo.
Let's rewind.
How far were you behind on your payments?
2 months.
2 months. And when did it get repossessed?
Last week.
Okay. Now, when you woke up in the morning or the afternoon, was your first thought someone stole it or that it got repossessed?
I didn't know what to think. I originally, I'm not going to lie, I thought someone stole it.
Did you call the cops?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's face it. If my car got ripped off, I'd call the cops, even though I know I didn't pay.
You're 2 months behind on your payments. Boy, I got lucky. Someone stole it.
What did they say? What did they say when you called them?
They were like, it got repoed, but I originally thought it because my friend actually got his car stolen like a month ago. And then I wake up and my car's gone, so I'm like, what the fuck's going on?
All right, what kind of car? What kind of car did you used to drive?
He's on Altima.
Oh, so what happened? Just fell behind? What was going on?
But, school and everything. I wasn't able to work like enough hours.
All right, how many times did the repossession company call you in order for you to make a payment? How many phone calls did you get over the last 60 days?
I don't know, because it's under my parents' house.
Yeah, but they had you on speed dial.
I don't live there.
All right, so how many times do you think your parents were harassed by the guy that wanted to get paid for the car that you owned?
They didn't really mention it to me.
Okay.
I would normally give them the money for it.
Okay, did they send you any letters saying that you were 30 days delinquent or anything like that?
Not that my parents said anything. I just haven't paid my parents. I was supposed to give the parents the money, and they were supposed to pay for it.
All right, so whose car, is it in their name or your name?
Their name.
Their name. Okay, so you've ruined their credit. I mean, see, that's the whole thing. If you buy a car for somebody, and then all of a sudden you don't make the payment, then that person's credit gets dinged. So if I were you, I mean, when your parent, do you have like a statement in the mail that was sent to your parents' house?
Yeah.
And did they call you and say, hey, John, we haven't gotten the money for your car payment. What's going on? Did they tell you? Did they alert you to this?
I've been putting them off for a while.
Oh, man.
So now you've ruined your parents' credit. Now, how are you going to make it up to them, John?
Haven't really thought about it yet.
Yeah, you see, this is something that your mom and dad are going to hold against you. If I were you, I would definitely make good on this, because after all, you're probably in their will. And if you don't make good on this, there's a good chance you'll be out of the will.
Yeah, and how old are you?
18.
Oh, you got plenty of time. I think things will be okay for him.
Things can happen. You definitely want to be in your parents' will. The last thing you want are your parents mad at you, because what they do is they hit delete on the will.
But also, parents, when they're mad at you, though, they do stockpile sometimes their madness, and they'll bring something up that happened maybe 8-10 years ago.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who think every father paying child support is entitled to itemized receipts.
We're two guys who don't trust handing over our car keys to a stranger who calls himself a valet.
We're two guys who think violent criminals should never get out of prison.
The John and Jeff Show.
Keeping you awake live on the third shift, America, it is the John and Jeff Show.
It's not your imagination. The third shift goes by twice as fast when you listen every hour to the John and Jeff Show. Call us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. To get on the air, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
That's right. Welcome to the show here. Totally open phones, more topics, better variety. Stand by for stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. And coming up this hour, it's audio nugget time. We will unload more Dateline NBC audio nuggets, internet perverts, weirdos trying to rock their jolly with kids. And we will do part 2. This is the second installment of our third shift on-air dissection. And we will go through the audio nuggets piece by piece and rip these guys a new one. Because you know what? It makes us feel good. And thanks to all you emails at johnjeff.com saying that you like the audio nuggets. So we're going to do that. Plus, we'll check out the news pile. And if you have a problem, a personal problem, maybe a relationship problem with your girlfriend or boyfriend, the free advice department is open. So there's a lot going on this morning. We've got a lot to get to. Jump on live right now and say what's up.
All right, you get on the air. Join us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. It's a free call from across America, so use up those cell phone minutes. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. And Jeff, coming up, we've lost 2 listeners in the last week.
What?
We've been given written notice by 2 listeners that they will no longer listen to the John and Jeff Show. So find out what I said that made 2 listeners say, I will no longer listen to your show. So, Jeff, it wasn't you this time. It was me. Apparently, I got under some people's skin. They've had enough of me. And they said that they will no longer listen to the show because of what I said. So they've handed in their written notice. They didn't even give 2 weeks notice. They didn't even have the courtesy or the respect to say, I'm handing in my 2 weeks notice. They just said, I will no longer listen to your show because of you, John, because of what you said about blank. Find out what I said that apparently made 2 people say, I will no longer listen to the John and Jeff Show.
So they're quitting and unplugging the third shift network. That's it. They're not coming back.
And I emailed them back saying, I'm sorry, you will not be able to hear my response because obviously you won't be listening. So therefore I won't read your email. So when someone threatens they will no longer listen to the show, I take it seriously. So 2 people, Jeff, out of everyone in America, 2 people have said no more. No mas.
We'll find out why coming up. Wow, we've got a lot to get to.
All right, to get on the air, call us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. All right, let's go to Pi in Los Angeles. Hello, Pi.
Hi, John.
Hi, John. Hello. Say hello to Jeff.
Hi, Jeff. Good.
How are you?
Good.
Good. What's going on?
Okay, I have a question for you, and then I have my own comments. So my question is, to John.
Yes.
Why do you think American women are losing their American men to Asian women?
Are you Asian, Pi?
I'm Korean.
You're Korean. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I believe Asian women now are taking over America.
Uh-huh.
I believe that American men, by and large, have dated American women.
Uh-huh.
And they've had good experiences with Asian women. And from my experience, guys that date Asian women never go back to
Because
American
they know
women.
the taste already.
Yes. From my experience, every man who has had the pleasure of being in the company of an Asian woman never goes back to an American woman.
So you're saying, so you're saying, John, once an American guy or any guy, savors the flavor of an Asian woman, that's it. He's hooked.
Yes. And I think it's because of the cultural influences. I think a lot of men appreciate the traditional role of a woman. And a lot of American women these days have the I don't need a man attitude. And I think Asian women, by and large, especially women born outside the U.S., still have an appreciation and respect for men.
That's what most of men are missing. Most of men are missing a feminine woman.
Yes.
Whether Asian woman or Latino or white or black, they are looking for a feminine woman. So most Asian women are feminine, sexy, and beautiful.
Well, the other thing, I had this conversation, Jeff. I had a great dinner before the show tonight. I was out with my friend Doug. He's an attorney, and he'll be coming on the show in the next few weeks. We're going to talk about the business side of marriage, because it is a business. I had the best filet mignon I've ever had at Plan B in West Los Angeles. If you want the best filet mignon, go there. But over dinner, I had this conversation about how Asian women always look about 5 to 7 years younger than they really are. And especially Korean women. I don't know what it is. A Korean woman could be 40 and she looks 33.
Maybe, John, you might look at my website. I'm 43 and a lot of people think I'm 28 and 29.
Now, why do you have a website? Are you a model or an actress?
Oh, I'm an author, sex and relationship author of A Sex Secrets of an American Geisha. So I have a website.
You know something? I've actually heard of that book.
Yeah.
Is it
somebody told me to talk to you, actually.
Is it on Amazon?
Yeah, Amazon and everywhere and nationwide.
Okay, why don't you give us your website?
www.AmericanGeishaHouse.com.
AmericanGeishaHouse.com. Okay. All right, Jeff and I, we will look at the website. You're 43 years old. You know, I wish you didn't tell us how old you were, because then we could really be we could just go into it without any preconceived notions. But we will go to the website. You're 43. We will give you an honest opinion as to how old you look.
Okay. And yes, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
Well, you're very, very nice. Well, Pi, thank you very much for now. Do you only date American men?
No, I used to date Asian men, but it didn't happen that way. So I was very unattractive and ugly duckling. You told me that. So no man wanted me, actually. So after I became kind of sexy, I lost 40 pounds. Then I became really sexy and then attractive. So men kind of look at me and then they approach me. And then here I met my husband. It just happened to be an American man. So I'm not saying I just dating only
it just happened that way. You just met him. It
happened that way.
All right. Now your book. What is it about? About the about what Asian women are like?
It's like I took the Asian geisha's archetype of 3 things: femininity, beauty and classy sexiness to 21st century women who want to be in love and get married within 12 to 18 months. I wrote this book for a single woman, but a lot of men read this book, and then they thought this book is like a masturbation supplementary book. And then because they thought this is too hot to finish reading book. But this Sex Secrets of American Geisha is for a single woman who wants to get married. But
well, you know something? Why don't you send us a copy of the book? Obviously for research purposes.
Okay.
On the third shift, if you can send us a copy, Chris will give you our address. And obviously, this is something that needs to be investigated.
Investigated? Why?
Yes. So obviously, this would be for research purposes only. So, but listen, Pi, thank you for the call. We appreciate it. We will go to your website as soon as we can, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, so hold on a second. Chris will get some information from you, and of course, we will take a look at that book. There's nothing like a good book to read on the weekend.
Just a little reading, weekend material.
New York Times, Investors Business Daily, and the American Geisha book.
Maxim stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Mix it in a little bit. Yeah. All right, let's go to Johnny. Johnny, you're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Yeah, how you doing, guys? I'm a big fan of the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess make my drive worthwhile going home, especially on those audio nuggets. I get a big crack up out of that.
Well, yeah, we're coming up. We've got some more audio nuggets, Dateline NBC audio, and we're going to unload it. And we love doing the on-air dissections.
Yeah, my buddy and I watched that Nightline when Chris Hansen comes on, catches these guys red-handed.
Dateline.
Yeah, Dateline, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just got off an 18-hour shift. But, it's just funny as hell. I'm surprised somebody's beat the hell out of him or somebody pulled a gun on him,
Yeah, imagine listen, when you go to a location you've never been to, you think you're talking to a 14-year-old, and these guys just walk into these homes with not a care in the world. I mean, the comfort level is astonishing. Yeah.
Well, no, the mind of a pervert, they've got one thing on their mind, rocking their jolly rude style, and so nothing phases them. I mean, some of these guys will drive 200, 300 miles one way just to hook up illegally.
Yeah, because I saw it one time where the guy drove like 4 hours, and Chris Hansen comes out, he goes, "So, did you enjoy your commute?" And the guy goes, "Uh-oh," totally busted.
Chris Hansen at this point from Dateline NBC, almost as funny as Donald Trump, because this guy is just toying with these people.
Put them over, raking them over the coals slowly. It's funny.
Something, we got to get Chris Hansen on the show. I know it's early in New York, but we got to get him on the show because this guy deserves an Emmy. I'm sure he's got about 6 or 7 at his house, but let's put one more on his mantle because single-handedly, Dateline NBC has literally changed laws in a lot of states in order to crack down on these predators going after minors.
You know what I'd love to see? Chris Hansen just go postal on a guy and just like punch him. Just knock him right out, right in the kitchen. I would love that. Cookie shrapnel flying everywhere.
Well, I'm sure he takes a good hot shower after these shows because you got all these scumbags breathing on you from across a kitchen table. I mean, this guy is like, how
you doing, Stanley?
Yeah. You got all these guys, these weirdos showing up at a house. Chris Hansen from Dateline NBC might need therapy because he's dealing with nut jobs his entire career now. They got to mix in maybe a trip to Cabo or something for this guy because, I hope NBC has a good mental health plan, because this guy's hanging out with perverts doing these shows. And he might need someone to talk to after a while. So
that's true. He's doing America justice, airing these guys on TV and, let America beware.
Yeah, you know what they should really do is, get some celebrities on the show. Let's kind of add a celebrity that walks in and says, what are you doing here? Oh, I have your albums.
Maybe when they're done with like the surreal life, you could have like Vanilla Ice walk in there, or CeCe DeVille. That would be funny though. Just they walk in, hey, what's going on? You like the cookies?
Yeah. Hey, what's up with those cookies?
All
They're
right.
really funny, man.
All right, Johnny, listen, we're going to have some more Dateline audio for you later on this hour, okay?
Oh, hey, close it real quick. You guys should be coming out to Ontario Hooters or somewhere. Are you guys going to be anywhere close by?
You know, the Hooter girls are always invited to the John and Jeff Show third shift studio. So if you're any of the Hooter girls out there, you want to come by with some wings and some, Jeff, what do you like, ranch dressing?
You know what? I like the spicy hot wings. They're solid.
All right, so an open invitation, but you have to wear your uniform. That's all we ask, plus have the hot wings.
Where are you guys going to be making an appearance soon? You guys should be doing it like Lycus. Lycus does at least once a month.
Well, I probably think maybe Cinco de Mayo.
All right, that sounds good.
Yeah. We'll try
I'm going to show up with Chris Hansen as a host.
All right, Johnny, listen, it's been fun. We appreciate the call, okay?
Right.
Thanks a lot, guys. You guys made my night. Thank you.
All right, and stay tuned for those audio nuggets. They're coming up.
Yeah, and we've lost 2 listeners in the last week. It's been a very devastating week for the John and Jeff Show. Now we are going to have to figure out a way to move on. Now that we're 2 listeners short, somehow we'll pull it together and we'll move on the third shift. To get on the air, join us now, 877-97-JOHN Jeff. To get on the air, call us now, 877-97-JOHN Jeff.
John and Jeff. You're listening to the John and Jeff Show. Open phones on the John and Jeff Show, which means more topics, better variety, your emails, and a little John and Jeff.
It's the John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff Show.
All right, stick around. We'll have more of that Dateline NBC audio coming up. Chris Hansen, obviously the host of the Dateline NBC specials. To Catch a Predator, we have perverts in this country, this time in Georgia, trying to hook up with young girls. They're going into homes looking to, have their way with a minor. And then Chris Hansen from Dateline NBC walks into the kitchen and the drama unfolds. So we'll have some of the play-by-play in just a few minutes on the third shift. All right, to get on the air, join us now, 877-97-JOHN Jeff, 877-97-JOHN Jeff. All right, let's go to Victor. Victor, you're next on the third shift. Good morning.
Yeah, how you doing? Good morning, guys. How you guys been?
Good. What's going on?
Hey, man, I got an issue. I was overhearing the topic on the towing and everything, the repossessing on the cars and all that issues. And I was wondering if you guys could give me some advice. I got something going on with me.
What's going on? Are you behind in your car payments?
Well, the situation is I know you, Jeff, you know a little bit about cars. I got an 87 Nissan Sentra, and the dealer that I got it from is one of these little dealers here in the city, and I got it as is, and the situation was the car kept messing up on me, the engine, everything from axles. I kept trying to pay for it, just a lot of things going on my shoulder.
It's a beater.
Yeah.
How much did you pay for the car?
How much are those cars worth, man, honestly?
What did you pay for the car?
I'm paying $5,000 for the car.
For an 87 Nissan Sentra?
Yeah.
That sounds about $4,500 too much.
What's going on?
That's what I want to know. I'm young, and this is my first car. I've never been into this. This is one of the things I feared, trying to get a car. I have new credit, so I don't want to mess it up trying to get a car. And now that I have this car, I have it on my shoulder. And
all right, hold on. Let's hit pause button here. So,
okay, go ahead.
So when you're done paying for the car, $5,000, that's including financing and everything?
I believe so.
Okay, yeah, that's what it is. They got you with the financing.
Yeah.
Because the blue book on an 87 Nissan Sentra that's pretty low, and for you to pay that much for the car. How much do you owe on the car?
I owe I just got it last year, a couple months ago. I think I owe like $4,000 roughly, I think. $4,500 is still on it. I'm making $100 payments a month, so
so you're married to this car at $100 a month.
I am stuck with this car, and
all right, here's what you have to look at. The cost of not paying it is probably going to cost more because your credit is going to get ruined.
Okay.
So if I were you,
well, yeah.
make this a lesson in life. Pay this thing down. get rid of it, because if you default, it'll cost you the amount that you owe, plus it'll cost you for many, many years the dink on your credit. So even if you feel like you've gotten ripped off, even though you feel that you got a bad deal, the cost of not paying it off will probably triple or quadruple if you don't do it.
Well, that's the thing. I think I'm going through that phase because the car right now is not drivable. I've been trying to fix it, trying to find situations on it. The motor's messed up. I bought a new battery.
All right.
Everything's just messed up.
When did you purchase it?
I purchased it last year on September.
All right. Okay. See, there's a lemon law in a lot of states. And if they don't fully disclose
I researched that,
the condition of the car, was it a salvaged vehicle?
I didn't really get into that.
Did you buy it like at a mom and pop type place?
No, it seems like it's been around for years. This business.
Right. Okay. Did you get a Carfax on it? Did you find the history of the? Listen, Carfax is information on a vehicle, and you can find out the kind of work that was been done on it, if it's been any accidents and so forth. If it's obviously done the right way by reputable dealers and body shops and things like that. So what they do is they basically trace the VIN number of the vehicle, and they find out what's been done to it throughout its history. And it's very, very important to spend that money to get a history of the vehicle before you purchase it. And, you know, I believe buying from a dealer, a reputable dealer, is probably better than buying it from maybe somebody else or even a private owner.
A wholesaler, sometimes there are issues when sounds like you bought it from a wholesaler.
Yeah, those little ones that don't really have that much reputation.
Yeah, I mean, usually you'll have
some guy in the corner with 12 cars.
Yeah, you gotta be really careful. How they got you into that car is, hey, you can get the car.
It was a young guy like me who got me in the car.
Well, yeah, he's saying it's only $100
how much you want to spend per month.
Yeah, that's what he said. And you said you're probably on a tight budget. $100 a month to you at the time sounded good, but for how many months? I mean, that's
what happens. You go into a car dealer and they always ask you, how much do you want to spend per month? I mean, that's not what you should be negotiating. You should be negotiating the sale price.
The price, yeah. Out the door.
Not how much per month. Because, listen, you could pay $99 a month and probably drive a Mercedes. And
I've been told that
the interest rate will be so outrageous that you'll end up spending $100,000 on a Mercedes that costs maybe $40,000. So this whole idea of how much you want to spend per month, that's another way of saying we're going to screw you if you're not familiar with how money works. So listen, this is an experience that you should learn from. And if I were you, I would take care of this matter sooner than later, because if you don't pay it off, or if you don't negotiate a better rate or whatever the case is, or go back to the dealership, you can say, you sold me a vehicle and obviously it had major issues. You didn't disclose it. It does on the agreement say as is.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, no matter what state you're in, if there's a lemon law, then you're protected. But I think it's probably expired in your case because you've gone so far.
When you see a used car and you see that piece of paper on the window and it says as is,
that means you should start to worry.
Oh boy, I didn't know that. See, this is a life lesson for me.
Well, here's what you do, Victor.
It's not that much money. I mean, really, in life, it's not that much money.
Well, I'm not even driving the car, John.
But here's the deal. But what you have to do, you've got to get rid of that debt, pay it off, all right? Because what you want to do is keep your credit cool. You want to keep it intact. You don't want danks on your credit because you're going to need another car. Okay?
Yeah.
So pay it off, learn from this, and try to pay it off as soon as you can. If you can double up on the payments and just bing, bang, boom, knock it out.
Well, that's why I called, because I might get it repossessed. I haven't paid it for 1 month because I don't know what to do, honestly.
Listen, what bank do you have? I mean,
the bank that refinanced this car.
Yeah. What is it? What kind of, is it a reputable bank that you're?
It's their bank.
It's their bank. Oh,
basically they're the ones that I called them and I asked them, who's my finance company? They're like, we're the finance company.
Oh, okay.
So they make the rules. Well, what's going on is
here's what you should do.
Yeah.
So I really think I'm getting really ripped off here, man.
Well, listen, you bought a car that was way too expensive. But that's your fault. You agreed to the terms. Listen, everyone's trying to make profit. If someone can sell you a 1987 Nissan for $50,000, if they can get it, there's nothing illegal about that. I would go back to them and say, listen, here's the deal. I'm about to default on this and I don't have any money. So either you take the car back and cut our losses, or I'm never going to pay this. And by the way, I'm an illegal immigrant and I'm going back to whatever country, you're from. I mean, why not try it?
Wow. I didn't see it like that.
If you're an illegal immigrant and you go back to your country and you don't pay it off, I mean, what are they going to do?
Well, that's true, huh? I didn't see it like that.
All right.
People have told me to go to court and take them to court.
It'll never work.
That'll cost you money. I mean,
it'll never. What are you suing for? I mean, you made a bad decision, so you're basically suing yourself.
They covered their butts when they put that thing in the window that says as is, and unfortunately that you're rolling the dice sometimes when you buy a car without a warranty that says as is.
Why don't you do this? Go back to them and say, listen, take this car back. The nightmare is over for me. And maybe they'll take it back. Listen, they'll resell this car to another, sucker, to be honest with you.
I talked to the main guy there. He got in that big discussion. He told me, you know what? I lost money in that car already.
No, he didn't.
What?
I was like, what do you mean?
He's making money off of it.
What kind of money you lost? He's like, I lost because I would have sold to some other person. I was like, yeah, some other idiot that would have bought it like me.
Well, why don't you do this?
I don't know what to do.
Well, here's what you should do. Go back to the guy who's smoking the cigar.
He's probably doing that right now.
And just say, listen, I'll give you the car back, take me off the title, and wipe it off, and then sell it to another sucker. I mean, if he said he lost money on you, now he's got an opportunity to screw someone else.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see where he lost money.
He can make more money off someone else.
Listen, he's saying he lost money because he made a lot of money. He doesn't want that car back. But listen, if I were you, it's a lesson in life. Is it worth having your credit screwed up for 10 years? No.
It's 10 years now. That's what it is.
Oh, it's
try buying a house in the next 5 years and you'll find out the hard way.
Or a car, or try getting a credit card. I mean, so.
All right. So listen.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Also consult maybe a financial person, a CPA or, finance guy. Maybe there's always a way to renegotiate any deal. Professional athletes do it all the time. You have something that's probably worth nothing, but someone is charging you every month for it. Try to renegotiate whatever you can. It's worth it to you at this point.
And also go to kbb.com. That's Kelley Blue Book, and find out exactly what the wholesale value of that car is.
I bet it's worth about $800 wholesale.
I'm going to do that during the break.
Wow.
Is it an automatic or 5-speed, 4-speed?
Automatic.
How many miles?
It has about, when I got it, was like 170.
Oh my God.
When I got it, everything was just wrong with it. I didn't know anything though. This is my new car.
Well,
but here's the thing.
I'm going to look up that up during the break.
Basically, any car is worth $500. So your car is worth like $600.
1987 two-door, four-door.
Yeah.
Sentra, two-door, four-door.
Two-door Sentra, blue. Looks nice. It's not beat up. It's just everything. Motor and everything just screwed up in there, man.
All right, I'm going to do a KBB.com search during the break and find out what the wholesale value is. So if you want to listen, Victor, you can. And
well, how about this? You could probably sell it. Think about this. Go to a junkyard.
He doesn't have the pink slip. When you finance a car, I mean, you can't. Here's the thing: you can't sell it until you have the pink slip, and you can't get the pink slip until you've paid the car off.
Yeah, and I'm afraid they're going to repossess the car anytime soon.
Well, here's what happens. You lose the car, and you still got to pay for it.
Yeah, and that's...
All right. Go back to the guy smoking the cigar at the car dealership and try to figure something else.
And I'm going to figure out the Blue Book value wholesale, Victor, so if you want to listen, I'm going to do that during the break, okay?
Okay, guys, I really appreciate it a lot, man. I'm just trying to work what John said, and I'm going to see if that works. Maybe take a couple cigars for him or something.
Well, I don't know if you should just flat out lie to the guy, but what you're trying to do is renegotiate a bad deal. And there's always a way to renegotiate it. And if you say that you're going to default on it or whatever the case is, then maybe they might say, okay, We made some money off this guy for 4 months. We screwed him over.
They wouldn't admit that to me, though, John.
Well, they made the money for a year. He bought the car over a year ago. Oh, this September?
Yeah, last September.
Oh, okay.
So it's been about 4 months.
Okay.
Yeah, and I made all my payments just this last month and a half. I haven't made the payment because...
Listen, but always think of it this way. In life, you have to cut your losses in life. Sometimes you make a bad decision. Sometimes you buy a house that's too expensive. Listen, there's a lot of things that people do with money that isn't smart. Chalk this one up as a learning lesson. Hopefully you'll never do it again. And if you never do it again, it'll be worth the lesson. You understand?
Of course.
So if you make a mistake, do it early in life, learn from it, never repeat it. We will only call you an idiot if you repeat your mistakes.
Yeah, you got taken, Victor, and that's too bad. But
I'm doing my best here. I'm going to school, and it's cost me a lot of my job and everything.
All right, well, listen, we wish you the best. Let us know what happens.
Yeah, I'm going to go get started on that search right now.
All right. Well, Jeff, before you do that, the Asian woman that called in, she has a book out about the secrets of the American geisha.
Yeah.
Secrets of Asian women. Her name is OPIE, and she's 43 years old. And she asked us to go to her website, AmericanGeishaHouse.com. And she asked if we could look at her and see if she looks 43. Now, come over here, Jeff. You are a married man. Hopefully you can be objective on this. Does that look like a 43-year-old woman to you?
Hell no. She looks younger.
She looks about 30. I would say about 30, 31. Unbelievable. I'm right again. Asian women, when they turn 40, they always look about 10 years younger. I mean, assuming that photo is current. And let's face it, a lot of people put photos that are 10 years old on the website. But I'm looking at her right now. If that's a current photo and she's 43, I mean, that could be another reason why you should date Asian women. So I don't know if it's an updated photo, but
no, she
I'll give out the website again
in the photo.
She'll probably sell 2 books because of this, but AmericanGeishaHouse.com, that's her website. A Korean woman who called our show claims she's 43. Her picture's on the website. She looks about 30 to me. So
I'd say like 34, 35 maybe.
All right, I'll give you that. Early 30s.
Yeah, but
early 30s.
She definitely,
but certainly not over 40.
No.
And every Caucasian woman listening right now is like, oh, I want to see what this woman looks like. Well, if I ate bird food too, I'd look like her. A lot of women, Jeff, jealous of the Asian invasion that has hit the United States of America. All right, when we come back, more of your phone calls and audio from the Dateline NBC specials with Chris Hansen, guys trying to hook up with minors. Jeff calls it audio nuggets.
We got a lot to get to, and I've got to go do that blue book search.
All right, so stay with us. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. 877-97-JOHN Jeff.
John and Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show. Here's 2 guys with major issues, but we don't want to talk about it right now. It's the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live. Let's say a big what's up to George in Norwalk. George, you're on the John and Jeff Show. Hi.
Hi, I'd like to answer your trivia question.
Yeah, according to a report, the average renter in the United States is worth how much money? Their net worth?
I say $1,000.
$1,000.
Yes.
I'm sorry, that's not the answer I'm looking for. You know something? Nobody got it. Someone came very close, but I needed to get the amount that I have here in the published report. Jeff, the average renter in the United States, their net worth is about $5,000.
Oh, so I wasn't that far off.
You were not that far off. Now, the average homeowner, guess how much their net worth is? The average renter, they're worth $5,000. That's how much money that they would be worth walking out of their apartment, everything that they own. The average homeowner, Jeff, is worth how much money, their net worth?
$22K? I'm just talking money in their bank. I'm not talking, the equity.
Net worth. I'm talking about
everything.
Yeah, everything. When I'm saying net worth, I'm talking about if you were moving to a desert island, how much could you cash everything in for?
I'll say $320,000.
$180,000.
That was my second guess. No, I'm just kidding.
And if you're going through a divorce, divide that in half.
Oh, man.
Yeah, imagine that. Losing half of your net worth when you get a divorce, or even more. George, thank you for the call. We appreciate you listening, okay?
Thanks a lot, guys.
No worries.
All right. All right, now we're up to the time that a lot of people have been waiting for.
I'm going to sit down. Yeah.
Yeah, we've come this far. Dateline NBC's Chris Hansen catching more guys trying to have sex with minors on their To Catch a Predator specials. I predict Dateline NBC will be running a special like this once a week for the rest of time because there is no shortage, despite warnings to the contrary. There are people out there that will have sex or try to have sex with minors. And despite the laws that have been put on the books, these perverts won't stop. And because of that, Chris Hansen has job security for life. Imagine that. Chris Hansen from Dateline NBC has job security for life because he has tapped into a gold mine. Thinking about that.
We got round 2. Round 1 was last night. Round 1 of the dissection. And here is round 2.
All right, here we go.
Did you pick up the condoms?
Mm-hmm. He seems at ease with her, even though he's in a strange house talking to someone he's never met in person before.
Do you have any special ideas for tonight or anything?
Not especially.
What are some of your ideas?
I don't know. You tell me.
More about him a little later. This next man heading into the house just made a stop at a gas station down the road. As you can see from this security camera video, he bought condoms before coming over to meet a girl he thinks is a 13-year-old virgin.
Come on in. I'm just finishing getting ready.
You didn't have to take a shower.
Oh, I prefer you dirty.
Oh.
So here's a guy. I remember the scene. The guy is walking. The girl is out on the porch, the patio at the front of the house. She's got, I think, the laundry basket with her. And the guy is gets out of his car, is walking across the lawn. And she's saying, oh, I got to do something in the bathroom. And this idiot, why did you have to shower?
Oh, God.
I would have preferred you El Natural.
Oh.
God. So now you really know how dirty and perverted these guys are. Oh, please don't take a shower.
I want to break you in, but don't shower. Oh, come on.
I want to experience you. I mean, talk about
bent and dented and weird. Yeah, that's Exhibit A.
Let's go back to this guy.
Whoa.
Just made a stop at a gas station down the road. As you can see from this security camera video, he bought condoms before coming over to meet a girl he thinks is a 13-year-old virgin.
Come on in. I'm just finishing getting ready.
You didn't have to take a shower.
It's like, what are you doing?
You didn't have to take a shower.
He's 37-year-old William Rowell, a service tech for coin-operated machines. Also known as Baron Wolfsfur, he's talking to a decoy named Sassy Little Lady. He tells the girl, you know that I really want to make love to you, but I want to hold you close to me. The decoy says, I want that too. Later, using a different screen name, Wolf Knight 30, he tells the decoy he's worried because of the Dateline shows of late.
Ah.
Oh, Wolf Knight 30.
So in the transcripts, in writing, he expresses concern about Dateline NBC cracking down on perverts. What an idiot. Idiot.
Wolf Knight.
Here's a guy that has seen Dateline NBC specials, catching guys trying to have sex with minors. And then he's stupid enough to put that in the transcript by saying, you're not one of these people on Dateline, are you? Because I've seen these shows where they catch these perverts. You're not one of them, are you? And the girl is like, what's Dateline? And the guy's like, oh, I guess you're not. I'll be right over.
Fucking idiot.
Exactly.
Yes.
So let's hear this guy.
Oh, yeah.
The decoy, he's worried because of the Dateline shows of late. The decoy responding like a 13-year-old says, what's Dateline?
And now the idiot says, oh, I guess you're not with Dateline because if you were with Dateline or law enforcement, you would have to tell me the truth.
Dum-dum.
So therefore, now I'm completely comfortable coming to a stranger's home to have sex with a minor.
Let's hear more of Wolf Night 30.
She pretends not to know about the show to see if a man apparently aware of our investigation would still take the risk and show up. He explains to her it's a show on NBC. They have been doing a lot of shows about internet predators, but that isn't enough to scare him away.
Where's she at?
Come on in. Give me the glass. Have a minute to get ready. There's sweet tea if you want it. You don't have to drink it if you don't.
Well, here's the funny thing. On every Dateline, the girl always tells the guy to come in, then she disappears and then talks behind a wall and says, hey, there's some lemonade if you'd like some.
So don't you think at this point, yeah.
So if the guy saw these shows before, then he should know that I'm walking into the same scenario that all these other guys walked into. But of course, this guy has lost all sense of common sense because all he cares about is that young girl.
Freaking idiot.
Exactly.
We got more on the other side.
All right, find out what happens to this moron when we come back.
Loser!
On the John and Jeff Show. To get on the air, call us now, 877-97-JOHN Jeff, 877-97-JOHN Jeff. More of your calls coming up on the third shift. Stay with us.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who think women who keep their maiden names in marriage are high maintenance.
We're two guys who think there should be a law requiring prenuptial agreements before getting married.
We're two guys who think if you're old enough to serve your country, you're old enough to be served a beer.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
Keeping you awake live on the third shift, America. It is the John and Jeff Show.
It's not your imagination. The third shift goes by twice as fast when you listen every hour to the John and Jeff Show. Call us now, 877-97-JOHN Jeff, 877-97-JOHN Jeff.
That's right. Welcome to the show here. We start things off with shout outs. Here's what you do. Email us at the all new and slightly improved johnjeff.com. Let us know who you are, where you're at, and what you're doing. All right. We appreciate everyone there. Thanks to all your emails. Let's get into it here. All right. LA and the OC. We got Israel in Bell rolling with Allied Security. We got everyone at King Taco. I love those tacos there at King Taco, an LA landmark. Detective Rudy, LAPD, is our official third shift detective. You rock. And Victor right now in Hacienda Heights. Boston checking in. What's up to Kevin, Warren, and Mark rolling with the MBTA, doing a little third shift work. Happy birthday to Jeffrey from Allison, and we got Molly up late. She's on the MySpace tip. New York City checking in. What's up to the NYPD third shift crew? Thanks, guys, for all your support. You guys rock. Artie is kicking back in New Jersey. We got a shout going out to DJ Flex. Jordan is engaged right now in a full-blown video game marathon right now. Thanks, you rock there. Chicago. We got Bob right now working at Taps. Augie is in Oak Park. Also a big shout going out to Jerry. He's an insomniac. San Francisco in the Bay Area. What's up to Yeager in Oakland? James in Union City. And a big shout out to Ken in Salcedo. San Diego. What's up to Alicia in Oceanside? Also a big shout to DJ Hugo. Kim is in Portland, ORE. Marco checks in Augusta, GA. Jim is in Louisville. Charleston, we got Kelly on the MySpace tip. The Greensboro PD checking in right now. You guys rock. Charlottesville, we got NASCAR fan Nancy. Pete is in Lansing. Fort Lauderdale. Chelsea is in Miami Beach. Plus, we got everyone in Worcester, Mass. Portland, Maine. Ithaca, New York. What's up to Tanya? Sioux City Fire Department checking in. The EMT squad. Reno, the biggest little city in the world. What's up, Carl? He's a bartender. And the John and Jeff group at MySpace.com. Shouts going out to Vane, Jessica, and Steve. And our hottie of the day is Kimmy in New York City. You guys all rock the third shift.
And if you need a third shift or an Insomniac shout out, log on to our website. It's johnjeff.com. Tell us who you are. Tell us where you're hanging out. And then listen for your shout out every morning at this time right here on the John and Jeff Show.
That's right. Welcome to the show here. Totally open phones, more topics, better variety. Stand by for stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. Coming up this hour, we'll unload some more audio nugget action, Dateline NBC, internet perverts trying to rock their jollies with kids. We're going to do another on-air dissection. Plus, if you got a problem, we'll get into that. The free advice department is open if you need relationship advice, and we'll check out the news pile. So there's a lot going on right now. Pick up the phone wherever you are, that's right, and unload your opinion live.
All right, Jeff, I don't know how to tell you this, but we've lost 2 listeners to the John and Jeff Show.
What's going on?
Well, apparently, my opinions on some subject matters have, I've gotten under the skin of 2 listeners. And as a result, they've handed in their written notice that they will no longer listen to the John and Jeff Show because of me, Jeff, because of what I said. It had nothing to do with what you said.
What did you say?
Well, here's an email from Mel. Mel says, Dear John, since you don't support supermarket unions, I've decided to no longer listen to your show. Unions have made this country better, and someone like you who doesn't support them is no friend of mine. Therefore, I will find an alternative on the third shift. Signed, Mel. So there's Mel's notice. I said that supermarkets don't need unions. I mean, unions should be for jobs that are dangerous working conditions, like firefighters, police officers, longshoremen, things like that, where job hazards are there. But working in a supermarket? I mean, I did that job when I was 16. And yes, I was a member of the union, and quite honestly, it was a joke. There were people who got paid the same as I did, and they were late, lazy, or drunk. And they still got paid what I got paid. So I don't understand how 2 people who work differently get paid the same. That's the mentality. I don't support it. So Mel has handed in his notice. He will no longer listen to the show because of what I said.
But what about what I said? I support unions. My father was a lifetime union member. He died a union man. He was part of the CWA, Communications Workers of America. I support unions. I think they're a very integral part of our country's structure. So for him to bail, I mean, hey, listen, I support unions. You don't. And so he's entitled to, hit the switch, but I guess he didn't hear what I said.
Maybe he didn't want to hear what you said.
I support the unions.
I know. And you made that clear. But Mel said, because of me. In other words, if you have someone on the air that states an opinion and you don't like it, he has said, I don't care how Jeff feels. John has ruined the experience. And as a result, I'll no longer listen to the show. All right, here's another email. So that's one listener. Here's the second listener. Dear John, you are a racist for only dating Asian women. You can't fool me by hiding behind your racist thoughts, by trying to pawn it off as a preference. Obviously, you have a disregard and a hatred toward other people. So this whole idea that you have a preference for Asian women is just a scam. I will no longer listen to your show. This racist rhetoric coming from you is objectionable. Signed, Marie. So Marie has handed in her notice that she'll no longer listen to the show because I guess I'm a racist because I date Asian women. And she figures that by me saying it's a preference. It's really just me being a racist. So there you have it. We've lost 2 listeners in the last, I don't know when they started listening.
So now we have 2 openings.
So there's 2 people that have said, c'est la vie. So.
Well, there you go. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.
So if you have a preference for tall people, you're a racist. If you have a preference for Asians or Latinas, you're a racist. So if you have any preference at all for anything, you're some sort of scumbag, according to Marie. So be careful what you prefer, because you might be labeled as such. All right, it is the John and Jeff Show on the third shift with you, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. To get on the air, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. All right, let's go to Ray. Ray, you're on the John and Jeff Show. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good. What's going on?
26-year-old guy on the East Coast of North Carolina, and I'm dating a 43-year-old woman. And I find that the 16-year difference sometimes poses some stresses on the relationship, and I wonder if you guys have any advice for me.
Well, what are your intentions?
Well, I love her. She's smart. She's funny, witty, keeps me on my toes. Sex is great, but I just wonder if I'm seeing everything clearly, or if I'm just caught up in passion or heat of the moment, or love, or what do you think?
I go back to my question. What are your intentions? Is your objective to get married or to just date?
Well, my intentions are to get married eventually, but she keeps telling me that she's too old for me, and
all right,
and that I should find somebody better.
Okay. She is telling you the truth. You have yet to embrace the truth. What she's basically saying is, either she thinks that you will get tired of her and leave her, so she doesn't want to start a relationship, or she might find somebody else that's more compatible with her, and she's letting you know that. So when somebody says, I'm too young for you, I'm too old for you, you should find someone your own age, what they're basically doing is they're letting you down easy. And what they're doing is they're setting the stage for them leaving you or you leaving them. And what she doesn't want to waste her time with you, because either she's insecure and thinks that you might find another woman one of these days when one comes along, or that she'll leave you and then have a lot of explaining to do. So I would not pursue this woman as marriage material if she's telling you right now that she's too old for you, because she's being completely honest.
What if that was just maybe the depression talking? So you got to back it up here a little bit and look at the scenario. We met, and I had a house, and she had a storage unit full of furniture. We got to know each other through the person who cuts my hair, and so it was basically, in an instant, she moved in with me and has been living with me for the past 7 months.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with she telling you that she's too old for you?
Yeah.
How easily can she separate herself from me right now? She doesn't have a job.
So you hooked up with the woman that you met
who was homeless.
Who is homeless. She doesn't have a job. All right. Now, how old are you?
26.
26. How old is she?
43.
43. Yeah. Okay. And so no job. What's going on with her?
Her father she's an Army brat. Her father's retired.
I don't care about her dad. Why doesn't she have a job?
She quit her job to take care of her mother when she got breast cancer, and hasn't gotten around to getting another job yet.
Yeah, because she's got free room and board with you.
Well, how did she survive before she met you?
Her parents were helping her out.
Listen, this woman is telling you the truth that there's no long-term possibilities with her. If you don't listen to her, you're going to get hurt. She's being honest with you. She's telling you her feelings. She's basically saying that I don't think it's going to work. So she's not really 100% in the relationship. And you're not picking up on these early warning check engine lights that are coming on your dashboard. You have a check engine light on your dashboard, and what you're doing is you're ignoring it. And eventually you're going to put a piece of tape over it because it's bugging you, but in the end it's still there. So I think you're spinning your wheels. I think you're wasting your time. It is what it is, and that's all it's going to be, and what you want is never going to happen.
Yeah, you had fun in the bedroom, but there's a lot of drama. And listen, I'm sorry about her mom, but she's got to take care of herself, too. I mean, you've been taking care of her, but she's 7 months, and she's not working. She's telling you, listen, basically move on.
Yeah. And that's what we suggest that you do.
I worry about her if I do say, hey, since this isn't working, we need to go our separate ways.
Ray. She's a survivor. She'll be fine.
Yeah, she's the one telling you.
Yeah.
So if I were you, I would say, something, I agree, and let it go at that.
Yeah, you might want to tell her, hey, you know what? You might want to look into another storage place.
Listen.
That'll leave me. Yeah.
You care about this woman, but she doesn't care enough about you.
If she wanted to be with you, Ray, she would be with you and do whatever it takes. That's the bottom line.
All right, Ray, listen, we've given you some good advice. We don't want you to get disappointed, hurt, or worse, waste your time and money. And we suggest that you just come to terms with the reality of your situation. A lot of people don't want to embrace the reality of someone not wanting what you want. What you want is not what she wants. And she's communicating that to you, but you don't want to accept it because you're emotionally involved. And you will try harder to win her over. But guess what? Imagine a year from now, she finds a guy that is more compatible with her, and then she leaves you. How devastated are you going to be? Probably very devastated.
Exactly. She's told me that I'm the love that she's always been looking for, but just in the wrong package.
Well,
wait a minute. She's saying that you're the wrong package?
Well, just the age difference.
Well, then you know what? Let her say, you know what? Yeah, you're right. You're 43. I'm 26. You know what? You're right.
Listen, she is right, and it's not her fault. I dated a woman who was 15 years older than me about 15 years ago. Okay? And she's still a good friend of mine, lives in San Diego.
Was she Asian?
No, she was a beautiful blonde. And basically one day we just got to talking about, life and whatever. And she said, something, she said to me, I think that you want to have a family someday. And I said, yes. And she says, well, I'm pretty much done with that. So if we continue on like this, eventually we're going to have to break up. And before we really get very emotionally involved, maybe we should just, ease out of this. And I looked at her and I said, something? I said, I agree with you. As much as I don't want to do this, I agree with you. Because 15 years ago, my mind was in a different place, and so was hers. To this day, she hasn't married, and I'm still not married. But the bottom line is, I accepted the reality of the situation. I could have fought it. I could have tried to convince her otherwise. But in the end, I did the right thing. And to this day, she's still a friend of mine, which is very rare. It's rare to be friends with someone that used to go out with or date. So if I were you, cut your losses. She's basically telling she doesn't want this to get too serious. Agree to it and move on.
Well, that's not what I wanted to hear, but I guess that's what I probably needed to hear.
You need to hear the truth. You need to hear reality.
Yeah, just give it some thought, because we just don't want you wasting your time spinning your wheels.
Yeah, and money.
And money.
Yeah, absolutely.
And get out before her birthday or Valentine's Day or all these other holidays.
But that's February and March.
Well, get out now while the getting is good. It'll be it'll be a lot cheaper. Ray, thanks for the call, all right?
Thanks, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes people don't want to hear the truth. When someone says, we hear this all the time, my wife tells me she's not happy. I don't know why she's not happy. She lives in a nice house. When someone says they're not happy, believe them. It's so easy to listen in a relationship. All you have to do is listen. All your questions will pretty much be answered. For instance, you go out with somebody and they don't call you back. Translation? They don't want to see you anymore. Oh, but we had a great time that night. She said she liked me. She laughed at all my jokes, but now she won't call me back. You know why? Because it was what it was, and now it's over. You must accept the reality of your situation. If you don't, you'll waste your time, and more importantly, you will waste your money. All right, when we come back, more of your phone calls on the third shift. Plus, we have more of that Dateline NBC audio coming up, so stick around for that. And your phone calls, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. To get on the air, call us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
John and Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show. It's open phones on the John and Jeff Show, which means more topics, better variety, your emails, and a little John and Jeff.
It's the John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff Show.
All right, thanks for joining us on the third shift. We appreciate it. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. Let's go to Mike in New York. Mike, you're next on the third shift. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Yeah, I was listening about, you guys talking about those Dateline guys getting caught. Yeah, they get dumber and dumber like every show. All they, like you would think they would smarten up and watch TV, right?
Yeah, it's one thing to be a pervert, but it's another thing to be a stupid pervert.
And then get caught on TV.
Yeah, and you would think like being at their home on the computer, the TV's got to be on. They got to hear about this stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing. I think it speaks to their addiction or their mental illness when it comes to, even though you've been warned, even though you've seen other people get caught, you still show up at a house to have sex with a minor.
It's pretty, I don't know. It's not even funny. It's just sick.
It is sick.
And that's why we're doing the on-air dissection.
Because we take pleasure in exploiting people's situations that they put themselves in. And there's no excuse for this behavior. And I don't know anyone that is at all sympathetic to these perverts trying to hook up with a minor. Listen, there's a lot of women out there over 18. If you can't get them, then just, I don't know what to say except,
think about that.
Find a way to date a woman other than going after a minor.
There are women everywhere on this planet, in this country. Go to a Starbucks, an 18-year-old, a legal woman. There you go. Work away, brother. Unload your game on that. Instead, these jackasses are driving 200-300 miles after seeing the expose on Dateline, knowing they could get caught, and they're driving, stopping off, buying condoms at the convenience store, and then getting busted on TV.
To these guys, it's all about taking advantage of someone who doesn't know any better. So this is their MO. This is their game. They don't want to go up to a college co-ed and say, hey, let's, hook up or anything. They're all about taking advantage of somebody who doesn't know any better, and they get a thrill off that. So it's control, it's manipulation, and it's sexual. And they can't get that from another woman who will basically say no. These girls that they're going after, they're just being taken advantage of.
These guys are so mental in the head, though, that if a hot chick came up and started rapping to them, they'd be not interested.
Yeah. All right, Mike, hold on a second. We're going to play some more audio from Chris Hansen and everyone at Dateline. Now, here's the guy walking into the house at this point. He references the Dateline specials in the communication. He's concerned that maybe the girl is part of an undercover operation. And the woman who is playing the 14-year-old girl says, I don't know what Dateline NBC, what's Dateline NBC? And then he goes on to say what Dateline has done, yet he still shows up at the house. So that's where we're at with Chris Hansen. Here it is.
Come on in. To get ready, there's sweet tea if you want it. You don't have to drink it if you don't want it.
What, I can't go to your room with you?
Oh, so this pervert.
What'd he say?
He's offered sweet tea. She says, give me about 5 minutes. There's some sweet tea there. Help yourself. And this goober, this This guy walks into the kitchen. What do you mean I can't come into your room now? Drove all this way. I can't come into your room right now?
Doofus.
So I think Chris Hansen's going to spoil the party once again. Hi, have a seat.
Well, that ruined the surprise.
Actually, I'd rather for you to come. Oh, sir.
The guy's walking out of the house. So here's the thing. The guy is fully aware of Dateline, still goes, and then all of a sudden his nightmare flashes before his eyes when Chris Hansen, the man that he has seen on numerous occasions catching guys trying to have sex with minors, he pops out into the kitchen and the guy does a U-turn out the door. This guy must be thinking, oh, see ya, I'm an idiot. So here's what happens.
I need to talk to you a minute.
Nope.
I don't get the chance to speak with him or Todd West, the first man in the door. But the team from the Harris County Sheriff's Office will.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground now! Hands behind your back. Get on!
I love these takedowns. You got about 6 guys.
Oh, yeah.
Jumping on this guy.
I hope they're just, I hope they get roughed up.
And these
when
guys
they
are
get
like,
down.
some of these guys are crying, they're bawling.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of where I think it's okay for a police beating. I mean, would there anyone out there disagree that pedophiles need to be taken down, thump down style? Would anyone be against that? A little extra baton or elbow or,
Well, you certainly don't want these guys to get $100,000 in a settlement.
No, but make it legal. Make it perfectly legal to
sting.
Get, your butt thumped. That's what we need to do.
37-year-old West chooses to remain silent.
Can I have a water, President? Yeah, sure.
All right, now one of these guys remains silent because he's watched Dragnet, so he knows the deal. The other guy answers questions on camera about his intentions.
No, something this is being recorded. Yeah.
But Baron Wolfsfer talks at length with Chief Rhett Wade and investigator Tony Knox.
All right, so 2 guys sitting down at a folding table. They're taping it. And this guy's sitting right across from the table. And they're basically getting a formal statement from the suspect. And he's answering their questions. I mean, this is just unbelievable stuff.
Who are you here to meet tonight?
Brooke. Her name was Brooke.
How old is Brooke?
Brooke said she was 13.
So the guy is completely honest by saying Brooke said, the girl that he thought he was going to meet, Brooke is 13. Readily admits it.
He's hanging himself.
We have an honest pervert.
Oh. So last night we had a polite pervert. Tonight we have an honest pervert.
Yeah.
Okay. Was my intention to have sex with her? No.
Did you stop down here at the Chevron gas station and purchase condoms?
Yes, right, but my intentions were because she asked me to bring condoms. I had the condoms just in case, but my intentions were not to have sex.
Your intentions are not to have sex. You were just doing what you were told by purchasing condoms and bringing them to a 13-year-old girl. What jury would believe that, man? Exactly, not one.
We only buy condoms for one thing.
To have sex, I know. So that's why I'm being charged with being a pedophile.
He's not being charged as a pedophile. That would be sex with a much younger child. Instead, he'll face criminal attempt to commit child molestation.
Either way, you'll get beaten up in prison.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I guess you'll get beaten up more if you're a pedophile, but if you're trying to have sex with a minor, you'll still get beaten up.
Just stamp P for the perverts on the back of their jumpsuit in prison so they can be open season.
Or just fluorescent yellow or orange.
With a big P for pervert.
I think you think me and Corporal Knotts here are acting like you'd come down here and try to have sex with someone who's not consenting, and that's not what we're talking about at all. We know good and well you wouldn't have forced yourself on Brooke.
I don't know how the investigators know that he was not going to force this young girl into having sex, but that's a judgment call on these detectives.
My intentions were not to have sex, but if the opportunity was there, then yeah, but
What's funny is, what I'm getting from these guys showing up for these Dateline NBC pervert, stings is their logic is completely flawed. They basically say, my intention was not to have sex, but, if one thing led to the other, then, well, maybe. I mean, it's unbelievable. Let's hear this guy again.
Your cell phone broke.
My intentions were not to have sex, but if the opportunity was there, then yeah. But my intentions were not to go that route.
Wait a minute. If the opportunity was there and then my intentions weren't to go that route, listen to how this guy is his own DUI. He's all over the road. He's weaving, and he just got pulled over. Listen to that guy.
Yeah. This is the mind of a pervert.
My intentions were not to have sex, but if the opportunity was there, then yeah. But my intentions were not to go that
route. Sounds perfectly logical to me. I mean, sir, you have a point there. The way you phrased it really made me second guess my position on these perverts. I mean, listen to this guy. You're right, all over the road. This guy's like a sober, guy that's just gotten a DUI. Just completely doesn't make an ounce of sense.
My intentions were not to have sex, but if the opportunity was there, then yeah. But my intentions were not to go that route. So that's the reason I'm feel like I'm being tricked.
Tricked?
I feel like I'm being tricked.
No, dude, you went online. You corresponded with who you thought was a minor. You went there, and in your dome, in your cranium, you were thinking, I'm gonna hook up. Rock my jolly.
Yeah, all these guys think they're being tricked somehow. This person lied to me. You can lie. You can play a role in a sting operation. There are cops that buy drugs in order to find out, are you a drug dealer?
Sting operation.
Yeah. So this whole idea that you have to tell me the truth in a drug deal doesn't work. You have to tell me the truth in a sting operation for sexual predators. I mean, these guys are just, complete morons.
After the interview, Raul is taken to the Harris County Jail. He's still in custody today, unable to make bail.
Yeah, it's the other thing. If you're going to commit crime, have enough for bail in your bank account. If you're broke, there's really no incentive to commit a crime because if you get caught, you're not going to post bail. That's why rich people get out of jail, because they can afford it. So another incentive to stay in school, get a good education, work hard. In the event that you do get arrested, at least you can post bail. Something to think about before you start your life in the criminal justice system.
Yeah, if you're a guy living with men, if you're a woman living with women. But I guess when they go there, they don't mind that.
Yeah, it's truly unbelievable. But this is truly an epidemic in this country. There's no shortage of guys trying to hook up with these young girls. And boys, for that matter. All right, more of your calls coming up on the John and Jeff Show this morning. To get on the air, join us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
What's all that noise? This is the John and Jeff Show. Broadcasting to the backbone of America. Better than broadcasting to the tailbone of America. The third shift. It's the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live. Let's say a big what's up to Lizzie. Lizzie, you're live on the John and Jeff Show. Hi.
Hi.
What's going on?
I've been seeing this guy. He's married. It's not something I'm really proud of, but he is married, and he, as far as I knew, he wasn't happy at home, and I know that he wants to be with me, but divorce is just really messy, as you know. They say love is about marriage. It's about what marriage is about, love, and divorce is about assets and money, and so
All right.
I mean, I just don't know. It's like I want to be patient because I know it's difficult.
Okay, we got a few questions here for you. First of all, how old are you?
18.
You're 18. How old is this guy you're seeing?
He's in his late 20s.
Late 20s, like 28, 29?
26.
26, okay.
How did you meet him?
I met him at school.
He's your teacher?
No,
No or yes?
he was a student.
He was
He's a
another student.
Okay.
So who made the first move? How did you begin a conversation, and how did you escalate it into a sexual relationship?
Well, we became really good friends, and it was platonic. It sounds, you know, a little naive, but it really truly was. And then we got closer, and one day we just, you know, it happened.
All right. How did you decide in your mind to be with a married man? Because you say it just happened, but you made a conscious decision to be with a married man. Prior to this incident, have you ever been with another married man?
No.
Okay.
No, it's not something I'm proud of, and it's not something I would do again.
Okay, I'm not trying to judge you. I'm just trying to figure out your thought process. So you know the guy's married, and you've never done it. You know it's wrong, at least in your opinion, because in some people's minds it isn't. What was it about him that made you cross that line that you drew in the sand?
Inexplicable. It was just we had chemistry, and it was more than just sexual. I mean, it's gone to the point where we're both really attached, and it's just hard for either of us to walk away.
Okay. Now, how long have you been dating this married man, Lizzie?
About 6 months.
6 months.
All right.
And he has expressed to you his dissatisfaction with his current marriage. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. How soon did he disclose this? While you were just friends or after you became intimate?
While we were friends.
While you were friends.
Right.
Okay. Now, does he have any kids?
Yes.
How many kids?
One.
One child and a wife. Okay. Right. Now, where do you see this married man? Where do you spend time together? Your house, a hotel, motel, where?
We date. We go out.
Do you rent hotels and motels?
Yeah.
And he pays for the rooms, right?
Right.
Okay. And he has said to you what? That he wants to leave his wife? He wants to marry you?
He's confused. I mean, I can see it going there as far as, you know.
All right. How often do you see this married man? Once a week, twice a week?
I would see him about 2 or 3 times a week, sometimes less, sometimes more.
Okay. And let me ask you this. What do you think this guy's going to do? What's your gut feeling right now? Is he going to leave his wife or not?
My gut tells me he is, but there's more to it. It's like she found out about me.
All right. How did his wife find out about you?
A voicemail, classic voicemail.
Okay, so you left a voicemail on the home number? Or
no, on his cell. And I guess she had his password. He hadn't known.
She intercepted it?
Yes.
Okay. So the guy's pretty much caught.
Right.
And he still sees you, correct?
Right.
Okay.
And he was caught again recently.
Okay. So here's a guy that's gotten caught, and he's still seeing you, the mistress, which basically means at this point, he doesn't care. Right?
Right.
And this wife of his is tolerating it, or maybe there's something going on behind the scenes. Most married guys never leave their wives. You know, it's the reason why they're dating someone who's outside of the marriage is because they just want a part-time companion. But most guys will never leave, or most people in general will never leave their family unless it's really an outrageous situation.
Yeah, Lizzie, listen, you're too young.
I understand.
For this, but hold on, you're too young for this drama. I mean, you're an 18-year-old college student, and, you know, everything's been derailed because you're with a guy, he's married, he has a kid, all right? He cheated on his wife to be with you. What does that say about the character of that guy?
he's not a bad person. I mean, I know it sounds horrible and you'd never believe it, but he's...
I know, but think about what he did. He cheated on his wife to be with you. Is that someone that you would want to marry?
It's so messy. It's not black and white.
Well,
yeah, but you gotta
ask yourself, yes or no, would you want to marry someone who cheated to be with you? A cheater. Would you want to marry a cheater?
Maybe this particular one.
There's a couple of things. There's a lot of things here. A, you're way too young to even be thinking marriage. And the guy that
not anytime soon.
Well, no, but you're
I've always agreed with you, and don't get married till you're 30.
But I don't think do you think this guy's going to wait 10 years?
And
well, who knows? I mean, I'm not saying I would wait
But Lizzie, do you think you're the only one?
I honestly, I do.
Okay. What you think and what you know often are two different things. You might be one of a few he has seen.
But it's not just sex. Like, we can keep our pants on and have a great time.
Lizzie,
conversation.
Yeah, maybe because he's tired because he's been with another girl and he needs some downtime.
Lizzie, the problem here is you're not even answering the questions I'm asking because you're so emotionally involved in this. I'm telling you that you might be one of several girls in the mix.
He doesn't have time for several girls.
Lizzie, you're in so deep then.
You have so much denial at this point. In other words, you think you know everything about this guy, and you don't. You think you know everything that's going on.
Are you using protection when you guys,
Yeah, yes.
Well, I think you will continue dating this guy. You'll get more emotionally involved. And then he's going to say, hold on. Then he's going to say, see you later. So get ready for it because it's coming. It's coming very soon.
You're playing, a dangerous game here.
And this is what happens when people date married people. They usually end up getting the short end of the stick.
You're not the priority in his life. The priority really is his kid and his wife.
Listen, the married person always has control during the mistress-married person relationship because it's their schedule. I can't see you. I have my kid. I have to take him to soccer practice. Oh, my wife is home now. I can't see you. So you're on his schedule.
You're number 3. His kid is probably number 1. His wife is probably number 2 because he's still married to her. You're number 3. He takes you out like a toy, and he plays with you when he wants and then puts you back, and you have to deal with that. That's what's going on here. He's using you. You're using him too, but, you've got a lot more to think about because you're a young girl, you're in college, you're 18 years old.
And when you're 18, you fall in love very easy. And you equate companionship as something that is probably more than it really is.
You need to really think about it. Yeah.
So Lizzie, do us a favor, stay in touch with us, email us at johnjeff.com. We want an update on this at least every week.
All right.
Okay, Lizzie, thanks for the call.
Yeah.
All right, go to our website at johnjeff.com.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who think women who keep their maiden names in marriage are high maintenance.
We're two guys who think DNA tests should be mandatory before a man's name goes on a birth certificate.
We're two guys who think nobody should get married before the age of 30.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
Keeping you awake live on the third shift, it is the John and Jeff Show, third shift free-for-all!
It's not your imagination. The third shift goes by twice as fast when you listen every hour to the John and Jeff Show. Call us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF to get on the air, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
That's right. Welcome to the show. Here's a third shift free for all. More topics, better variety. Stand by for stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. Coming up, we'll unload news and nonsense from the news pile. Plus, if you need relationship advice or advice on almost anything, John and I are standing by as a public service on the third shift. The free advice department is open. So there's a lot going on right now. Grab a cup of coffee, pick up the phone, and call now.
All right, if you want to join us on the air, call 877-97-JOHN Jeff, 877-97-JOHN Jeff. Well, Jeff, a story that we did, I think it was a couple of days ago, where this 29-year-old guy impersonated a young kid, a 15-year-old. Well, it turns out that the publicity, or actually he was impersonating a 12-year-old, the publicity of this case made other people say, hey, wait a minute. I think that's the guy that went to another school in the state of Arizona. It turns out that this 29-year-old sex offender actually enrolled in a school for at least 2 months, even turned in his homework and played at recess. The 29-year-old sex offender, 5'6", 120 pounds. He's 29 and he passed himself off as a preteen.
That is sick.
I mean, that is as deviant as it gets. When you're 29 years old, and rather than going out and making a living, you brush your hair, you brush your teeth, and you impersonate a 12-year-old. How could this happen? How could this happen in this day and age that a almost 30-year-old man can pass himself off as a 12-year-old boy and be in school for 2 months?
And he was a sex offender. So here you've got an undercover sex offender playing the role of a 12-year-old boy hanging out with young boys. I mean, this is straight up evil. This guy needs to be nailed big time. I mean, it's absolutely, you're right, John. It's lower than low, sicker than sick. It's just beyond twisted.
And here's the odd thing. For a while, he was impersonating a 7th grader. And then he tried to go as low as a 12-year-old, which is probably, a 5th, 6th grader at that point? I mean, it's just unbelievable how nobody caught on to this. Now, I saw a picture of this guy. He does look young for his age. But I think most people would probably be able to decipher if this kid was even the age that he proclaimed that he was. So, do we have to do now background checks on kids going into school to find out if they really are who they are? Because a story like this makes you begin to wonder how many other adults are impersonating kids just so they can have access to kids in elementary school and junior high. I mean, if this guy is doing it and he got away with it for 2 months, how many other guys are out there? How many other sex offenders have enrolled themselves into their public school system? While I'm paying taxes, I might as well do arithmetic for the second time. I might as well, have another science class.
This 29-year-old weirdo was real excited come late August. Oh, the back to school sale. Oh, I'm going to pick up my notebook and pens and, I need some notebook paper and I need my backpack. And now I need to try and act like a 12-year-old. I can't wait for the first day of school. This guy, usually the first day of school, you're like, this guy was he was probably there early.
Well, that's because fresh meat was in the classroom. Now, listen to the spokesperson for the school system. This is just an outrageous statement, in my opinion, given the circumstances. Once again, we got a 29-year-old guy impersonating a 7th grader. This is the comment from the school spokeswoman. Quote, by all accounts, he was quiet. He kept to himself most of the time and appeared to be a good student. Well, he's 29. Of course he's going to be a reasonably good student. This is the second time around for this guy. He appeared to be a good student, and he did his homework and turned it in.
Talk about extra. That's not even extra credit. But in his case, I guess it is. Because he's not a kid. He's a deviant adult.
I know, but you're the spokesperson for the school, and you're basically complimenting this pervert by saying, well, he was a quiet young boy, and he kept to himself most of the time, and he appeared to be a good student. As a matter of fact, he did all of his homework, and he turned it in on time. The guy's almost 30. Of course he was a good student.
How about saying there was something? How about this? Spin it this way. No, it's the truth. There's no spin needed. How about this? He'd come in with that 5 o'clock shadow. He was a little creepy. He was odd. He was extremely bizarre. And I was really concerned because he was withdrawn. How about saying that?
The quote goes on to say, this is referring to the 29-year-old man, you can't tell from his picture, but he's very small. He's a small guy. I would say he has a delicate-looking bone structure.
Oh, they're going to love him in prison.
The convicted sex offender from Oklahoma stands 5'6", 120 pounds. He shaved his body and wore pancake makeup on his face.
Oh.
How you doing, Stanley?
Exactly.
Weird.
I mean,
was it John Mark Carr?
So nobody saw this guy's makeup? Listen, we're going to have to get background checks on kids to make sure your kid is who he claims he is.
Who are these teachers? I mean, teachers patrol their class. Don't you think something would be up if you can tell when someone's wearing makeup, all right? You can tell. You look at them. Did this teacher even look at this mofo?
Listen, anytime you see like a newscaster off the set, they look like, they just look so, made up.
Scary.
It's almost like yeah. So how did no one realize that this guy was wearing makeup impersonating a 7th grader? But the classic line here is, he appeared to be a good student. Well, yeah, one would hope. He is 29, madam. Unbelievable. All right, 877-97-JOHN Jeff. To get on the air, call us now. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. All right, let's go to Steven in Boston. What's going on there, Steve?
What's up, guys?
You're up.
All right. Quick comment about the airline lady. She's so humiliated, but yet she's blabbing her mouth all over the television.
Yeah, why not just crawl under a rock if you're so humiliated? Instead, you're telling everyone you're humiliated.
Exactly.
Yeah, and they were given, 3 round-trip tickets or something?
Hey, I'll take them if she doesn't want them.
How about that? Now, you get kicked off the plane, and then you get 3 tickets. So it sounds like they're smelling money. They're trying to get some money out of this.
Exactly. Poor me.
Go public, maybe get a lawyer, try and get some money. Try and get some sympathy drawn up. You know what? You're not going to find any sympathy from John, myself, and I'm sure, Stephen, you agree.
Exactly. And quick guess on the most annoying sound.
Yeah, according to a recent survey, what was voted the worst noise, the worst sound in the world? People cringe when they hear this.
I'd have to go with an alarm clock.
An alarm clock did crack the top 10. Number 10, American Idol Rejects. Number 9, cats mating at 3 a.m., Number 8, the sound of dental drills. They should add the smell, too. And number 7, checking in, the annoying buzzer of that alarm clock at 5 a.m.
Well, you know something? Thank God it is annoying because you'd sleep through it.
Exactly. No one ever says, oh, yes, the alarm's going off. Yes.
I always put the alarm clock the other side of the room because the last thing you want to do is shut that thing off. I've gotten burned probably 5 or 6 times where I hit that damn thing, overslept. So now I physically put it at least 10 feet away, so there's no way you can touch it.
Here's what's great.
You're forced to get up.
Yeah. Here's what's great. On the weekend, if you have to get up early, is when the alarm goes off and you somehow find the button and turn it off, and then you realize that you don't have to get up. You feel like you've just been released from prison. It's like, yes!
All right. Hey, Steve, thanks for the call. We appreciate it. All right.
All right, man. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you. All right. Let's go to Kimberly in San Diego. Hello, Kimberly.
Hi, you guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I have to comment on that 3-year-old on the plane. I'm very amazed that no one on the airplane, any of the passengers, said anything to these people. Because I actually
how do you
did
know
on
that?
a plane.
How do you know that?
Oh, I don't. But I was just thinking because I actually did that on a trip that I took from San Diego to New York this past Christmas. There was a 3 to 4-year-old little girl, and she was running up and down the aisle. And as she was doing it, she had her arms out, and so she was banging the back of everybody's seats as she was running. She must have done it 3 times. And the parents kept going, Jessica, come sit down, come sit down. And they wouldn't get up out of the seat. She was running literally from the front to the back.
Yeah, again, that's an example of what we were talking about a little bit earlier, where a parent talks to their kid like an adult and, oh, could you please sit down for mommy while the kid is still out of control. Parents can't talk to their kids like adults. You're not talking to an adult. You're talking to an infant who doesn't want to listen to you because you're not feeding them.
Yeah, you don't say, would you like to sit down? Why don't you sit down? No, you tell them, listen, sit down. But here's
or better yet, pick the kid up.
That's correct.
Stuff them in the seat. Have the father put on the belt, and that's it.
Right, and tell them if you get up, there's a monster in the back of the plane that will come and get you. All you have to do if you want to get a kid to comply is mention the word monster.
Mm-hmm. Completely agree. Because I actually said to the parents,
humiliated.
All right, here's the woman again pleading her case that we were humiliated. Once again, not an apology to everyone who was inconvenienced by their little munchkin, but the plea of, oh, we were somehow victims.
We humiliated. Being asked to be removed from a plane because of a 3-year-old. Humiliated.
Yeah, how many times does she have to say that she's humiliated?
You know why she's humiliated, though? She says it's because of her 3-year-old got taken off. She's actually humiliated because all the people on the plane were probably giving her dirty looks, thinking exactly what you guys said. Can't you control a 3-year-old?
Well, that's what everyone was thinking, saying,
yeah,
come on, get your kid
I would have said it.
Under control. Let's hear how many times she has to tell everyone she's been humiliated.
Humiliated. Being asked to be removed from a plane because of a 3-year-old. Humiliated.
3 times. Once wasn't good enough. The second time wasn't repetitive. And then the third time is just redundant.
So absurd.
No personal responsibility on the parents' part.
None. It's just amazing. This child is going to grow up to be the biggest brat and probably get beat up in school.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm the reporter, would you like to extend an apology for inconveniencing the other passengers? Right. I mean, I would have said to this couple, at what point could the plane leave? I mean, how long should the plane wait until you get your kid under control? A half hour, an hour? And at what point would you have volunteered to get off the flight, not to inconvenience somebody else? That's the question right there.
Yeah, and I'm sure that if you and I were on the plane, we probably would have said something to the parents. I know how you are too, and I just have a feeling that you're outspoken like me, and I definitely would have said something to the parents to represent the whole plane. I would have said, get your kid in the seat. We'd like to get to our destination.
Well, you can bet that listen, usually people with kids get on the plane early.
Right.
For the exact reason why you might need special assistance or extra time.
Extra time, yeah.
So this couple may have been running a little late, or they were boarding during general boarding. But, I mean, I'm not even a parent.
Neither am I.
And I see people just put their kid in a seat and buckle them. Now you have 2 parents, so 2 able-bodied adults could not put this child in a seat.
Funny. It's so funny. You can't control a 3-year-old. It's amazing.
So, I mean, maybe
these 3-year-old ruling.
Maybe these parents should be investigated to find out if they're fit enough to take care of a 3-year-old.
The 3-year-old is out of control. Imagine
Child Protective Services.
Imagine think about this. A 3-year-old getting booted off of a commercial airline flight. A 3-year-old.
Oh, so funny.
Well, the entire family.
I know, but think about that, because they couldn't handle the 3-year-old.
They treated the 3-year-old like a terrorist.
Listen.
Terrorists, people that make big, people that always make scenes. It doesn't matter. Now, this is the perfect example, because I actually work at a law office. That's where I am right now. And my boss, I just asked him, because we were listening to your thing, and he said, they have no case. He He said, good luck.
Well, I don't think they're suing the airline, are they?
Well, because I just got from you said they might get a lawyer.
Well, no, think about it. No, I'm saying,
because they were embarrassed.
You go on TV, all right, and you're fired up.
Right.
And usually what happens after someone goes on TV and they make a statement and claiming that they're the victim, you know, I'm not saying that they're going to do this, but, you know, where's this going?
Well, I'm sure there's some attorney that's saying, let's float discrimination. Let's see how much we can get on that one.
But they wouldn't work because they are treated as if it's a perfect example of airline security, because it doesn't matter if you're 3 or if you're 30. If you won't comply, you're getting off the plane.
If you won't comply, you won't fly.
That's correct.
And you know something? It had to have been a lot worse than any of these published reports, because flight attendants, when it comes to little kids, they're usually the friendliest and most accommodating. So I think they gave this couple ample opportunity on numerous occasions during the time that they were on that plane to get it right. They didn't get it right. And they said, listen, we've given you a chance. We've told you what to do. You won't do it because your kid is dictating what's happening here. And as a result, get off the flight. And your luggage going to Boston without you should be a lesson to
that
these.
Was so funny.
Yeah, I mean, that is the greatest part of this story.
I thought that too.
That these people didn't have any clothing for 48 hours. That's a perfect punishment for stupid parents.
Yeah, their luggage behavior was better than the passengers. So the luggage got to fly. The luggage complied, so they flew.
If I was the airline spokesperson, I would say your luggage is always welcome on our airline, but not you.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I wanted to ask you guys, can I take a stab at the trivia?
Okay, what is the worst sound in the world? People cringe when they hear this.
A screaming kid on a plane. That's mine.
A screaming baby did make the countdown. I think we hit the pause button at number 7. Number 7 was the alarm clock. Number 6, a yelping puppy. The sound of a shrieking puppy.
Is that when the dog gets hit by a car?
Or it gets its tail caught in the door, which is...
Oh, okay.
Number 5, John, was a good guess from you. Fingernails.
I was going to say that, but yeah, no.
Fingernails on a chalkboard. And coming up, we got the top 4.
All right. Well, listen, Kimberly, thank you for the call. We appreciate it.
Great. Thanks, you guys.
Okay. All right.
Bye-bye.
More of your calls coming up on the third shift free for all. 877-97 John Jeff to get on the air. 877-97 John Jeff.
John and Jeff. You're listening to the John and Jeff Show.
It's the third shift free-for-all. It's the John and Jeff Show.
All right, thanks for joining us on the third shift. 877-97 John Jeff. To get on the air, call us now. 877-97 John Jeff. All right, Brian is next in New York. Hello, Brian.
How you doing, guys?
Good. What's going on, Brian?
Not too much. Just working.
Where are you working?
I'd rather not say.
Fair enough.
I'm not there.
Okay.
But I just wanted to take a shot at that trivia question.
Okay. What is the worst noise in the world? This noise, Brian, makes people cringe.
I gotta say it's silverware on a plate. Like a fork and knife scratching on a plate.
That did not crack at the top 10.
That
did not crack the top 10.
Wow, that's bad, too, 'cause I hate that noise.
It is, you're in a restaurant and you hear someone drop a plate or they break a glass and everyone stops, like a pause button, and looks. Where's the origin of the glass breaking for some reason?
Well, here's the thing. When a waiter or waitress drops something, people laugh at them. Have you noticed that? They clap.
Yeah, that's not
cool. I mean, think about that. You're in a restaurant, you're serving, and all of a sudden, you run into somebody and you smash a plate on the ground, all the glasses fall, and then you have the customers clapping. Oh, way to go, way to go. It's like, I mean, what a humiliating experience. Now that is a humiliating experience, not like these parents that can't control their 3-year-old on a plane.
Yeah.
But why would the general public do that to a waiter or waitress? I mean, wouldn't you feel bad for the person that everyone is watching them?
Yes.
And they've just, shattered all the glass on the ground?
I feel bad every time because, John, back in the day, I was a busboy, and I probably lost, during my tour of duty being a busboy, I probably lost 12 glasses and 18 plates. Now, when you were a busboy, weren't you a dishwasher?
I was a busboy, dishwasher, the whole thing. Also had to sweep the parking lot on a Saturday and Sunday morning.
But it is
because
humiliating.
that's part of the job when you're a dishwasher. Yeah, you also have to clean the parking lot.
Yeah,
What's up with that?
Well, you got screwed. See, I didn't have to do the parking lot, but I did have to take out the trash. And there's nothing worse when, at the end of the day, when you're working in a restaurant and you've got that bag. And of course, it's your job to empty it, and then the bag is leaking. It's leaking like all sorts of weird, random juice that came off plates and glasses. But I do feel sorry when food servers drop something and people, make fun of them. That's not cool. That's just straight up wrong, man.
Just let's make the person even feel smaller than they already are by calling more attention to their mistake.
Yeah, and if you're a food server and you want to chime in on that, you can. But, it's not fun when that happens because everyone is looking at you. You already know everyone's looking at you. And to add insult to injury, good job!
Nice! People are so mean.
That's just wrong.
You're already embarrassed, and now you got to pile on. All right, let's go to Mary Lynn. Mary Lynn, you're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Hi. I wanted to comment about the crying child. Yeah. I was on a flight from Frankfurt, Germany to Raleigh, North Carolina on December 30th, and there must have been 10 kids on the plane, and this one particular child screamed, didn't even cry, for 4 solid hours. The parents never even tried to console the child because you never even heard like a muffled sound. The kid just screamed and screamed and screamed. And, what are you going to do? You're on an 8.5-hour flight.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be compensation for passengers who have to put up with a kid who was screaming during the entire flight. I mean, obviously, you didn't pay for that. That's not part of the experience when you purchase a ticket. And you know something? If the airline said, listen, obviously the 2-year-old has very strong lungs. Everyone on the flight is going to get a $100 voucher toward your next flight. What's the big deal? When airlines give away free seats, think about this. That's like saying, okay, you can sit in the back of my SUV and I'll take you to the donut shop. That's basically what it is. You're going anyway. So if there's an extra person in the seat, what do you care? There's no money coming out of your pocket by having one person added to your car going to the supermarket. I mean, think about that. What is the true value of that?
I know. It gave me a headache.
The seat is empty. I mean, really? You always have empty seats. So why not just fill them up?
Yeah.
So when an airline gives away a seat, what are they really giving away? They're basically giving away the back seat in your car that you never use.
But here's the deal. I figured it out here. Take the last 5 rows in the airplane, the one back by the bathroom. I mean, those seats stink anyway. So here's what you do.
And they're conveniently located near the restroom.
Right. And the absolute worst seat on an airliner is the one directly in back of the restroom. The seat doesn't even recline. So you're doubly screwed. Your seat can't recline. And every time the door opens after someone uses the restroom, well, connect the dots. But it's like, oh, but here's what you do. Make a partition like plexiglass or whatever. Call it the kiddie section and put the little kids with their parents in the last 5 rows of the airplane and make the plexiglass thing soundproof.
Exactly, soundproof it.
There you go.
That would have been ideal because after this kid finally stopped screaming, then all the babies took their turns crying because there was a bunch. There must have been
the domino effect.
There must have been at least 6 babies that were only like several months old, and naturally the mothers just couldn't sit in their seats and just aggravate the people around them. No, they had to walk the aisles and aggravate the whole plane.
Think about that. I mean, bad enough you got a toddler, all right? Now, a toddler, if they behave themselves, fine, buckle them in. But is it really fair? Seriously, is it really fair to put an infant, all right, on an airline flight? Because they've got issues with their ears and the altitude. No wonder why they're crying. It's like torture.
Exactly.
It's torture for a baby.
I mean, my ears popping out. I'm 55 years old. I have to chew gum the entire time. And, the pain is excruciating. So I can't even imagine what an infant must go through.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask the airlines, it's probably, listen, it's not like there's any alternatives. I mean, you really can't drive everywhere you want to go. You're going to have to get on a plane eventually. And it would be nice if an airline just said, we're the adult airline. No more crying, annoying babies kicking your seat or keeping you awake. This airline is for adults, 18 and older. We don't babysit teenagers, 9-year-olds. We don't have strollers in the aisles. We just have adults. And I think it would work.
Adult Airways.
Yeah.
That would work for me because that was my 5th trip to Germany. My son is stationed there. He's in the Army. And, every time it just gets hotter and hotter with those trips with the kids screaming.
Yeah.
I mean, I would pay a little extra for my airline ticket if I knew the back of my seat wouldn't get kicked by a kid. And here's the thing. As soon as the kicking starts, the parent is conveniently asleep. I think half the time they're just zoning out purposely. They're closing their eyes and listening to the music.
I didn't see that happen.
Exactly. Meanwhile, the kid is completely out of control, pulling the back of the seat. I like kids, but here's the deal. When they're in confined space, you got to control them.
Well, here's the thing. A parent is so used to the crying that they will tolerate it more than the person sitting next to them who doesn't have a kid.
The parent will tune them out because they're used to it.
Right.
I was sitting, I don't know how many, maybe 10 rows away from this kid, and I had the headphones on, listening to music. I couldn't even hear the music because this kid was still drowning out everybody. That's how loud that kid was.
Yeah, listen, recording studios, they have all the soundproofing. It's not that difficult to reserve the last couple of rows because usually there's the average plane has how many kids on it? Maybe 2 or 3 infants that are screaming, if that. So you really just need a couple of rows and, some soundproofing would be great.
But this was an unusual flight because I've never seen that many small children on the international flight like that before. Maybe it was because it was Christmas. I don't know. But it was hard. It really was.
Well, Mary Lynn, thanks for the call.
Okay.
We appreciate you listening. We're talking about this family. He got thrown off of AirTrans Airways because they couldn't control their 3-year-old. The mother's going on every talk show she can find saying that she was humiliated.
We humiliated. Being asked to be removed from a plane because of a 3-year-old. Humiliated.
And now apparently she claims that she's the victim. And Jeff and I said the airline did the right thing. We can't, waste time with a parent who can't control their 3-year-old. Let's get your thoughts on that or anything else. It's the third shift free for all on the John and Jeff Show. 877-97 John Jeff. To get on the air, call now. 877-97 John Jeff.
John and Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show. Broadcasting to the backbone of America. The third shift. It's the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live. Let's say big what's up to James. James, you're on the third shift free for all. Hi.
Hello there, Jeff. It's about time. I'm going to answer your question there. The most annoying sounds.
Okay.
Vomiting, regurgitation, hanging one's head over the ceramic throne.
Okay, you say that, according to a recent survey, is the worst noise in the world. It makes people cringe.
According to the Savage Show tonight, that's what he said.
All right, James, it did crack the top 10, and we hit the pause button at number 4. Here's number 4. We've all heard this. The scrapes and squeals of train wheels.
Yes.
You hear that. That's like a shrieking sound. Number 3, a caller brought it up earlier, screaming babies.
Yes.
Because you're wondering what's going on. Number 2, microphone feedback.
Testing 1, 2.
It always happens, and everyone just cringes when it happens.
Have you noticed that guys that work for bands, they can only count to 3? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1. They don't know anything after 3. It just stops there.
Right.
1, 2, 2. Two. I mean,
you're right though.
I mean,
it's what's funny though. They
these
walk
roadies,
out. Yeah. I love it though. It's funny because they
Two. And you know what they do it? They just do it just so they can take a look at the girls in the front of the stage and says, okay, at 10 o'clock we got a busty blonde. Then at 3 o'clock we got a brunette. You know, I've heard a lot of stories from, road managers and things like that. Some of the things that go on at concerts would probably shock a lot of people. I mean, these guys are touring and the artists want to meet all of the beautiful women backstage. So these roadies are basically given as much leeway as possible. And they're like headhunters. They get cash if they bring back the hottest chick backstage. So these roadies are like, all right, that's the girl I found. I found her first. Okay, you got to find somebody else. I mean, some of the games that go on are just really incredible.
Yeah, and if you're a roadie in a band or you're part of the team there, let us know about some of the craziness. But you're right, John.
Testing 1, 2, 2.
But then you get the cocky roadie that'll stand out on stage and they'll do different versions of the check. It'll be like two, check.
And they're only doing it on stage because they're just checking out the landscape.
Right. They're not doing the mic check at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
They should have.
Right. They're coming out again and they're like, two. And then, a guy will come out and he'll hit the drum. It'll be like, doom, 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 doom.
Yeah.
Doom, 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 doom. He'll hit the kick. It'll be like, and the guy will come up and he'll do like a riff on the guitar.
Yeah.
I mean,
that should have been done 6 hours ago.
Right.
And it was.
But you're right though. They're checking out the ladies, and they're taking their notes, and then they tell the band, hey, aisle 3, a hot blonde, front row, there's a hottie.
And here's the thing. You know how the drummer always has to get a solo? Do you know what that is? When you go to a concert and the drummer, who is probably the least known person in every band, probably with the exception of Tommy Lee in Motley Crue, but the drummers just get no respect. So they're always fighting. I want a drum solo. I need 2 minutes in the middle of the concert to feature my skills because I'm sick and tired of playing drums on Faithfully's Journey. You know what I mean? So here's what happens. The drummer gets his solo. So what happens to the rest of the band? They're under the stage with the women. That's what happens during the drum solo. The rest of the band has about 3 minutes with the women underneath the stage. I'm not kidding you.
As a lady.
This is exactly why. So then the drummer's like, hey, I finally get my solo. And then they finally realize, hey, wait a minute, the lead guitarist just, made out with the hot blonde who used to be in front of the stage.
They turn down all the stage lights. The spot is on the drum kit with the riser. Exactly. And there's the drummer in all his glory. And I'm a drummer. I play the drums. So, but you're right, though. It's like you want to do the solo. You're getting all the, wow, everyone's like, you're up there. You're like, you're doing your thing. And
meanwhile, everyone below the stage is having a good time with the ladies.
All right. And guess what, James? Checking in at number 1, according to a recent survey, what is the worst noise in the world? The sound of blank, the sound that makes people cringe. It is people vomiting.
Wow.
Yes.
Is it the dry?
You guys had a real hottie call in a while ago, by the way. This lady from the law office.
Yes.
Yes. She was a hot-sounding young lady. I wish I was about 30 years younger and met her.
Well, you got to be careful, because I think we've all seen these or heard these voices on the telephone, these sex lines, and we've seen undercover investigations that some of these women, they might sound good, but
they look like sows, right?
My late father would say if he saw a woman that was just nasty, he would look at me, he'd elbow me, he'd say, get a load of her. God bless her. You wouldn't want to wake up with that now, would you? In his Australian accent, he would do that from time to time, like telling me, Jeff, whatever you do, when you get married, just be careful. And he would always tell me, all right, Jeffy. He called me Jeffy. Be all, Jeffy, be sure you take a good look at the mother there, right? You know, you want to take a good look at it because your wife is going to look like her one day. And so you got to take a good, long, hard look at the mother. You don't want to stare at her because she'll think you're kind of creepy, but you got to look at her. And I'd be like, okay, Dad. So that was in my brain. So it's like, you know, every time I go on a date, I'd be like checking out the mom. If the mom had Hillary Clinton bloated ankle syndrome, I'd be like, I don't think there'll be a second date.
Well, let's throw that out on the third shift. Does your wife now begin to look more and more like her mother? Is your wife morphine into your mother-in-law?
Yes.
And if
my ex-wife looks like her mother.
Oh.
Yes. And acts like her mother.
Oh. Does she have a bee's nest on her head yet?
No, she's my ex-wife. I was married for 32 years. She's a beautiful lady, but she's also a witch.
Oh, wow. So
yeah.
For 32 years, and then she ended it, or did you end it?
She ended it.
And were you surprised when she said, I'm through?
No.
Were you?
I wish she would have said it 29 years earlier, though.
So did she say that she never really loved you for the 30 plus years?
How did you guess?
It's always that way. You know, the audacity of somebody who says, I never really loved you. I just wanted a companion and I was never in love with you. You know, anyone who goes around saying that after 30 years of marriage is mentally ill.
You know what you say to someone if they say that to you, if they say, you know, I was never really in love with you, just say, well, you know what? I used you for pound per pound. And you know what? You were awful. Get out!
Yeah, when anyone says that to you, you can just say at that point, well, you weren't the only one for 30 years.
Yeah, you weren't the only one. I'd rather be with a low quality blow-up doll than you.
All right, James, congratulations. You got that John and Jeff Show long sleeve third shift t-shirt, and all the gear is on sale right now at johnjeff.com. So, James, hold on.
You guys have got a great show.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you listening. All right, so there he goes. So if your wife is looking more and more like your mother-in-law, give us a call and tell us if that's a good sign or not. Because I think you're right, Jeff. Everyone does end up looking like their mother, and the guys end up looking like the father.
Yeah.
So
listen,
it's kind of like the fast forward as to what your wife or husband will look like.
You have to take a long, hard look at the mother of the woman you're going to marry. You got to do it, guys.
Will you be able to tolerate that in 30 to 40 years? That's really what you're, looking at.
And you got to really look at the ankles and the bum, because a lot of things change.
If you can't see the bone of the ankle, there you have it. I like to see the bone on the ankle. And maybe, around the rib cage when you're breathing.
I don't mind a little meat on the bone, but when the ankle is just, and it's swollen and it's oozing out of the
like
shoe,
the Janet Reno ankles,
just thick like a tree trunk. I just heavy ankle syndrome. I'm not feeling that. Maybe some guys, maybe they're into that. A lot of guys are into the more loving, more pushing cushion stuff. Hey, that's cool and everything.
I don't know. I don't get those guys.
But hey, everyone is into their own flavor, and hey, that's cool. But you really got to look at the mom before you get married. Take a long, hard look. If you think, hey, she's okay, then guess what? All right, then go for it.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Chris in New York. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, Chris. What's up?
Yes, I'm a busboy. I work in a country club in Long Island. I was just calling up because I heard you guys talking about how people are treating the busboys over there.
Yeah, when somebody drops a plate or some glasses on the ground, people in restaurants actually clap and make fun of the person who has that unfortunate incident occur. And we're trying to figure out why these people are trying to humiliate the person even more than they already are.
I don't know, but what's even worse, my restaurant, they charge me when I break plates. They take money out of my paycheck.
Well, they should. I mean, I think they should tolerate it once, and then after that, you gotta listen. If I break something here at work, should they just pay for it, or should I pay for it?
No, you're right. I should pay for it.
Yeah, I mean, and if you do it more than twice, you should be fired. That's what I think. I mean, come on.
All right.
All right, Chris, thank you for the call. We appreciate it. More of your calls coming up on the third shift. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. Call us now. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. More of your calls coming up on the third shift. Free for all.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who think women who keep their maiden names in marriage are high maintenance.
We're two guys who think there should be a law requiring prenuptial agreements before getting married.
We're two guys who think if you're old enough to serve your country, you're old enough to be served a beer.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
Keeping you awake live on the third shift, America. It is the John and Jeff Show. Third shift. Free for all.
It's not your imagination. The third shift goes by twice as fast when you listen every hour to the John and Jeff Show. Join us on the air at 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. To get on the air, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
That's right. Welcome to the third shift free for all. It's time to hook you up with shout outs. Here's what you do. Email us at johnjeff.com. Let us know who you are, where you're at, and what you're doing. All right, let's get into it here. LA and the OC. We got the ladies at Foreplay. Veronica up late in Bell. It's her birthday. She's celebrating. DJ Hugo coming home from clubbing in industry. The security at Disneyland right now. Thanks for your emails, guys. And Eduardo in East LA. Boston checking in with a shout going out to Albert in Malden. We got Mr. Maintain right now working third shift. Shelly in Peabody. And we've got Tony right now, a third shifter. He's up right now listening in the break room. New York City checking in. What's up to Eddie, the Repo Man in Jersey? We got Al in Cliffside Park, and it's his birthday. Kim in Soho. Dan right now working security, third watch detail. And Augie is on the PlayStation 3 tip right now. Chicago. What's up to Paul in Oak Park? Video gamer Ryan right now playing some video games, having a good time, and enjoying a cool one. Also, a big shout out to Blaine from Dana. And we've got San Francisco in the Bay Area. Jordan with the 4th class cadets at the Maritime Academy right now. Thank you for listening. We got the crew at Eagle River Motorcycle Rentals. They rent some really sweet rides there. We got Google Security right now checking in. Big shout going out to Dan. And we got a big shout going out to Evan right now up late. San Diego, we got the crew at On Broadway. The bartenders and waitresses, a great spot there. And Monica's on the MySpace tip right now. And Mitch in National City. Portland, RE in the Great Northwest. We got the crew at the Oregonian right now. Madison checking in. What's up to the Madison Police Department? Listening in their police interceptors. Thanks, guys. Thanks for doing what you do on the third shift. Augusta, GA, Pauline, a happy birthday shout. Kenworth Bob hits the air brakes in Louisville, and he says, call me, Deirdre. Call me ASAP. All right, Deirdre, you got the message. Marilyn is in Charleston. Keith hanging out in Greensboro. Charlottesville, what's up to Dane right now? He's online doing some gaming right now. Fort Lauderdale, Muscle Car, David. Lansing, what's up to Maury? Portland, Maine, the Press Herald crew listening. Worcester, Mass, what's up to Timothy? The Sioux City PD checks in. And the biggest little city in the world, Reno, you guys rock. We got the John and Jeff group at MySpace.com. Veronica is Steve and Triple J. And our hottie today is Yoli. You guys all rock the third shift free-for-all.
And if you need a third shift or an Insomniac shout-out, go to our website, click on shout-outs on the homepage, fill out the entry form, and then listen for your shout-out every morning at this time right here on the John and Jeff Show.
That's right. Welcome to the third shift free-for-all. More topics, better variety. As always, you can talk about anything, and to jump on live, it's easy. Pick up the phone wherever you are. That's right. Call now. Coming up, we'll check out news and nonsense from the news pile. Plus, if you have a problem, we're going to get into it. We're going to listen to your problem and tell you what to do. The free advice department is open. So there's a lot going on this morning. Grab a cup of coffee, pick up the phone, and jump on live.
All right, call now. Use up those cell phone minutes. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. Well, last night, Jeff and I had dinner with our agent, our business agent. And it was an early dinner, and I decided, okay, I'll get there on time. And I'm very close to the restaurant in Santa Monica, California. Very, very close to the restaurant. And all of a sudden I hear, I'm like, let me turn down the radio here for a second. What am I hearing? And I'm like, wait a minute. That's gotta be Jeff. And I start looking around. I'm at a stoplight. I start looking around. And about 20 seconds later, Jeff's car passes in front of me. That means I heard Jeff's car a half a mile away at an intersection. I mean, Jeff, this is getting to the point where you are not doing your part for the environment.
Oh, no.
I mean,
come on.
If I can hear your car a half a mile away, your neighbors must hate your guts. I mean, I heard your car a half a mile away, and I had my radio on and my windows up. I mean, I almost called you and said, you're probably like a half a mile or a mile away. I could hear your car a half a mile away. Now, here's my theory, Jeff. I know you're a big kid at heart. You like V8 engines.
Oh, yeah.
But there's something about you getting attention that makes you feel good. You drive a very loud car, and the reason you drive it is because you want people to look at you when you're driving. It's almost like when a woman gets breast implants. A woman gets breast implants for attention. Well, Jeff drives his muscle car for the same sort of attention. What is your defense?
As a lady.
You're a married man. Why do you want people to look at you, Jeff? What is it about you now that you want strangers to look at you and say, wow? Does it make you feel good when everyone stares at you? I mean, pulling up to the valet. I mean, you're deliberately gassing it.
No, I'm not. It's just that's the rumble of the exhaust. I wasn't.
You're gassing it, breaking it, gassing it, breaking it. It's like, okay, you've arrived.
I don't think I was when you heard that. You just heard my exhaust, and it is, John. To me,
a half a mile away.
Well, there's a lot of now. To be fair, a lot of tall buildings in that area, so it's it will echo. You hear it, half mile away. But I'm a big kid. When I was a little kid, I collected Hot Wheels. Let's fast forward years into the future. I'm not a kid anymore, but I'm a kid at heart. I now like to own little Hot Wheels that I drive.
But are you concerned that you're annoying people with your loud car? I mean, in your neighborhood, when you roll in the early morning hours after the third shift, you must wake up everyone on your street. I mean, don't you realize that everyone on your block, Jeff, hates your guts? You wake them up.
When I arrive home, I creep. I creep home. I'm very respectful because I don't want to be waking up the neighborhood. But John,
you're going to get a ticket. You're definitely going to get a ticket on that exhaust system.
You know what? Like I said, I'm a big kid. I'm a car guy. So if you're a car guy out there, maybe you can back me on this one, because there's nothing better than the premium quality, the high fidelity of some premium, let's say, in my case, Flowmaster exhaust. Or maybe you're a Dynamax guy, all right, or a Borla guy. Borla has a fine rumble to it. John, some guys are into wine. They love a nice glass of wine. Some guys are a connoisseur of beer. I love premium exhaust. I love the sound.
Yeah, but does everybody else love the sound?
I'm very cognizant of, when I go into a parking structure here. When I leave, I creep because I don't want to set the car alarms off. And I could. If I wanted to, I could set all the car alarms off. And so I'm very respectful when I leave here.
But Jeff, in the middle of the night, I can hear your car for a mile leaving the station. I'm not kidding. I can hear it for a mile away.
Well, it's because there are lots of buildings. But
I know, but you shouldn't be able to hear someone's car a mile away.
Well, that's what happens when it's...
You will probably go deaf. I mean, it's, listen, I understand you love your car, but here I am at an intersection at 5:00 in the afternoon during rush hour. My windows are up, the radio is on, and I can hear your car coming from a half a mile away. I'm not kidding.
Well, I was coming up a hill from PCH, so you heard me probably climbing the hill, and it was about a half mile away where we were meeting at the steakhouse. So you heard me climbing up the hill, and when you go up the hill, you have to accelerate. So that would make the exhaust ricochet off of the little natural amphitheater there towards the mountainside, and then the buildings as well. But
Jeff, we understand how the speed of sound. The issue here is, I believe that you seek out attention from strangers with the car that you drive. You are like a woman with breast implants. That's really what you're all about. Listen, some guys will drive a Corvette when they reach 50 in order to get attention, but they're 50 and they're trying to get someone who's 18 or 19 to jump in the car. But Jeff, you're already married.
Yeah.
So why would you want to drive a loud car? I mean, you're faithful to your wife. So now you have all these women checking you out and then you're teasing them. I mean, I don't understand.
Well, by the way, my wife does not like driving my cars because she gets looked at. But when you're in a loud car and you're a blonde, you get stared at. So she doesn't really like driving.
But do you love the attention from strangers? Yes.
I don't really feel that I get any attention from any strangers.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly.
Wait.
Listen, Jeff,
I'm telling you the truth.
All right. What you think and what you know are two different things.
I'm not doing it too. I'm not.
So when you drive a loud car,
okay,
you don't think people look at what's coming down the street? You're not that naive, are you?
I don't really get the sense that people are looking and...
Yeah, but you're not paying attention. What I'm saying here is you drive a loud car, you drive a loud car, but you don't think people look? I mean, that's just...
Well, I'm a car guy.
No. We've established that.
But that's
why. My question is simply this. See how you're not even answering a basic question. I'm saying here, you realize your car is loud, yet you don't think that people stare when they hear something wrong. They think it's a fire engine coming down the street.
I think you're exaggerating a little bit.
No.
There's a clear difference.
Have you ever heard a fire engine coming down the street without the sirens on? You hear a roar and a rumble. That's you driving your car.
That's a diesel.
And then, it's almost like the parent it's like the parent on the AirTrans. My kid isn't loud because they're oblivious to it. And that's what.
Well, no, I never said that my car exhaust isn't loud. It is loud. It's an aftermarket exhaust.
Jeff, we've established that. So we're trying to establish, are you aware that people stare at you when you drive a loud car? Yes or no? I mean, we got a 4-hour talk show here, and I'd like to move on. Are you aware that people stare at people who drive loud cars? It's a natural thing.
No.
When you hear something coming down the street, you look. And see, this is the denial that you're in right now. Oh, yes, I drive a loud car. I don't think people look at me when I drive. I mean, you're in denial.
I don't think about it. I just like the sound. I love
the attention. You're a woman that's recently gotten breast implants. Oh, I can't believe people are staring at me. I don't know why. And then now it's like, I drive a loud car. Do people look at me? Oh, I didn't know that. Playing dumb is...
Well, no, I don't think I'm playing dumb. I guess I don't really realize it because to me it's normal and it's what I love. It's what I like.
All right, Michelle, can we get an objective opinion on this? And I promise we will move on.
Is my car too loud in your opinion?
I can hear you from my house, and I just live. No, the reason why people are looking at you because they want to know where that noise is coming from.
Yeah.
And chicks they're not looking at you for the car. They're going, "What is that noise?"
And then they see the car.
And then they see the car, and they go, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
But they're not turned on by it. At least I don't know any women that are turned on by down the street. It's like, oh God.
But would you admit that Jeff's car is very loud?
Really loud.
Yeah. Is it louder than my other car that I drive? Because you said that car was loud.
They're both loud. See, I think you're deaf, Jeff, at this point.
Yeah, when I'm leaving the parking lot, because it's like, tunnels, oh my God, it's really loud.
You can hear Jeff. You could be on the 4th floor of the parking structure, and Jeff is about maybe 3 blocks away, and you can hear him coming to the station.
Oh, yeah.
All right, tonight when I drive home, I'm going to roll the windows down. And
but you're deaf. You can't hear your
No, I can hear it, but my car is fairly well insulated. I mean, I do hear it. When I open it up on the freeway, when I get on the on-ramp and I step on it, I'm whoa, whoa. I mean, I do hear it. But, maybe you're like John, maybe you're like me. Let's dissect it. Let's talk about this, because I think car guys will understand where I'm coming from. I think you guys will understand where I'm coming from.
Listen, people who own the car like it, but then when you hear somebody else's, you don't appreciate it.
I do, though. See, when I hear some nice exhaust, I'm like, first of all, I want to know, is it Borla? I will actually try to guess. Is it Borla? Is it Dynamax? Is it Flowmaster?
What is that?
It's a manufacturer of the exhaust.
Who cares?
But see, I do, because I'm a connoisseur. When
a big bus passes by and you take the bus, do people go, oh, here comes the bus, let's smell the diesel?
I do like the smell of diesel.
Oh, God.
And gas.
Listen,
I'm a gearhead. I love cars.
I'm working with someone who's mental.
Yes, you are. Okay, goodbye.
I love the smell of that stuff, though. I do.
But it's funny how you won't admit that you like the attention that you get driving a loud car. You won't even admit that. And obviously that's part of the whole thing. People look at you. That's why people drive convertibles. But you still won't admit this.
What do you think I should admit?
That you get attention from strangers and that you somehow are impressed by that, or you get off on that somehow.
Well, the valet did comment on my car today. And they see lots of cars, very high-end cars. And the car that I drove today...
They're complimenting you. They're just trying to get you to get they're trying to get a tip out of you. Oh, you have a nice car, thinking that a $10 bill's coming.
Well, I mean, it was not like
you think they really care. No,
I could tell because he was
tips, Jeff.
No, he was a car guy. He was a car guy. He was like, wow, he said, that's a nice car. It's not a high-end car. It's a regular guy car. It's nothing, but to me, I'm a car guy. So, and he was a car guy, and I knew it. The valet guy was a car guy. And I did trust the valet.
Did you alter your engine to make it sound louder? Because I've seen those kind of cars in the street, and they don't make a loud noise like that.
When I bought the car, I got aftermarket exhaust. All right.
So you upgraded to get the noise.
So you wanted a loud car to get attention.
I bought the car and upgraded the exhaust.
To get attention.
No, to hear, let the engine breathe and hear the high fidelity of the Hemi.
See? I think there's some insecurities here. Some guys drive a big truck when they're like 5'3", whatever the case is. They got to get a ladder to jump up onto the tires into the cabin. Listen, I like cars. Don't get me wrong, but when someone is denying they don't like the attention, that's when the lie detector starts going into the red zone.
Here's the difference. You like cars. I love cars.
I drive cars. I like German automobiles. I like BMWs. But to hear Jeff's car coming from a half a mile away, it's hilarious. I started laughing. I wasn't mad. I was just laughing. I'm like, here comes Jeff. If someone was sitting next to me, how do you know? Well, you can hear the car coming.
Well, when I pick people up, if I say I'm going to drive, they're always out in front of the house because they can hear me coming.
Yeah, they have 5 minutes to get ready. All right, when we come back, more of your phone calls, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. To get on the air, call us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
John and Jeff! This is the John and Jeff Show. Do you know that listening to music right now will actually cause you to fall asleep and crash your car? It's true. Instead, just stick with the John and Jeff Show.
All right, thanks for joining us on the third shift. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. All right, let's go to Patrick. Patrick, you're next. Good morning.
Good morning. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How you guys doing tonight?
Good. What's going on?
Well, I just want to make a comment about the girlfriend and her mom. My girlfriend's mother is extremely ugly. It's like she fell from the ugly tree and hit every single branch on the way down.
All right, give us a visual description if you can do it.
Well, she's probably about 5'7", 5'8", maybe 180 pounds, with a red mullet.
Oh.
And she looks like she got hit with a shovel repeatedly.
So like someone that you would see on Cops?
Oh, yeah.
The TV show with, wow.
God bless her.
Yeah. But then again, she's been into drugs almost, her entire adult life.
Well, that's perfect for the TV show Cops.
Yeah,
exactly.
So far, she's hitting all the points here. She's got the mullet
and bad teeth, right?
Oh yeah.
All the drug use. Yeah, there's nothing more upsetting and revolting is seeing a woman on the TV show Cops, all strung out on heroin with no teeth, just talking irrationally to a police officer.
Yeah, and
in a tank top. That's just filthy.
And she's braless.
Ugh.
Now, normally a chick in a tank top braless, it's like yes, but you're like going no with the mullet, the no dental, and she's wigged out on the drugs.
All right, so Patrick, you know that maybe your girlfriend might end up looking that way. Is this preventing you from taking this relationship to the next step?
It's a possibility, yeah.
Wow.
But see, my girlfriend's never done drugs. She's never even smoked a cigarette. So, I mean, there's a good chance that she won't look like that.
Patrick, is your girlfriend adopted?
No.
Oh, you know for a fact that she is the biological mother.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
God bless her.
Well, like we've said before, the question is your wife or girlfriend morphing into her mother? Is that good news or bad news? Because sometimes moms get hotter than the daughters sometimes. That occasionally happens. It's not often. But
it won't happen in this situation.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, listen, Patrick, thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome, guys. Have a good night.
All right. Enjoy it while it lasts. Enjoy her while it lasts because you really got to think, it may sound cold, but this is the cold, naked truth. And sometimes, we're just brutally honest. You got to look at the mom.
Listen, you can't marry anyone who has drug use with their mother or father, period. You just can't. Because when they go to rehab and you get married, oh, honey, we have to take care of my mom. She's back in rehab. That stuff costs money. Why do you want to have that in your life? So never marry someone who comes from a household of drug addicts. Because eventually you're going to have to deal with some problem, your in-law going into rehab, getting arrested. Honey, we need $10,000 to bail my mother out. She scored some crack and it was an undercover police officer. So do you want that phone call at 4 a.m? From your in-law? I think not. All right, Marcus is next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello, Marcus.
What's going on?
You're going on.
All right. I just want to actually comment on the muffler situation. I'm on Jeff's side just because I love cars and motorcycles. I have a bike myself, and I don't think it's just all about the attention. I personally love the sound of my own car. I love the sound of somebody else's car come down the street. I turn around, oh, what's that? It could be a Camaro, 67 Camaro. So can I ask you what kind of car you have, Jeff?
Yeah, it's a Hemi Magnum.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you have a nice thing right there.
Well, listen, it's, I really like the car and it really rounds it out nice. But you brought up a really good point. Me as a guy, when I hear a car with premium, beautiful exhaust and I hear the rumble, I'll stop. I'll hit the pause button right there. Yep. And like a hot chick, I will look and I will say, okay, Camaro, probably running Flowmaster. I'm not quite sure.
Right.
And I'll just say, wow, the car looks good. It sounds good. That's well put together.
Yeah, that's actually what I like too. My girl used to she had to make sure that I wasn't looking at other women. I would actually, it would be a car roll by and I'd be like, oh man, like that is tight. And she's like, what you looking at? But I'm like, that's 6'4" right there. I mean, it's just laid out. You know what I mean? I also have a Hayabusa, a 1300. I have Yoshi pipes on there.
Okay.
I also like the sound of that just because it's a safety feature for me. Because people who drive cars don't seem to see motorcycles. But if you hear them, you're going to look for them. You know what I mean? So I usually keep that on for that use. And, of course, the attention. If attention comes with it, so be it. But if not, then I'm fine.
All right, Marcus, let me ask you this, because I think you might be the most subjective of the three of us. Do guys drive cars to impress women or other guys?
I
hold on. Before you answer, give it some considerable thought. Do guys buy cars to impress other guys or to impress women?
I would like to say a little both. I mean, it's first the individual, then it's his homeboys, like, okay, man, look what I just bought, cool. Then when you go out and you hook it up, it's the female, because it's like bait. I mean, if it looks nice and shiny, you have something that's different, it's going to attract the women. And yeah, I would say a little of both. It starts with the for me, it's me first, and then, my homeboys, they like it, cool. Then if I go out, you get some attention from the ladies, then that's all right.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to have Omar join us in this conversation. Omar, you're on with Marcus. What are your thoughts on guys that drive loud cars? I think they're in it to get attention. What do you think?
Well, I got a muscle car myself, and when I take it out, the windows shake in my house. We're so loud.
Yeah.
And when I take it out, I know people are going to turn around and look at me. Okay, because I drive a regular car as well, but nobody knows. Nobody even looks at me. But when I take that out, I know that they're going to turn and look at the car. Yeah. So I agree with John, because you got to at least know that somebody's going to look at you. So, Jeff, you got to admit that you want some attention, just a little bit.
Well, let me peel it back here. But first, before I peel back, Omar, what type of ride are you rolling in?
I got a 1970 Chevy Nova with dual exhaust, Flowmasters, 3-inch pipe.
Oh.
I mean, it's loud.
That is sweet.
That's a nice car.
That is sweet. 70 Nova. Don't get rid of it. Now, originally, I'll admit, when I was single, I've always been a car guy.
Hold on a second. Let's tape this.
No,
Michelle, our engineer.
This is not.
We have an admission. We have a confession, and there's no priest here, but we're going to take it.
But you were an altar boy back in the day. You were varsity. I got fired after one day, but I don't want to talk about that. And no, I wasn't violated. Back when any guy, when you're single, part of the motivation behind buying a car is, you want to take out the ladies, okay? So, and part of it is, when you buy your car, you show your friends, and they're like the thumbs up, and there's always that feeling. It's almost like you're in a parade, and you just got the car, and everyone sees it. There's nothing like getting the car, and then your friends see it, your family sees it, the neighbor that you don't like, they see it. And
yeah, it's almost like going to a barbecue, and then you have to get a bigger one because your neighbor. You always have to do your neighbor, outdo your neighbor's barbecue.
Yeah, but the reason why I have these cars now is not because I say I want to get attention. Okay, the reason why I have them.
Will you admit that you do enjoy the attention you get from strangers when they hear your car coming down the road? Will you at least admit that, and then you can move on with your life, Jeff?
Well, we all like compliments, let's face it. And if someone appreciates your car, maybe you got a muscle car, maybe you got an import tuner, maybe a lowrider, classic truck.
Repeat after me. I admit. Come on, because you're skating around this. Everyone listening, listen, admit it. Let's move on. I admit. Repeat after me.
I like or enjoy a compliment.
Repeat after me.
I don't want to.
I admit I drive a loud car because I need, want, and desire attention from strangers.
That is not true.
Just like a woman with breast implants.
No, I will not repeat that because that is not.
Michelle?
Okay, you don't have to repeat that, but.
Michelle, do you have any comments?
I have a comment. Jeff, how tall are you?
I'm like 5'10".
All right, so it's not short man syndrome.
You're really 5'10"?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeff is, he's just
everyone is tall to me because I'm only 5'1".
Yeah.
But, Okay.
You look taller than that.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm in a high chair today.
Yeah, by the way, never admit that.
I know.
Because you look 5'4".
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm 5'4", and I'm just saying from a girl's perspective, if there was some girls hanging out at the bar or whatever and the car passed by, I think the girl would rather get into a 5 Series BMW than a loud car.
Well, there are some girls that will gravitate towards
what kind of girls?
A BMW, and there are certain type of girls that like the rumble of a V8.
Exactly. I agree.
There you go, right there. They like the premium rumble of the V8. They like the power. They like 350 cubic inches or more.
Yeah. I agree. And I'm not an insecure, but I'm 6'6", 250. I have nothing to be insecure about. So you know, I'm gonna put that out right now.
Here we're having a summit on the premium qualities of exhaust at 42 past the hour. I mean, we've got, you know.
Yeah, but here's the thing. What a lot of people don't realize is that when a muscle car is sold brand new, there's always a copy of Journey's greatest hits in it. That's a standard feature now.
If you look at the car auctions right now, muscle cars, all right, classic muscle cars are getting top dollar at the top auctions in the world.
But let me ask Michelle.
You watch the speed channel, Jeff?
Yes.
And have you seen like how it goes for like over 800,000? Like there was a oh my God, it was a Chevy Chevelle.
Yes.
A 70.
Chevelle, yeah.
Yes, it went for $1 million.
Oh yeah,
straight up $1 million. And I'm like, wow. I mean, hey, it's something that we like to do. It has nothing to do with insecurity or needing for attention. Just like there's some guys who are into shoes. Guys, not women, guys who are into they have to have the newest kicks that out. I can care less. But there's some guys who like shoes. I feel that they do that for attention.
And that would be attention from guys. I mean, I don't think
women. There's women who's like, hey, y'all really love your shoes, Jesse, or, such and such. So, I mean, it's really, it's not just we don't need.
Women do say they check out a man's shoes. I thought you were talking more about athletic gear.
Now,
no. I'm just talking about in general,
okay.
Shoes.
Yeah, women do check out shoes. They will look at your shoes to see if if you have money. Usually, European guys, they always have very, very expensive shoes. And women they are impressed by shoes more than cars in some cases.
Well, they're impressed with the European guy's shoes until he decides to meet her at the pool and he shows up sporting Speedos.
Yeah.
At that point, it's like, goodbye, Speedo man, goodbye.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, guys, thanks for the call. Marcus, Omar, thank you. We're talking about guys that drive loud cars. And I think Jeff, he's happily married, but I do think he likes the attention from the ladies.
No, it's not that. I like the toys. I'm a big kid. I still like toys. I'll always own, I think, some muscle cars or just, cars that I like.
We'll throw it out to the ladies too. Guys that drive muscle cars. What's the first thing you think of?
And when you go places with your wife, come on, honey, we're going to dinner. Whose car do you take? And which car does she prefer to go in?
I bet she doesn't like the loud car.
She likes her car.
And
sometimes we take her car, and it's a quiet car.
Okay.
And sometimes we take my car.
So your wife hates your car, pretty much.
She just says it's hard to drive. They're hard to drive.
Translation.
Because you can't hear anything.
Yeah. you can't hear the fire engine. You can't hear the stereo because it's so loud. So you gotta put the stereo up so loud just to be able to, hear it over the exhaust.
One of my cars doesn't even have a radio in it because I love the exhaust that much that I drive it in once a week and, it's an older car.
Yeah. Your wife doesn't like the car. That's why you love it.
You rather listen to exhaust than the radio?
I have one car that the radio died like 3 years ago, and
Jeff here's the odd thing about Jeff. Okay, listen. This is
things are coming together now. Why you haven't been to his house?
Yeah, I think there's obviously some issues there.
Oh.
It may be the psychiatric ward van in the driveway every Friday that he doesn't want me to see. But Jeff, his stereo broke in his car. And he never fixed the stereo. And what he would do, he would have a transistor battery-operated radio in the car.
I still have it in that car.
So here's a guy that would not fix the stereo. Instead, he spent about $1,000 a year on batteries to keep a transistor radio from Radio Shack in the car. Now, what human being would prefer to hear the radio on a transistor versus a car stereo? This is what I'm dealing with on the third shift.
But I'm not a car stereo guy. I'm not.
Obviously.
But why would you prefer listening to the radio on a transistor radio versus a stereo?
Because I like the exhaust.
And spend $1,000 on batteries, keeping the Duracell Corporation in business.
I think you're the kind of guy that sleeps not with the sounds of nature, but the sounds of exhaust.
I went on the weekend.
All right.
I'm online on oldride.com, carsonline.com.
Listen, it's one thing to appreciate the sound of exhaust, but it's a whole nother thing appreciating the sound of a transistor radio while you're driving. I mean, this is a very odd thing about Jeff, and I'm sharing it with the third shift. If you want to psychoanalyze this rationale, this reasoning, I prefer the sound of a $5 transistor radio over a $500 stereo system. This is bizarre behavior from Jeff. So
now are you trying to turn me into like a, Howard Hughes? Like, I'm going to end up one day
lining up a germ freak
lining up bottles of urine and say things like the way of the future, 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 the way of the future.
We'll take a break. When we come back, you can psychoanalyze Jeff a little bit more. 877-97 John Jeff to get on the air. 877-97 John Jeff.
What's all that noise? This is the John and Jeff Show.
It's the third shift free-for-all.
Third shift free-for-all.
It's the John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff Show. Coming back at you live. You're right in the middle of the third shift free-for-all. Let's say a big what's up to Chuck in New York. Chuck, what's up?
What's up? Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that loud exhaust thing, I ride a Harley, and I had the loud exhaust and stuff. And I never realized how loud it was until I let my buddy take it for a ride. I hear him like 2-3 blocks away, and it's loud. I don't realize it's that loud,
Well, listen, when you get a Harley, it's supposed to be loud.
But I'm saying you don't realize I don't realize how loud it was until he took it for a ride. What I'm saying? Because you're behind it,
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No,
you're not on the receiving end.
Yeah, there's no other
when you're riding.
There is no other sound on the planet like the sound of Harley exhaust. It can't, you know what I mean? It just cannot be duplicated.
Well, it's deafening if you're walking on the sidewalk.
I mean, if you think about it, it doesn't matter how, if you get an aftermarket exhaust pipe or whatever, when you stick it on a Harley, it has a distinct sound. Like wines have a distinct flavor or a body or whatever you want to call it,
Do guys put aftermarket on Harleys? Do they ruin the Harley by doing that?
Well, you buy it stock, but then, Chuck, you own
it's got to be loud.
It's already loud, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Now, when you bought your hog
from the factory, they're quiet,
Well, they're not. They're not exactly bone quiet, but they're quieter than if you add an aftermarket exhaust or an upgrade.
They're really quiet, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, in comparison,
put that loud exhaust on it, like the straight pipes or something,
Right.
But like I said, you don't realize how loud it is, but I like, people do look, you know what I'm saying? People look.
But at least
I have a big truck too, I have a big truck.
But Chuck, you admit the fact that you like the attention. Jeff here is denying it.
I guess to a point. Well, I have a 86 Cutlass Salon, with the T-tops, like a 442.
Oh wow, nice.
And people stare at me, And it's like, what the hell are you looking at,
Well, it's, you get everything from, you're right, ooh, to guys giving you the thumbs up or the head nod. You can always tell when you run into a motorhead and they kind of, what's up? They give you that, the head up. But, Chuck, thanks for your call.
All righty.
All right. There's
Later.
Chuck waking up the neighbors with his Harley going down the street. All right, let's go to Sam in San Jose. What's going on, Sam?
Hey, how's it going, John and Jeff? How you guys doing?
How are you?
This is Hemi-Cuda Sam from San Jose.
Oh. I think every guy that drives a muscle car has a deep voice. Have you noticed that so far? Go ahead.
Well, I don't know if you guys remember, I've talked to you in the past, but I own an original Hemi-Cuda, 70 Hemi-Cuda. And I love to drive it. I mean, it's just when you don't see those cars on the road, and when you get in it, I mean, I drive a Mercedes during the day. It's nice and quiet, but when I get in that Hemi, it's nothing like it. It's just, I agree with Jeff. It's just, it's a rush that you get just driving it. It's not like driving a normal car.
Yeah.
It's obviously a different experience for maybe the weekend or whatever the case is.
It's
Sam,
playtime.
Thank you for the call. We're out of time.
All right, guys.
Stop waking up the neighbors with that loud exhaust at 5 in the morning. All right, send us your emails at our website at johnjeff.com.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who don't understand why realtors show pictures of themselves.
We're two guys who think it's cheaper to have an affair than getting a divorce.
We're two guys who think homeschooling is a brainwashing cult.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
Waking you, and even you up live in the AM. It is the John and Jeff Show, third shift, free for all.
It's not your imagination. The third shift goes by twice as fast when you listen every hour to the John and Jeff Show. Call us now, 877-97-John-Jeff to get on the air, 877-97-John-Jeff. We want to thank all the third shifters, all you insomniacs, everybody staying up all night. We appreciate you tuning in. It's 7 minutes after the hour.
That's right. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the third shift free for all. More topics, better varieties. We jumpstart your morning live with your calls. The best part is you can talk about anything, and to jump on live, it's easy. Pick up the phone wherever you are. That's right. Call now, call now, call now to jump on live. Coming up, we'll check out the news pile. Plus, we're standing by this morning as a public service on the third shift. If you need relationship advice or advice on almost anything, the free advice department is open. So there's a lot going on this morning. We got a few lines open. So pick up the phone, grab a cup of coffee, and jump on live.
All right, to get on the air, 877-97-John-Jeff, 877-97-John-Jeff. All right, Jeff, it's time to play Who Am I? Here's a quote from somebody. Tell me who said it. Here it is. The more complicated your Starbucks order, the bigger the a-hole. If you walk into a Starbucks and order a decaf grande, half soy, half low fat, iced vanilla, double shot gingerbread cappuccino, extra dry, light ice, one sweet and low, and one NutraSweet, oh, you're a huge a-hole. So who is saying the more complicated your Starbucks order, the bigger the a-hole? Tell me who said that.
All right, John.
And it's so true.
I guess I'm an a-hole then, because my order is, well.
What is your order at Starbucks? Does it take more than a minute to say it?
Well,
how about this? I'll have a large coffee. Whatever happened to those days?
Sometimes I'll get just a venti drip, which is a large drip coffee.
A venti drip, like a...
That's what...
A venti with diarrhea? I'll have a venti drip. Well, that sounds great.
And sometimes I'll order, let's see here, a venti, non-fat, sugar-free, quad 2-pump vanilla latte.
You are an a-hole, man. I mean, think what's happened in your life, Jeff, that you bought into, all of this hype.
It's good.
Whatever happened to just going into a Dunkin' Donuts and saying, I'll have a large coffee?
They don't have a Dunkin' Donuts where I live.
Or just any donut shop for that matter.
Have you seen the donut shops where I live? They're pretty nasty. Seriously, I mean, sometimes I'll get a regular coffee.
Listen, I'm a Dunkin' Donuts guy.
I love Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay? I like Starbucks if you're going to meet somebody because, people are comfortable at Starbucks. They feel safe there. And it's a well-run company. But even Starbucks will admit, and their CEO has, that Starbucks is not even in the coffee business. They're in the, quote, the people business. They're offering a location for people to congregate, and coffee basically gets them in. But the experience is hanging out with someone that you're talking to or pretending you're closing a multi-million-dollar deal on your cell phone and everyone's hearing you doing it. So I'm a Dunkin' Donuts guy. I'll get the large coffee, but guys like Jeff with their, 10-word order per cup of coffee. It's just, how many words is this? Give it to us again, your order at Starbucks.
All right. Sometimes I'll order a venti, non-fat, sugar-free, quad, which means 4 shots of espresso, vanilla latte. So I'm an a-hole.
No wonder we're milking cows like we've never milked them before.
But I think, I like it. It tastes good. Yeah, you have to wait. How long
does it take to get this done?
Sometimes I walk in there and the drink is up on the counter because they know me. I go in there and I tip them. And, I just like it. I like regular coffee, but Starbucks is handy. It's like going to Mickey D's. You grab a burger. You go to Starbucks to get a coffee drink. And, all right. So who said, what was the quote again?
All right, here it is. The more complicated the Starbucks order, the bigger the a-hole. If you walk into a Starbucks and order a decaf grande, half soy, half low fat, iced vanilla, double shot gingerbread cappuccino, extra dry, light ice, 1 sweet and low, 1 NutraSweet. Oh, you're a huge a-hole. And I completely agree with this person because I think people they've gone nuts ordering coffee. Imagine if we went into McDonald's and we had 30 seconds to order your quarter pounder. The lines would even be longer than they are now. So, Jeff, who said this?
All right. I'm going to say for some reason, American Idol's Simon Cowell.
I think Simon Cowell, like most people in England, Great Britain, they drink a lot of tea. And I don't think a lot of people who drink tea are lining up at Starbucks. That's not who said it, but I'll throw it out on the third shift. If you know who said, the more complicated the Starbucks order, the bigger the a-hole. If you know who it is, give us a call. We'll throw in a limited edition John and Jeff Show third shift t-shirt, and all the third shift gear is on sale right now at johnjeff.com. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
And maybe you're one of those people that this person calls an a-hole and you have a long order and maybe you're going there right now to order your morning coffee. A lot of people waking up now. They're driving to get their coffee. What is your order? Because I think there are probably some that are longer than mine. And if you work at a Starbucks, what are some of the orders that you've heard?
Now, don't tell me that someone who works at Starbucks enjoys taking an order that takes 30 seconds for 1 cup of coffee. There's no way the person behind the counter enjoys that experience. So they must pay these people at Starbucks a ton of money, because who would tolerate behind a register talking about, I'll have the gingerbread cappuccino, low fat this, half soy that, decaf that. I mean, that would just make me numb after about 10 minutes. But here's the thing about Starbucks. They have really changed the way people look at coffee. That company has single-handedly made a throwaway drink a premium item. Think about that. People would go and get a coffee at a donut shop, probably a dingy, like mom and pop donut shop. Now it's become an experience. It's become a premium beverage. You walk down the streets of any major city in America, within 30 seconds, you will see someone holding a Starbucks cup. That's no lie. And Starbucks, very smart company. They love putting like 4 Starbucks on one corner.
Oh, yeah.
They want to get every corner of an intersection. They don't want Dunkin' Donuts getting in there. They don't want Coffee Bean. They don't want any of the other companies on their turf. And they figure, hey, wait a minute. They've actually done studies on this because I do watch CNBC. This company is so well researched that people have actually said, I didn't go to the Starbucks because it was across the street. And sometimes in rush hour traffic, it could take a while for you to cross the street. So what Starbucks has realized is, you know something? Let's just put a Starbucks right across from each other. Because people are even saying, well, it's hard to make a left turn and it's even hard to cross the street. So why give up the business? And someone says, well, I'd love to get a coffee, but the traffic crossing the street is a nightmare. So they figured out, well, let's just put one on every corner, on every side of the street. And then there is no excuse not to get a coffee. I mean, think about that.
Okay.
How many people would put 4 McDonald's on an intersection? Think about that. I mean, that's pretty aggressive.
Out where I live, there's like an Albertsons Plaza. And in the plaza, they got the Starbucks right next to the fast food restaurant. And inside the Albertsons, maybe not that far away, is another Starbucks.
Yeah. Because if you're in the store and you smell the coffee, chances are you'll buy one. But the odds of you going to the Starbucks first and then going into the supermarket, slim to none. So that's why they've got you. They're putting them everywhere. And you would think, the business person would think, well, maybe some of the locations are taking away customers from the other locations. No, they're just getting more people to buy coffee who are too lazy to cross the street.
They've got me trained, John. When I went to Texas, all right, over the holidays, I drove 20 miles because the town I was staying in didn't have a Starbucks. So I would get in my car every morning, hit the highway, and drive 20 miles to get my venti drip or my venti non-fat, sugar-free quad 2-pump vanilla latte.
All right, if you go to Starbucks, let's hear your order.
That's just wrong, Jeff.
Drive 20 miles for coffee. I've never heard that.
I live 7 miles away from here, and I pass at least 6 to 7 Starbucks. And when I have to wait in line, nothing irritates me more than people with their 10-word order. I mean, I just get a large coffee of the day.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's like no big deal.
Have you tried these specialty coffees?
I've ordered off the menu. Okay. I'll take second one, but I've never got complicated like that.
What's funny is I know somebody that goes to Starbucks twice a day. So that's about, $10 a day?
Yeah. Depending on what they get, yeah.
Okay. This person says they can't afford health insurance. But they got $10 a day for Starbucks.
Really?
Think about that. They get $250 or more a month for Starbucks. And this person is saying, I just can't afford health insurance. I'm saying to myself, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. All right, when we come back, more of your phone calls. We're talking about just a company that has really changed the landscape when it comes to drinking coffee in this country and around the world. I mean, Starbucks is now going just through the roof, just expanding globally. And you would think that they would maybe be competing with themselves, but their business plan is the more Starbucks, the more opportunities for you to buy coffee without crossing the street. And I've never heard a business plan like that, but apparently it seems to be working for them. So we're talking about your Starbucks order, among other things, this morning on the third shift. Give us a call, toll free from across America, 877-97 Jeff, 877-97 Jeff.
John and Jeff. You're listening to the John and Jeff Show.
It's the third shift free-for-all.
Third shift free-for-all.
It's the John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff Show.
All right, thanks for joining us. 26 minutes after the hour. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate it. 877-97 Jeff. 877-97 Jeff. All right, let's go to Tom in Los Angeles. Good morning, Tom.
Hello, John and Jeff. Thank you for taking my call. Earlier you were talking about your wife and how she'd look like her mother later on. And I just wanted to tell you that if that happens to me, I'm going to be one happy camper. I'm 40 years old. Been married to my wife for 10 years. She's 30, and her mother is 10 years older than I am, and she's 50. And she is smoking hot. In fact, the mother, if it can be possible, is better than the daughter. They get confused for sisters all the time. And just to give you an idea of how I knew I fell into something big, I met my wife at a party. I was 28 years old and took her home. She was 18. She still lived with her parents. About 5 o'clock in the morning, I had her on the living room floor in this big opulent home. They're well-to-do. And all of a sudden, I hear footsteps down the hallway, panicked, and Mom walks in on us, and I'm on top of her daughter.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm 28. I'm feeling like I'm robbing the cradle already. And she just says, I didn't hear you come in. I just wanted to know if you're safe. And
I want to know if you're safe.
Yeah, would you like any milk and cookies? I mean, so...
I'm frozen, right? I'm frozen.
Oh, yeah.
Mid-stroke. And she had flipped on the light, so it wasn't a mistake, and she didn't see. And she said, I just want to know if you're safe. And then she turned off the light, and she turned and walked away and looked over her shoulder and said, enjoy yourself, honey.
Oh
my
God.
And I mean, I was shaken. I was shaken at the time.
What was the mother wearing walking in on you?
She had a nightgown. She just had a nightgown on, nothing exotic or anything, just a nightgown. But anyway, so this is about 4 years ago. We were at her house, and there was a little party going on. Everybody left. We had decided to spend the night. The husband was out of town, and my wife went to bed, and we stayed up, and she came on to me. And I didn't know anything. Well, let me preface this by saying, first of all, let's just say she took care of me. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what all I can say here.
But let me. Hold on. How did this happen? Walk us through how she hit on you.
Okay, first of all, about 5 years into the marriage, the parents bought their daughter. And they know the legalese portion. They bought their daughter, which and me as well, because I'm married to her, but it's not mine. But bought her a very nice home, $2 million home. And in the meantime, her daughter is telling me about how Mom likes me so much that she thinks that I should help her out and do her. And so obviously the mother and daughter have talked about it, and of course I said, no possible way. No, honey. And, that's too weird. Well, it wasn't about 6 months later. I thought, what the heck? And that's what happened at the party. And what she did was, she was tipsy. She just was we were both sitting on the couch, and she just started rubbing my leg. And I moved it away, gently, just moved it away. She put it back, and I thought, heck with it. And I just went with it.
You hooked up with your mother-in-law.
I'm doing it now.
So it wasn't a one-time only offer. It's continuous.
It's been 4 years now. My wife has no clue, but she keeps telling me I should, and I tell her no, but I am.
All right. Now, what is it about you that you're able to accomplish this feat that only, most guys think about, dream about, fantasize about? Are you wealthy? Are you a decent looking guy? What is your gimmick? Everyone's got one. What's your game?
I'm a decent looking guy, but I'm not wealthy at all. In fact, I have a blue collar job. I'm in a motel room right now. I'm working out of town. I have a blue collar job. All the money comes from their family. But
what is it about you? There's got to be something about you that they like. Are you a nice guy? What is it?
I'm a nice guy, but I'm late. What I do and what I've always done, I'm the kind of guy in high school. I had the prom queen. I had the best looking girl in high school. And what I do is I'm never the aggressor towards a woman. I'm always the one that makes them come to me and act like I don't care whether they're with me or not. When I go to a party with my wife, there'll be a fancy party or just a backyard barbecue. I go and I drift all around, and she comes to me.
Okay.
I don't need to have her on my arm.
Okay, now let me ask you this. Is your wife very attractive?
Very attractive.
Okay.
I'm talking.
All right, here's what I think. I think when a woman sees another woman, sees a guy with a better looking woman, all of a sudden it's competition. And the goal is to get the man from the woman who thinks she's already hot. And there's the game that's being played. So obviously you're showcased when you show up with a beautiful woman by your side, because the curiosity is, what is it about that guy that makes a woman like that be with him? And then the game is on at that point. Then it's like curiosity. And is he rich? He's got to be loaded. He's got to be doing something. So
there's some truth to what you say. Absolutely. I know what you're talking about, and there's some truth to what you say. But let me tell you something about this. I have a wife that caters to me, that waits on me hand and foot and caters to me. And when I'm over at their house, they cater to me. If we're just hanging out by their pool, mom and daughter are rubbing suntan lotion on me, getting me drinks, catering to me. But when I'm with the mother by herself, it's a different story. I'm running her bath. I'm making her the perfect Grey Goose martini, well chilled, very dry, 2 olives, sturdy if you have them, that kind of thing. I mean, she's very, very aggressive and very assertive, and I play a different role with the mother than I do. And even when their daughter's around, it's a different role, because the mother and daughter, like I said, they cater to me.
All right, Tom, on a scale of 1 to 10, what is your wife?
Well, my wife is, I've never seen a 10. Pamela Anderson isn't a 10 to me, but my wife is. I've always told her she's a 9. And she says, what do I got to do to get to be a 10? I just tell her that she's a 9. She's very good looking. She's 5'7", 125 pounds, and has a perfect body. And mom is the identical of the two, only she has larger breasts. She's a D cup, and my wife's a C cup, and they both. Around the pool, they wear G-strings. So I'm talking about, early on, I could see how her mom was built.
All right. And the mom on a scale of 1 to 10.
Mom's better looking. And the reason why is she's just more voluptuous, and her form is a little bit more rounded. Like her derriere is just, if you were a sculptor, you wouldn't change anything. Now, it's not as rock hard as my wife. You can crack an egg on hers.
Okay.
All right, let me ask you this, because we do have to move on in a little bit. Sure. Of the three, your wife, the mother, or the daughter, if you had to only choose one to go on vacation, who would it be?
Most definitely my wife. Most definitely.
Wow. All right, let's take the vacation out. Let's just talk about
desert island where they're stranded for the rest of their life.
Yeah, for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I still. Yeah, it's fantasy sex with the mom, but it's love with my wife. That's the difference. That's the difference for me.
Listen, I appreciate you being honest. I think a lot of guys feel that way. There's a lot of guys that are fooling around, but they'll never leave their wife because they love their wife, but they're looking for a little variety. They're looking for the variety that they used to have when they were single. And that's what I think a lot of married guys do that. They would never leave their wives, but they just happen to run into some people in business or whatever the case is. I'm not condoning it. I'm just telling the truth that this is the mentality. This is the logic that a lot of guys have. And, it is what it is. Let's just talk about it.
Yeah. And like I say, I'm just a blue collar guy, but a lot of times, if the situation is right around, on a certain project that I'm on, I'll have her bring my lunch. And, that's pretty fun. She wants something.
Little lunchtime activity?
No. I'm just talking about
food.
I just tell her to, just dress hot.
Okay.
And then she shows up and it makes me feel good. Nobody can get any work done the rest of the day. They're all talking about it, and they're going, oh my God, and they just can't believe it,
So your wife shows up at a construction site and everyone on the roof is like almost falling off the roof looking at your wife.
And I don't pick any construction site. I make it wherever she has to park, she's going to walk, 100 feet or something. So, when she's walking up.
Honey, park 2 blocks away so I can get more attention. That's funny.
Oh, yeah. And sometimes I know guys and sometimes I don't. I try to pick the times when I don't know some of the men on the project and she'll be walking up and I'll hear all the comments. While she's walking up. Oh, my God, check her out, this and that. And I just don't say boo. And she comes up to me and lands a big one on me,
Boy, talk about impressing the boys. Hey, Tom, listen, thanks for the call. We appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, and don't get caught by your father-in-law.
Yeah.
We didn't even get into that, but man, imagine the drama there, where the father-in-law comes home and his son-in-law is with his wife, engaged in the activity.
So Tom is working it.
Oh.
All right, let's go to Steve. Steve, you're next on the John and Jeff Show. Good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
I was calling to make a guess on the coffee quote. It sounds like something George Clooney would definitely say.
All right, the more complicated your Starbucks order, the bigger the a-hole. It is not George Clooney.
It is not.
No.
Well, listen, Jeff, something I want to say to you as far as the cars go.
Okay.
I totally understand how you are with your vehicle. I have an 02 Dodge pickup, 4-door, 4-wheel drive, incredible exhaust, Flowmaster with cherry bombs, as well as 4-inch echo pipes coming out under the back bumper.
Okay.
People have actually followed me into parking lots and asked me, where'd you get it? What do you got? One guy even went as far as climbed under the car to write the serial numbers off the cherry bomb and the Flowmaster to make sure he could get the exact same thing. It's not that I want to impress anybody, but I want to be the one to have that vehicle that when people see it, they go, ooh. I don't want, I'm not looking for the women's attention. I just want the vehicle that everybody, I just want the nice vehicle, the one that turns heads.
Now, do you also one up your neighbors with your plasma or just with the cars?
No, not at all. And it's not about outdoing anybody. There's lots of people that have nicer vehicles than me.
I know.
I want the vehicle that that turns heads.
The ultimate compliment to me one day, I'll never forget it. Years ago, it was another car that I had. And
nice toupee? No. Okay.
No, the ultimate compliment was, it was a little odd because at first I was like, oh no, I'm on the 101 and, freeway. And, I just got my car back from a shop and I'm opening up the exhaust and, there I am. I'm driving along. All is good. And then all of a sudden I look in my rear view mirror and it's like, woo! And I see the red light. I'm like going, oh no.
Get rid of the beer.
What am I doing? No, I wasn't, no open container. I'm thinking, what the hell, what's going on here? And so I pulled over and, the CHP officer says, at the time I was, driving a Mustang, 50 Mustang, like 91. And he said, what's going on? I said, oh, not much. He said, excuse me, the reason why I pulled you over is because what type of exhaust do you have on your car? And I'm like, what type of exhaust? I said, Flowmaster. He's like, man, he said, I heard you coming on. He says, I have an 89. He said, and man, it just, he says, is it catback? What's going on here? So we spent about 20 minutes. I popped the hood, talking about, my car. He was a car guy. He was a Mustang fan, and, he had driven actually a 5.0 Mustang that they had in their fleet at the time. Mm-hmm. And he was just, he was a car guy. And it was the coolest thing though, but for a few minutes there, I was like, oh my God, what the hell did I do?
How you doing, Stanley?
No.
Was it one of those moments, Jeff?
No, it wasn't. And he did not have a mustache.
Oh, Jeff, I also have to say, I started laughing when you guys were talking about your other car earlier that you don't have a stereo in.
Yeah.
I have a very good stereo system in my pickup, and when I had the exhaust system put on, I bet you for 6 months I never turned on the radio.
Yeah.
I just drove around and listened to the exhaust. So I totally understand where you're coming from on that, and if it sounds that good, more power to you.
Exactly.
What's the point in putting in a stereo?
Well, to me, there's a symphonic quality to the premium sound of rumbling exhaust. It is its own symphony. And I think if you're a car guy, you get it. If you don't, you think I'm completely whacked out of my skull. And that's okay, because I can understand. I understand.
I think guys can appreciate the exhaust.
It's a pride issue.
I think guys can appreciate exhaust, but it's another thing to wonder why you wouldn't fix your stereo and instead listen to the radio on a transistor battery operated $5 Radio Shack radio. I mean, that is like.
And here's what would happen.
Howard Hughes-ish.
Well, here's what would happen too. The radio, I would clip it up to my visor, and it was all beat up. And you know the back where the batteries are? Well, I lost that piece, so I had a rubber band. So when I would hit a speed bump, the battery would fall out. So I'd have to, look for the batteries and put them back in. But
who would use a transistor battery operated radio instead of fixing their stereo? You.
Well, I can't
only
answer
you.
that question.
But do you think there's something odd about Jeff when he would spend hundreds of dollars a year on batteries and not just fix a stereo in his car at Best Buy?
I'd rather take it in and maybe, have him tinker with something under the hood. I mean, if I'm going to spend a couple hours, I don't want to be in a bay where they're putting in a stereo. I want to, have him work on the motor or something, I mean, I don't know. I'm just more into that. There's some guys that are stereo guys. And yeah, it's good to have a stereo in your car or whatever. You got your MP3, CD, whatever you want. You name it. But, I mean, I don't know. I thought,
I just think it's hilarious.
I just don't miss it. I in that car, I don't miss it. I don't miss it.
And then, of course, the transistor radio from the 70s. You have this 3-foot antenna poking your passenger in the eye.
It broke. The antenna broke. So I had to get a piece.
A coat hanger.
Well, a coat hanger was too big because I tried that, and then the coat hanger when I hang it on the visor would end up smacking me in the forehead.
See?
So I got like a nail. I got like a 16-penny nail, and I stuck it in the busted antenna part, and that works pretty good. I MacGyvered it, man. I MacGyvered it.
Jeff, your therapist should be fired because this is obviously something that is just unresolved in your life.
I'll bring that radio in tomorrow. You can get a look at it. It works.
We got to take a break.
Guys,
Steve,
can I say one more thing?
Very quickly. We're very late here.
The people that come on after you in New York, I'm not going to say their names because I don't want to give them any advertisement. Boy, they trash you guys, and I crack up because the more you talk bad about somebody, the more people want to hear it. So I'm sure they're promoting you guys very well.
Well, Opie and Anthony, we're happy to be the opening act for their show in New York, and hey, it's all good. So, Steve, thank you very much for the call. We appreciate it.
Yeah, rock on.
All right, have a good night.
All right. More of your calls coming up. 877-97 John Jeff. 877-97 John Jeff.
You're listening to the John and Jeff Show.
I'm all for that.
The fastest 4 hours in talk radio. It's the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live in the AM. Let's say a big what's up to Jonathan. Jonathan, you're on the third shift free for all. Hi.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
You're going on the radio.
Hey, man. I got a guess for that trivia.
All right. Who am I? Here's the quote. The more complicated your Starbucks order, the bigger the a-hole.
That's George Carlin.
That's exactly right. George Carlin. He's got it right. The more complicated that damn order of yours at Starbucks, the bigger the a-hole.
And my wife works at Starbucks as well.
All right. When she's taking these long-winded orders behind the counter, she can't be that happy, is she?
She doesn't really mind those kinds. She minds the Frappuccino with extra caramel on it. That's the one she always,
Okay, when someone says extra, is that 2 scoops is it 1 scoop per extra?
She told me that she's actually squeezed half a bottle into a actual Starbucks cup.
Yeah, why don't you have some coffee with your caramel?
Exactly.
Yeah, people get really, really,
there's going to be the diabetes in this country, in 5 years, will exponentially increase because of this, caramel that. So when someone says extra, is that 2 pumps for each, 1 pump for each extra?
Or squeezes or whatever you call it? Squeeze?
I don't even know, man. It's just, she squeezes half a bottle into it. It's like, those ketchup bottles that they have there.
Yeah,
it's amazing. Let me tell you, Starbucks is the number 1 place where people meet when they're committing adultery. They're going and meeting at a place, and they're trying to figure out a Starbucks that their wives or husbands don't normally go to. And that's the meeting place now for first dates, by the way. That's the number 1 place that people meet in large cities for first dates. And also when people are having affairs.
Yeah, I wouldn't call someone who likes a nice coffee drink, an a-hole. The a-hole is the guy who's, in Starbucks, and he's talking on his phone about some BS Hollywood deal that he's never going to put it together. He'll be like, tell Angelina Jolie that I'll get back to her. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely no. And by the way, sell that stock. And I'm going to have my Ferrari, detailed. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And, the Learjet, cancel that order. I don't like it. I'm going to get another one. I mean, and they're talking and they've usually got the headset on.
Well, here's the thing. When at Starbucks, they stake out their territory, and these people are there for like 6 or 7 hours. They plug in their laptop. They got the telephone going, and they're basically they're going to live there for 6 hours.
They're camping.
They're camping out.
Yeah.
At Starbucks.
Then you get the guy there that's trying to be sophisticated, and he is, he brings a book, like some novel or something, but he's such an idiot. He's trying to pick up on chicks, but he's reading the book, but the book is upside down.
Yeah.
And he's just, every time a lady walks by, he checks her out. He'll stop reading. He'll be all, yeah. And he'll give her the, head to toe.
But let's face it, people are not necessarily buying coffee. They're checking people out at Starbucks. So it's kind of like, I'm not really interested in meeting anyone. I just wanted to get coffee. Yeah, right.
And then sometimes people go in there, don't order anything. And you're right. They'll take the most comfortable chair, sit in it, and open up their laptop.
Yeah. So if you've had an interesting experience, maybe, you were on the internet and you met somebody like at a Starbucks or anything like that, email us at johnjeff.com. We'll read some of your, emails. And once again, you can reach us at our website at johnjeff.com. All right. Congratulations, Jonathan. You got that John and Jeff Show third shift t-shirt, and you can check out the shirts at our website at johnjeff.com. Okay, Jonathan?
Thank you very much, sir.
All right.
Thank you. We appreciate you listening.
So George Carlin, he's one of our living legends.
He is one of our living legends. So in the last in the last week, living legend Hugh Hefner was in the news saying that he's thinking about being a father again at age 80. And now George Carlin is telling it like it is with these complicated, long-winded orders at Starbucks. All right, Julius is next in Los Angeles. Good morning, Julius.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's going on?
I'd like to give you my order real quick.
Okay. Welcome to Starbucks. What can I get for you?
We get a half calf, half sweet, venti, soy pumpkin spice latte with no whip.
All right, let's dissect this now.
Okay.
What is half calf?
Half caffeine.
Okay, so half caffeine, and then the other half would be decaf, right?
Yeah.
Half sweet.
No. It would just be half as much caffeine. It's in between decaf and regular.
Okay. And what is half sweet?
Well, Half sweet is basically, I got to tell you guys, I've had 3 of these things since midnight, so I'm kind of rolling here. But that's another story.
Oh, you're
right now.
Well, I will say this, Julius, that you're the guy that keeps the lines long, and you're the guy that keeps Starbucks profitable with your order at Starbucks. You know, there's got to be a way that you can just say, I'll have this and get out of there sooner. But again, it's an experience. The CEO of Starbucks says that going into a Starbucks is not a coffee shop. It's an experience of dealing with a culture of people who put a premium on their cup of coffee or their beverage. And people will forego health insurance, Jeff, because they have a $300 a month payment for coffee. Think about that.
They're trained.
People are spending about $300 a month on their Starbucks coffee, and then they go around saying they can't afford health insurance. I mean, when you really think about it, it's like, what's the priority?
The coffee.
That's what it is.
The coffee, man. They're 20-second ordered a cup of designer coffee.
All right, let's go to Bobby real quick. Bobby, you got the last word.
Hey, how you guys doing tonight?
Good. What's going on?
Not too bad. Well, I used to work at Starbucks, and I quit my job because of one of those customers that you're talking about, the a-hole customers. The drink that they ordered was, I can't even remember the size, but they have venti, soy, tazo tea latte, 130 degrees, 1 pump, sugar-free vanilla, and they want, I think, 2 Splendas blended in, stirred in. I made the whole drink. I gave it to her. She complained. She said, "Oh, it's too hot." I said, "Well, I'm sure if it was 130, I put the thermometer in. It's slightly over 130." She wants me to redo the whole drink. Instead of waiting for it to cool down or anything, she just wants me to redo it. And I refused to redo it. I said, "Well, you can just wait a minute." She flipped out.
You took a stand.
I mean, how is it possible to type in that order with all these requests? I mean, there's got to be 100 things on that keyboard.
They write it on the cup, actually.
Yeah,
it's like hieroglyphics.
Right,
yeah.
So, but yeah, that's not the whole thing. So she calls the supervisor. By the time the supervisor gets there, it's below 130. The thermometer's still in the cup. And I said, well, now it's cooler.
All right, Bobby, thank you for giving us a taste of what it's like taking these orders. Thank you.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show.
We're 2 guys who think every father paying child support is entitled to itemized receipts.
We're 2 guys who don't trust handing over our car keys to a stranger who calls himself a valet.
We're 2 guys who think violent criminals should never get out of prison.
The John and Jeff Show.
Keeping you awake live on the third shift, America. It is the John and Jeff Show, third shift, free for all.
And we're 2 guys who aren't afraid to read our emails live on the air. And if you have an email, go to our website at johnjeff.com, JOHNJEFF.com. Dear John and Jeff, I don't think you 2 guys should comment on any parental issues. Not only because you don't have any kids, but you're just not qualified to speak on any parental issues. Specifically, the airline story. Air Trans booted a couple and a child off their plane recently because the child was uncomfortable sitting down. Of course, you 2 single guys without any kids, well, Jeff is actually married, but you 2 single guys without any kids, how would you know what it's like to be a parent? This child was obviously uncomfortable and needed some additional time. I can't believe the airline wouldn't accommodate, yet they decided to discriminate. Signed, Melissa. Interesting, Melissa, because in the news early this morning, Air Trans, the airline that booted off this couple because their kid, who was 3 years old, would not get in their seat, and the parents apparently could not accomplish that task. And as a result, they were booted off the plane because it was already 15 minutes late, and there were 112 people on board that had plans. Well, Jeff, the airline has announced that they've received 92% support from all the letters, emails, faxes, and phone calls to the Air Trans Airways hotline. 92% of the public supports the airline's decision to kick this couple and their little 3-year-old munchkin off the plane. And I think something is going on here, Jeff. People are now no longer tolerating passengers who just can't get it right, passengers who can't just sit down and shut up and buckle their seatbelt. So, Melissa, you may disagree with us by saying that we are somehow not qualified to speak on parental issues because Jeff and I don't have kids. But obviously the public has spoken on this issue. And if you can't put your 3-year-old in a seat and buckle their seatbelt, then you should get off the plane rather than inconvenience the rest of the passengers.
Melissa, the bottom line here, ma'am.
Ma'am, we don't know if she's 60.
I'm just going to call her ma'am, John, out of respect.
Oh, okay.
Melissa, ma'am, the bottom line is don't comply, don't fly. If a flight attendant tells you to put your kid in the seat,
do it.
Or you don't fly. It's as simple as that. There are plenty of responsible parents out there, John, that buckle their kids in. They comply, therefore they fly. In this case, these parents didn't, and they got booted off the plane, and I agree with the 92 percentile there. Awesome.
But here's what's interesting. Most airlines would probably just say, listen, we've made our decision, but this airline has gone out of their way to let everybody know that the public is behind them. So this is like another opportunity for them to put out a press release. Now, a lot of people have never even heard of Air Tran Airways. I mean, I've seen it on orbits and so forth, you know, looking at airfares throughout the years. But for this airline to release a statement that 92% of the people who have swamped them with emails and phone calls agree with the airline's position on this. This is what's called in the PR business as really putting it to whoever made the complaint. So you went on all these talk shows saying that you were, you know, somehow embarrassed.
A victim.
That you were somehow victimized. And the airline said, okay, you want to try to, you know, put our name in the mud? Well, guess what? 92% of the people that contacted us think that you're the problem, not us. So this airline is really fighting to keep their reputation by releasing this statement. Most airlines, I think, would just say, we're done with it, move on. But this airline is like, told you so.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I brought this up last night. Here's what should happen in the airlines. Take the last 5 or 6 rows of any aircraft. Put a partition there. That's right, the seats that are right back by the bathroom. Put up a plexiglass soundproof partition. That's where the kids sit. They can be as loud as they want. They can be obnoxious as they want. They can hit the back of the seat as much as they want because they're in the kiddie section. There's nothing worse, John, than sitting on a plane and there's that unruly kid crawling all over the place like a crab and their parents are in complete denial because they're 2 Bloody Marys deep and they're asleep. Or they're faking that they're asleep and they're acting like their kid isn't doing anything. Meanwhile, the kid is climbing on the back of the seat like a rock climber, clinging with one hand and dangling and hitting the back of the seat while the parent is all looking at Sky Mall magazine. Oh, do you want to buy these steps for the bed for the cat that are carpeted? Oh, this is nice, honey. Meanwhile, the kid is climbing all over the place.
Yeah, and this couple really tried to put this airline on notice that they were somehow inconsiderate by how dare you throw us off your airline? We have a child.
Humiliated. Being asked to be removed from a plane because of a 3-year-old. Humiliated.
Again, they played the victim card. And now the airline has responded. 92% of the public backs us up on this. So there'll be no more sympathy for this couple and their little 3-year-old munchkin.
You should be humiliated. You couldn't control your kid. You could not maintain good parenting skills because your kid was out of control. I mean, for someone to get kicked off an airliner, John, they're out of control.
We humiliated. Being asked to be removed from a plane because of a 3-year-old.
Your 3-year-old.
Well, you were removed from the plane because you could not put your kid in the seat according to FAA regulations. That's why, because you were incompetent as a parent, you were told to get off the plane and bring your little 3-year-old with you. It's not the fault of the 3-year-old. We blame the parents. So I just wanted to give everyone an update that AirTran Airways is saying that this couple is off their rocker.
All right, John, we got a lot of emails on this topic. It's about a 50-50 split here. John Jeff, I agree with John. Guys who drive loud cars and lifted 4x4s are lacking something in their life. And the real meaning behind the loud exhaust and the lifted 4-wheel drives they are crying out for attention. They're screaming, "Look at me when I drive down the street. Please pay attention to me." Personally, I would never date a guy who has loud exhaust or a large lifted 4x4 truck. Dana in the Bay Area.
All right, that's a woman's perspective on that. I think, what we should do is open up the phone lines on the third shift free for all and find out from women specifically. And guys can listen in and hear from what women have to say about guys that drive muscle cars, loud cars, and these huge pickup trucks that are about 6 feet off the ground that you got to climb on the tire into the vehicle itself. And let's get a woman's perspective on this because, guys love these toys. And, most guys will say, listen, I'm doing it because I'm a guy and I like it. And I believe that.
Yeah.
But there is a segment, Jeff, of the population that is trying to overcompensate for something. Now, it could be a bald spot. It could be short man syndrome. It could be some other syndromes out there. So, ladies, when a guy rolls up and say, like a Camaro playing the Journey's greatest hits with the roll-up windows, what do you think of a guy who's driving that kind of a vehicle and these big, pickup trucks? Because I think a lot of women size up guys when it comes to their car. I remember when I was driving a Honda Civic about 15 years ago, and I picked up this woman at her house, and she came out and she just stared at me for a second, motionless, and then continue to walk to the car. And I said, "Is something wrong?" And she's like, "Well, I just wasn't expecting a Honda." And I said, "What were you expecting?" She said, "Well, something else." And then later that night, it was like, "So you have a good job, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I have a good job." And she's like, "Well, you wouldn't know it by the car you drive." And I said, "Well, I'm trying to save money for a house." I said, "Why would I just get a car that's too expensive just to get a woman to like me?" And this woman was just devastated. Well, not devastated, but just disappointed that I was driving a Honda Civic back in 1989 or so. And this woman was, you could just see on her face, "Oh my God, I'm dating a guy who's broke." And she was accustomed to dating guys that had some decent money. And then when she went to my apartment, she was like, "This is it?" I'm like, "Yeah, this is it." I said, "It's a 1-bedroom apartment.
This is the love nest, baby.
Yeah.
Get used to it.
This is where things are going to happen. So make yourself at home." And again, she was like, "Don't you have a really good job?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm doing pretty good actually." And she just was completely surprised that I wasn't in a 3-bedroom apartment living by myself. Why waste the money on rent when you're trying to get a home? So ladies, let's size up your analysis when it comes to a guy's house or guy's car. Because let's face it, women do look and they will evaluate a guy on the kind of car he drives. A lot of women may say no, but I think we know better.
That's right. I think in a lot of cases, if you drive a nice car, it's a turn on for a lady. She likes it. When she drives around, she likes sitting in a premium ride.
I think there's a big difference if you pull up in a Mercedes versus a Camaro?
Well, what if it's a 69 Camaro, a sweet one with the rumbling, V8? I think that can be just as impressive.
I think it's a different guy. That's a different guy. A guy that rolls up in a 69 souped up Camaro versus like a $70,000 Mercedes. I think we're looking at guys that have different tastes in music too. One guy listening to Journey.
Wait a minute, other guy. I don't own a Journey CD.
Right.
So I know
you do. Speedwagon.
I know you do government profiling, and you're pretty damn accurate. But that part right there, I think you're off the mark slightly.
No, guys that drive Camaros. They have like Night Ranger.
Oh, come on.
REO Speedwagon.
Come on.
Remember that band Survivor from the Rocky days?
Yeah, I don't, dislike them, but I don't know. I think
there's nothing wrong with, listen, I'm just saying what the profile suggests, Jeff. A guy that drives a muscle car usually has the Steve Perry, Sherry going on in
all right, hold on. I'm getting a psychic vibration here. All right, the profile of someone who drives a Mercedes. I'm getting Kenny G in my skull. I think I'm getting some Kenny G in my skull.
Believe it or not, it's usually soft music. You're right. There's jazz going on. There's a lot of
smooth jazz.
There's a lot of smooth jazz going there. But anyway, let's psychoanalyze the kind of cars that you drive. And maybe you ran into somebody, especially guys, you roll up in a car. What's the first impression of a woman? Comments that you get? Because let's face it, if you've only met the person for 5 or 10 minutes and you roll up in a certain type of car, I think it does suggest something.
You are what you drive.
And a guy who rolls up in a Camaro usually has this song in his CD collection. And I guarantee if you look deep enough in the back of the trunk, you'll find this song from Journey.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world.
So there you have it. Why do you laugh?
Because, John, I own an F-body.
Well, I know.
And I've owned many F-bodies.
Camaros and Journey are synonymous. All right, it is the third shift free-for-all on the John and Jeff Show. Talk about whatever's on your mind. If there is something in the news you want to discuss, pick up the phone. Give us a call. We're going to stay up all night and take your calls on the third shift. If you're an insomniac, check in right now. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. 877-97 John Jeff.
That's right. It is the third shift free for all. More topics, better variety, and I can smell it, John. Can you smell it? It isn't my recycled chili air.
Is it my Dunkin' Donuts coffee?
No, it's not. It's the weekend party time. Let's have some fun here as we close out the week. The best part is you can talk about anything, and to jump on live, it's easy. Pick up the phone wherever you are. That's right. Call now. Call now. Call now to jump on live. Coming up, we'll get to the very bottom of the news pile for news and nonsense. Plus, as a public service on the third shift, maybe you got a problem going on right now. Maybe you need some relationship advice. You got a problem with your husband, your wife, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, a friend, a family member, a coworker, a roommate. Whatever the situation is, our goal is to help you eliminate drama in your life. But we have to warn you, we're going to be brutally honest. The free advice department is open. And John, I've got some stupid, useless trivia here for all you trivia nuts who email us at johnjeff.com. And it's time to play Who the Heck Said This? All right? Who the heck said this? It's a quote coming from a lady, okay? Here's the quote. I have to wear 2 sport bras when I jog. I create a uni boob. I'll repeat the quote. I have to wear 2 sport bras when I jog. I create a uni boob. Who the heck said it?
I think the only person that would have that situation is the person that we refer to as quite possibly the hottest senior citizen in America. I'm going to go for the obvious answer. Dolly Parton.
Let's marinate in that moment for a second and think about the visual. Dolly Parton. John? That is not the answer I have right here.
Oh, well, it should be.
And let me say, I know I'm a married man.
Careful, Jeff.
But I think if I ever met Dolly Parton.
Careful.
I may come up to Dolly Parton. I'm going to have to take my headphones off.
Jeff, I'm giving you your last chance to get out of this before a long explanation and flowers to your wife.
I might walk up to Dolly Parton and say, Dolly, I'm a big fan, and I just want to say one thing.
Jeff is going to go to proflowers.com and buy some flowers for his wife after that one. I gave him every opportunity. A married man, I gave him every opportunity not to go there, but he went there. Imagine if your wife, Jeff, said something similar to about George Clooney. You'd be like, hey, you're my wife. But then you went there, Jeff. So if I were you, proflowers.com, that should take care of that statement that you just made.
That will be my penance.
Thank God there is proflowers.com.
All right.
Without it, Jeff, you would be in the doghouse. And you might be there until those flowers arrive at your house. Some of these guys that are married, Michelle.
I had a mental moment.
I don't understand. You give them every chance to say, to do the right thing. And Jeff, you're a member of the religious right.
I love my wife, and you're right. I'll send her flowers. I had a mental moment, and John, you're right. I have sinned, and I need to ask for forgiveness. You've been an altar boy, so can you give me a blessing or something?
No, I think you're going to have to get her some flowers for that one. And here's the thing, when you get flowers for someone and you say just because, usually a woman's like, yeah, right.
So what should I write on the card?
Forget the flowers. You need to make her dinner, give her a massage, and just take her just somewhere she wants to be for a romantic time.
Yeah, but the problem is Jeff is going to go along with that package. So if she's already mad at Jeff, why would she want to have dinner with Jeff? You see, this whole idea of making it up to somebody, your wife would probably want something, but if you're attached to that gift, then it's not really a gift because she's angry at you.
Now I'm feeling really bad because it's out there. I wish I could rewind and take it back.
Wow, borderline disrespectful, but I don't know. I mean, maybe your wife is cool with that, but I think you would be angry, Jeff, if your wife said that about like a Hollywood celebrity. You'd be like, what are you talking about? You disrespected me.
I might get some new rims out of it.
Oh, okay.
All
right. Take a stab at Jeff's stupid useless trivia question as Jeff puts his foot in his mouth on the third shift. It wouldn't be the third time on the John and Jeff show. All right, to get on the air, join us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
John and Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show.
It's the third shift free-for-all.
Third shift free-for-all.
It's the John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff Show.
All right, thanks for joining us. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. And Jeff, yes, I am a single guy. I've never been married, but I do give some advice out to people about when it comes to marriage. And I have a very, very simple statement to make when it comes to marriage. And my advice is simply this. Don't marry a lesbian. Repeat. Do not marry a lesbian. Now, what makes me think this way?
Yeah.
Well, other than the obvious, you should not be marrying someone who's had experiences or experiments with the same sex. And here's the inspiration for anyone who still might be on the fence on this particular issue. Remember Anne Heche?
Yeah, Anne Heche back in the day hooked up with Ellen for a while, and then they broke up, and she was found somewhere in mid-California coming up to someone's house, kind of just all freaked out and just out of it, nuts, basically.
So Anne Heche apparently has a high-profile relationship with Ellen DeGeneres for about 3 years. They separate in August of 2000. Then Anne Heche marries a man. And now she's separating from her husband. Well, that's why you should never marry a woman who's been with a woman. It's as simple as that. It may sound obvious, but, a lot of people, if a woman's dating a woman, the last thing you should do is marry that woman. It opens up Pandora's box. It's enough for people to be faithful. And then all of a sudden now you throw in an additional gender to worry about. So my simple advice is don't marry a lesbian, guys. Don't marry a woman who's been with a woman, because she will probably leave you for a woman. Public service announcement from everyone on the third shift.
At 35 and change past the hour.
All right, 877-97 Jeff. To get on the air, call us now, 877-97 Jeff. All right, let's go to Joe. Joe, you're next on the third shift free-for-all. Hello.
How you doing?
Good. What's going on?
All right, there's this girl I've been talking for a couple of weeks now, and I thought it was going well, and she told me tonight that she's not looking for a relationship right now. She just wants to be friends. So I'm kind of hurt by it, and I kind of feel like I just want to cut it off. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to call her. I don't want to answer the phone if she calls me. But at the same time, I know that's being childish. But I don't know what to do. And if I am going to try to, ride the fence and see how it plays out, I mean, how do I act? Do I still keep making compliments that hint that I like her in a relationship way? Or do I stop doing that? I mean...
All right. Is it friends with benefits?
Not yet.
So no benefits, strictly friends.
Supposedly, yeah.
Health insurance is very expensive, and you got to get those benefits. I will say that.
Yeah.
Joe, listen, when a woman says she just wants to be friends, that means you're not the one.
All right.
And no matter how hard you try, how many dinners you buy, how many calls you make, how many cards you send, it won't matter. So I agree with you. You should just write her off.
All right.
Like a loss in the stock market. It's a write-off. Okay? It's tax season. You need a write-off this tax season, and as a result, you're going to save money by writing this woman off. You have to hit delete on any electronic equipment that may have her number, email address, or anything like that. If she calls you asking, oh, could you help me move my furniture? Joe, I need some strong man to help me. Never, ever speak with this woman again, because what you want is not what she wants.
Absolutely. The next time she calls when her cat is throwing up and she needs help, she needs you to get the little cat thing to put the cat in and then take it to the vet. Don't be there. Listen, if the woman wants to be with you, Joe, she will be with you. And whenever a woman says, you're like a brother to me, or she drops the friend bomb on you, that is a guarantee that you will never end up in or engage in mutual nudeness with this woman. And I agree with John. All the dinners, all the, sit down times with her, all the coffees, it doesn't mean squat, because she just wants to be friends. That means she's not interested romantically.
Well, she's not interested in Joe, but she's certainly interested in a guy that she would prefer.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So she's saying that you're not the one, and you should listen to her, and you should never respond in any way. And this is going to be a gut check for you, Joe. Are you going to break down? Are you going to call her? Are you going to send her a card on Valentine's Day as a friend? These are things. This is your test in life, Joe. How strong is Joe in Boston? Can he withstand the tsunami of emotion that he's going through right now with this woman who doesn't want him? Will he stand the test of time, or will he fold and show his cards? Joe?
Yep.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to write her off.
And here's the way to do it. No contact.
So just end it right now?
Well, there's nothing to say. Here's the thing. There's no reason for you to say goodbye. I suggest you fade away. Just a nice fade. No more contact and a fade. You don't have to say why. You just fade away.
Yeah. Imagine, Joe, you are in space and she's in a pod and there's a button that you have to jettison the pod. She's in that. Let her float off into space.
And eventually she will call because where's Joe, my friend that I could always cry on, and I could always, ask him about other guys that are friends of mine that I want to hook up with.
Oh, that's the worst.
Joe was always there listening to all my problems, and now he's not. Joe, could you call me? You haven't talked to me in a while. I'm really concerned. I'm wondering maybe we can have lunch sometime. You will get those phone calls.
And what you need to do is you need to stand tall and be a man and exercise the power of silence.
And when you get that voicemail and you play, you push play and you hear her voice right at the end, Joe, I want you to do this.
And also exercise the power of delete. So you will not communicate with her, thus exercising the power of silence. And when she calls, find out who it is and exercise the power of delete. Because listen, Joe, why have your heart get run over by a steamroller? All right. You have feelings for her. You were clear with that. You were ready for a relationship. She's not. So why go through that? It's like banging your head against the wall.
You're going to save time. You're going to save money. And that's time you could spend with someone else. And again, there's nothing wrong with this woman. She's being honest about her feelings. So you must respect it and move on with your life.
It's a self-protection mechanism that you need to exercise that's within you. Because if you sit and try to figure out her brain and how can I make her like me? Listen, she told you, when a woman drops the friend bomb on you or when she's, and it happened to me back in the day when I liked girls and they would say, oh, you're like a brother to me. I mean, talk about just a complete mood breaker. After you've spent time taking the girl out to dinner, movies, you hang out, you listen to her problems, you have these long conversations on the phone.
I say you don't listen to anyone's problems until you're romantically involved.
Yeah, see, I didn't know any better back then, John. And
so when someone starts saying, I need some advice, I'm going through this problem with this friend of mine. When a woman refers to someone as a friend, translation, it's always a guy.
Right.
I've had women say to me, I'm really going through a difficult time with my friend. And I say, what's his name? And they're like, how do you know it was a guy? Because you always would say it's a girlfriend. But now that you're saying it's a friend, now I know it's a guy. So how about this? Why don't you and he figure it out? Because I'm out of here. Okay? So, Joe?
So I shouldn't even be having deep conversations with a woman until, we're intimately involved?
You should not be hearing any of her problems until you're romantically involved. In other words, you don't want to get used by someone unless you know the terms of the relationship.
Right.
Okay? Mm-hmm. Now, Joe, how long did you know this woman?
About a month.
Mm-hmm. And how many dates did you go on?
Maybe 5 or 6.
Joe, is there livestock behind you?
Is there what?
Are you being stalked by a cow?
No, why?
I
was
thought
that
I
noise?
heard it was either Bigfoot or you're right or
I thought it was like a cow behind you. What was that noise?
I don't know. It might have been me groaning thinking about it.
Wow, you do a damn good cow. Oh.
All right, so how many dates did you go on with this woman before she said, I just want to be friends?
Oh, 7 probably.
How much money did you spend on 7 dates in 1 month?
Probably about 300 at least.
Okay. This is now going to be a lesson in life. Why didn't she tell you, I just wanted to be friends the first time you bought her dinner?
I think she did. But I wasn't listening, and she kept coming out. So,
okay.
You know what I mean? So the hope was still there.
All right.
And then the conversation started getting a little deeper, you know what I mean? And
well, listen, when a woman says, I just want to be friends, the odds of that changing, slim to none.
You'd have better odds at hooking up with a cow.
So listen, Joe, a lesson in life. When a woman says, I don't want to be with you, I don't want to marry you, I don't love you, I just want to be friends, take that as the truth and don't try to think you can convince someone otherwise, because you're wasting your time, but more importantly, your money.
Right.
That's $300 you could have spent on the guys, going to a Bruins game or something.
Yeah, Joe, and we've all been where you're at. And so, listen, why torture yourself?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's not worth it.
No, it's not.
Yeah. But listen, everyone has been there, Joe. You're not the only one. There's billions of others that have.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't being childish by just cutting her off, you know what I mean? No. I just wanted to make sure, but now I know you guys make sense.
Listen, you owe this woman nothing. She owes you nothing. You're just friends. And she did say she just wanted to be friends. You didn't hear it or you didn't want to hear it. And now you're a little bit more emotionally involved. It happens to everybody. Yeah. But the key is to cut your losses in life. I say that and I'll say it over and over again. When it's just like the stock market. If your stock is down 10%, just sell it. Don't wait and hope that it's going to go up, because it might even go down even more. And so what happened here is you didn't sell your stock soon enough, and now you're out more money.
Right.
So just don't let it happen again, and never hear anyone's problems until you're romantically involved. And even then, keep it brief.
Okay.
All right, Joe, thanks for the call. Good luck. And there's a lot of women in Boston, so write this one off like a tax deduction.
All right, thanks a lot.
And on to the next one.
Yeah.
Same
advice for the ladies.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you're in a relationship and you have major problems or it's not working out, and why put yourself through that torture? Just say next.
Because people think, they're hoping, they're waiting that someone might change their mind. They usually don't. So it's not worth the investment. It really isn't. All right, when we come back, more of your phone calls on the John and Jeff Show. Toll free from across America, 877-97-John-Jeff. To get on the air, call us right now, 877-97-John-Jeff.
John and Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show. Clinically proven to keep you awake on the third shift. It's the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live. Let's say a big what's up to Paul. Paul, you're live on the third shift free-for-all. Hi.
Hi, John and Jeff. How are you?
Good. How's it going?
Good, thanks. I have an answer for your trivia question.
All right, here's the question. If you just tuned in and woke up from a coma, welcome back. Here's the question. It's a quote, and you have to figure out who the heck said this. Here's the quote. I have to wear 2 sport bras when I jog. I create a uniboob.
Is it Pamela Anderson?
Let's let that marinate for a moment. Okay. It is not Pamela Anderson.
Oh, God. I was pretty sure about that, but...
It is not Pamela Anderson. At least the answer I have here. Maybe she does, but that is not the answer I have.
Paul?
Yeah.
Who would you say is the most attractive woman on the planet right now?
On the planet? I would have to say Kate Winslet.
Kate Winslet.
Okay.
Nominated for an Oscar, I believe?
Yes.
All right, so that's your type of woman.
Yeah, yep.
That's a woman that you'd like to bring home to your family.
Definitely.
A woman you like to marry and have kids with.
Perhaps.
They
would call that a classic beauty?
Yes.
It's a little too classic for me, but it's just my preference. Everyone has theirs. But
that's a good question, though. I mean, if you had to pick one woman, let's say you're on a desert island and you're stranded, you're flying in a blimp, and it's you and one woman, or for the ladies, a guy, who would it be? For you, John, I know you're into Asian women, but you got to give me a reference point here. If you were on a blimp and that blimp crashed on a desert island and you had one woman to take and you had to spend eternity there.
What do you mean? The blimp crashes and then I survive?
No, you survive with the woman. The blimp crashes on the island.
Jeff, you complicate things in life.
Well, I had to set it up here. A little drama, a little bit you're stuck on a desert island with one woman, and you have to spend the rest of your life there.
Jeff takes the long way home. I take the shortcuts.
Who would it be?
In life. Jeff likes to paint the picture. He is the Picasso of the radio broadcasting industry. Eventually he gets there, but by then you might be exhausted.
I'm more like paint by numbers.
You know who I thought was very, very, I don't know what it is about this woman is getting younger every time I see her. It's Ann Curry on the Today Show. I'm not kidding. She was it. I know.
Well, John,
listen,
because you always say,
I think she's like Japanese. Listen.
Has to get a little bit of Asian in there.
Boy, that's a surprise, Jeff.
I know, but I was like,
jeez. Where have you been for 8 years? Listen, Ann Curry was interviewing this couple that said that they were humiliated when their 3-year-old munchkin was, that they had to be, thrown off the flight. And she looked great. And I think, I would say Ann Curry. I would say Ann Curry.
Ann Curry.
Yeah, from the Today Show. I know it's not as bodacious as Pam Anderson.
No, it's your scenario after the tragedy of the blimp crashing, and you're stuck there. Food will be provided.
I think Ann Curry on the Today Show is very attractive.
All right,
a woman that is defying age.
Well, let's throw that question out there.
How old is she? Michelle, can you launch an investigation?
She is Japanese and part French and Scottish.
Oh, I'm half Scottish.
So there's wow.
And she's born November 56.
So she's up there. She's over 50.
Does that matter?
No, but does she look 50 to you? No. I think she looks like she's 40.
Yeah.
Do you think she's had work done?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Not in this picture.
You think she's stock?
I'd have to watch her on a HD TV, then you could see everything.
Yeah. I like Ann Curry's voice, too. She's got a very, very pleasant voice. I've always liked her voice. So anyway, that's my choice if we were to have that hypothetical situation.
Well, let's now release it to the third shift. We'll throw this question out there, among other things. Here's the scenario for the guys and for the ladies. You're stuck on a desert island for the rest of your life. What celebrity would it be? Think about it.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who think women who keep their maiden names in marriage are high maintenance.
We're two guys who think there should be a law requiring prenuptial agreements before getting married.
We're two guys who think if you're old enough to serve your country, you're old enough to be served a beer.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
Keeping you awake live on the third shift, America. It is the John and Jeff Show, third shift, free for all.
It's not your imagination. The third shift goes by twice as fast when you listen every hour to the John and Jeff Show. Call us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
That's right. Welcome to the third shift, free for all. More topics, better variety as we get ready to jumpstart the weekend live with your calls. Stand by for stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. The best part is you can talk about anything, and to jump on live, it's easy. Pick up the phone wherever you are. Call now, call now, call now. Plus, as a public service on the third shift, if you need relationship advice or advice on almost anything, you got a problem and you need to talk about it, we're standing by. John and I are not doctors. We don't play them on TV. We never will. But what we're going to be is real. We're going to give you the real deal, the straight dope, and tell you what to do. So no more excuses. The free advice department is open. So there's a lot going on this morning. Grab a cup of coffee and jump on live.
All right, use up those cell phone minutes. Call us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. And Jeff, a quick update on the story about the woman who died after participating in a water drinking contest with a Sacramento, California radio station. The family of the 28-year-old woman has filed a wrongful death lawsuit. And here are the people and the entities involved in this particular lawsuit. The parent company of the radio station, Entercom, based in, the group owner in Sacramento. The on-air talent that hosted the contest, as well as the employees and the managers who organized, promoted, and participated in this water drinking contest.
So the whole promotion squad, the promotion director, the marketing director,
station managers, the on-air people who were on air at the time, just as we had suspected.
Yeah.
This is going to be, this is a life-changing event for everyone involved. And the FCC is also looking into the matter also. So, I mean, this is a big, huge problem. And it's a bigger problem for the family because they've lost a 28-year-old and, 3 kids don't have a mom anymore.
Yeah.
So, in life, you got to really watch what you do because, people just get caught up in all these, things and you just don't think that sometimes what you're doing is going to be harmful or even deadly, but a little common sense goes a long way.
Yeah, there are so many angles of this story that are just straight up sad. You have the mom, doing something that she probably shouldn't have done. She didn't probably know any better. She wanted to win something for her kids, but she made a decision and she died. Then you have the radio personalities who were just trying to entertain. They woke up that morning and they didn't say, "Hey, you know what? Let's have a contest where someone dies today." They didn't really think about the consequences. They got caught up in the moment. The management got caught up in the moment. So it's just a sad story.
So I think this is going to be a very interesting case because it's really one of these situations where someone participates in an event and they die or they get seriously injured. Who is to blame? The person who participated or the people that promoted the event? I think all of these people are going to be on the hook for this. I don't care what release this woman signed. So there's the update on that Sacramento radio station stunt that turned deadly. All right, 877-97 John Jeff to get on the air. 877-97 John Jeff. All right, let's go to Jackie. Jackie, you're next on the third shift free for all. Hello.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good. How are you, Jackie?
Good. I wanted to take a guess at the trivia question.
Okay, here's the question. Who the heck said this? It's a quote. Here's the quote. I have to wear 2 sport bras when I jog. I create a uniboob.
Would it be Queen Latifah?
Could you repeat that answer one more time, please?
Is it Queen Latifah?
It is not.
Oh.
Queen Latifah.
Bummer. Also, the being stranded on an island thing, definitely Matthew McConaughey would be right there.
So if you were stuck on a desert island, Matt McConaughey would be your pick.
He was the first one that came to mind, yeah.
Okay.
Of course, he could bring a few friends, but yeah.
Wow. I bet that wouldn't be the third time.
You'd be
Jackie.
the hottest chick on the island.
Well, hey, you got to plan it that way.
And what is it about this guy that you like, McConaughey?
It's funny because the person that he plays in most of the movies I've seen him in is part of what makes him attractive. He could be a total jerk in real life, I don't know. And then in which case I'd hate to be stuck on an island with him. Like you said, he could be totally annoying in real life. But he seems to be really, really charming and, the dimples and the eyes and the whole thing. So, yeah.
Yeah, women love that guy.
They really, really do.
Yeah.
A lot of women, they comment on his accent, too. They like his Texas accent.
So, if you had a chance...
I'll give him that, too.
Jackie, if you had a chance to go out with Matthew McConaughey, what would end up happening if you had your wish?
Whatever the hell you wanted.
First date, everything?
No restrictions, nothing?
If it was Matt McConaughey, no restrictions, please.
Wow, at the debut, the first date.
None?
I'm talking, I'm not going to kill anybody for him, but,
No, okay. I'm just, okay. So
but,
anything he wanted, you would comply, correct?
If it was Matthew McConaughey, yes.
See, a lot of
But
women.
I'm sure there's a lot of people that would say the exact same thing. He's probably had that many, so.
Now, are you a married woman?
Not yet. Engaged.
Okay, now would you cheat on your boyfriend to be with Matthew McConaughey?
Oh, heck yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, at least you're being honest.
You're
here.
honest about your infidelity.
Well, don't most people have like the list of 5 safe people or something that if this person happened to walk by and for whatever reason want you, that would be an okay
All right,
to break the rules that time?
All right, who else is on your list and who would be on your boyfriend's list?
Oh my gosh. Wow. I know there are a bunch of them and I just can't think of them off the top of my head. And I don't even know. I think he likes Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Mm-hmm.
And
so you have an arrangement
Sandra
with your.
Bullock, I think he likes.
Okay, so you have an arrangement with your boyfriend that if you ever run into these 5 people, you can cheat.
Well, no. I haven't had that discussion with this particular.
Let me ask you this. If you had one night with Matthew McConaughey and you knew that your future husband was going to find out and the wedding would be called off, what would you do?
Oh. I would probably make Matthew look at me with those eyes and beg me for a little while, and then I would have to turn him down.
You just shut him down. That would be
But I'd make him, because it's mostly, like I said, the eyes and the smile and stuff. So if he was in front of me looking into my eyes and begging me for a good 10 minutes, that would, I think, get me through my life. It'd be better than nothing, right?
But you had to think about it. I mean, you actually thought about it for 5 seconds before you made your decision.
No.
I don't know. I was counting.
Well, no, I wanted to get in there as much stuff as I could get without it crossing a line that would cancel the wedding.
Well, we appreciate your your honesty. And when is the wedding date, Jackie?
I'm not sure. It's not set yet.
Okay. How long have you been engaged?
Just about a year.
All right.
Wait a minute. You're a year engaged and there's no date?
Well, that's mostly, he would have gotten married yesterday. It's mostly me. It's financial stuff.
All right, Jackie, we got to ask you a few very important questions.
Okay.
Okay. Probably one of
Am I going to get a T-shirt out of this at least?
You know something? You will. Just because
Okay.
this has been torture for you, so, okay.
Do you cook for your future husband?
Yes, I do.
Oh, that's good.
What's your specialty?
Well, my family, they like my macaroni and cheese. I guess that's probably my best thing. But
Wait a minute. Out of the box or from scratch?
No, from scratch.
Okay.
How about, can you make a good meatloaf?
I make a really good meatloaf.
All right.
Actually, I make a really good meatloaf in little muffin tins, so they're all individual.
All right. If a woman can make a meatloaf, she's a keeper. That's
For sure.
that's pretty much the deal.
Right on.
So,
yeah.
Well, Jackie, listen, thanks for calling. We appreciate your honesty that you would be with Matthew McConaughey if you ever ran into him behind your boyfriend's or fiance's back. We appreciate your honesty, okay?
It was good talking to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Jackie. And for all the other ladies out there, who would it take for you to cheat on your husband or boyfriend? I think it's more interesting coming from a female.
Yeah, it's
because guys are known to be cheaters. And women, I think, cheat just as much as men, but they're just not as honest about it.
They cover it up more. They're better at hiding it.
Well, they're so concerned about their reputation that they will keep that pretty quiet. But we'll throw it out to the third shift. Ladies, especially, if you had the chance, who would it be that you would cheat on your husband or boyfriend with? Not that we're saying you should do it. Oh, by no means.
No, that would be wrong. That's not cool.
But who would it take for you to cheat on your boyfriend or husband? So far on the list, we're going to keep a list here. Matthew McConaughey is on this list. And I got a feeling it'll be a short list of guys, because I think there's probably about 6 or 7 guys that will be on that list. I'll be a little shocked if there's people outside of that list, but I think like a Clooney is going to be on that list. And Matthew McConaughey seems to be on that list. So ladies, Tell us, who would it take? Angelo is next in Boston on the John and Jeff Show. Hello, Angelo.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Two things. One, I definitely want to answer the trivia question.
All right, let's start there.
All right.
Okay.
Who said this? I have to wear 2 sport bras. When I jog, I create a uniboob.
Jessica Simpson.
Could you repeat that answer, please?
Jessica Simpson.
Guess what, Angel?
What's
Angelo.
Oh, Angelo, I'm sorry. You're absolutely right.
Wow.
Hey!
It is Jessica Simpson, according to my favorite magazine, Maxim magazine. So I was thumbing through that while I was in the restroom and found some stupid useless trivia.
You know what's funny is I got the answer wrong to the guy that answered the phone for you guys. And then I started thinking about it. Because I get Maxim magazine. I have a subscription.
Mm-hmm.
And,
so your reading comprehension kicked in.
Yeah, I was trying to wait a minute. I was reading about that.
Now, what's troubling is Jeff said he read this magazine in the men's room. Was this a magazine that you found in the men's room, Jeff?
Well,
hold on, Angela.
Yeah.
Jeff, did you find the magazine in the men's room and then you brought it into the Third Shift studios?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
What?
I hope it wasn't sticking.
No, it's fine. It was, I just found it and I'm like, what the hell's this?
You found it in the men's room and now it's in your hands? Wow,
that is the best place to read that magazine.
Yeah, it's perfectly, it's not damaged or anything.
I prefer to have air that's clean versus fumes.
Well, that's what my hand wipes are for.
Oh, boy.
Well, I was referring to your own bathroom.
No, it was here, actually.
Oh, boy.
So I scratched the other question.
That is regrettable. All right, Angelo, what else is on your plate?
And the other thing is, I was surprised with you guys. Come on, you have to admit, Rachel Ray is hot.
Wait a minute. Is there something wrong with the radio? Could you please repeat this statement that you just made again?
I think there's something wrong with my headphones.
We might be...
Hello?
Guys, Rachel Ray is smoking. For her age, she is smoking.
I think you're smoking something.
Yeah. I will say this about Rachel Ray.
I don't know any guy that thinks Rachel Ray is hot. They'll eat her food, and so will I. But the chatty Cathy and...
yeah, she talks a lot. She's always happy.
She's perky and cute.
It's like a Katie Couric perky. I don't like it.
I mean, she'll cook a mean meatloaf, but I don't know.
But she'll annoy you while you're eating it.
Well, how about Jennifer Lopez?
Well, wait a minute. How do you go from Rachel Ray to Jennifer Lopez?
Yeah, but I'm a guy of many varieties, Don't you like different... I know you only like Asian girls.
Yeah, but are you going to say, like, Janet Reno is next?
God bless her.
No, but I want to know about Condoleezza Rice. I want to know what's up with this.
You know something? I would like...
You never see her with any man.
You know something? I brought that up a few weeks ago in the Third Shift. A few conservatives out there asked me what I meant by that. Well... Does anyone know what the deal is with Condoleezza Rice? I mean, are there any boyfriends out there? I mean, I'd like to know.
I think she's laying low.
Well, you should try getting a date with her just to see what's up.
Boy, you know something? There's just no way I could do that.
Really?
Come on. Who could have gone on a harmless date with her?
What would there be to talk about with her?
I think she's attractive. I think she's actually gotten more attractive. I think ever since
the more lies she tells, the more attractive she gets.
She got elevated to Secretary of State. I think she's become more attractive. She has definitely.
Do you think she got there because of her racial status?
No, she got there because she's smarter than Bush. Bush was smart enough to get someone smarter than him, but it ended up that she became his yes man. That's what happened.
Now, John, do you find
she is a yes man to Bush. She's smarter than what she's telling all of us, but she's going along for the ride and guys are getting killed. So I find that to be immoral.
Put your politics aside, John. Do you think she's attractive?
Like maybe 25, 30 years ago.
No, I'm talking now. Just what you see.
You know something? I'm going to disagree on that. I don't think I wouldn't say she's not. I won't say she's not attractive. She's okay. I don't think she's hot.
Angela, I know how you feel about her.
Well, how do you know?
Oh, I mean, you brought her up. I mean, so obviously she was in your dome, so.
You know, everyone goes around saying how smart this woman is. Has she done anything that has suggested that she's intelligent?
Well, she's got a whole team of people that can help her make decisions.
I know, but everyone keeps going around saying she's such a smart woman. What one thing that she's done that has impressed us? I can't think of one.
No.
I mean,
I haven't seen anything.
We have one of the smartest women ever in the cabinet, and look where we're at.
Right? You probably got smart people there.
No, but I'm just saying, you know, nobody ever wants to say anything bad about Condoleezza Rice.
I told you.
Let's start with incompetence first.
Yeah, right.
You know, everything that she has said has not come true when it comes to Iraq.
I just want to know one other thing from you guys. Who's winning the Super Bowl?
What's the latest on that, by the way?
What's the line on that?
It should have been the Patriots, but
you still pretty bummed out?
Yeah, I'm kind of devastated still.
That was a great game. Whew. You know something? If they should just replay that game on Super Bowl Sunday, because hopefully
that was a great game with the wrong ending.
Well, I got so many people telling me, well, the Patriots, they couldn't score, but I'm like, listen, their defense was the ones that let 38 points come on a board. It had nothing to do with their offense, but, you know, both teams played hard, you know? I mean, 34-38, I mean, that's a tough game.
Yeah, it was.
And that's a big scoring game. And, like, you know, people were blaming Rashae Caldwell on the Patriots, and I'm like, well, what do you want them to do? Score like basketball, 90, 100?
Yeah, if you score 30 points in a football game, you should be able to win if you have a decent defense.
I love offensive shootouts.
Yeah.
When I watch football, I just, you know, I'm not.
I want a great game that comes down to the 2-minute warning. That's all I ask.
Well, that's what makes it very exciting.
You know what? At this point, I'm going to go with Chicago. I'd like to see a replay of the Super Bowl shuffle. Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember that? We got to find that. We got to find the Super Bowl shuffle and see if we can unload that here.
That was 85.
Yeah, you remember
86. I think it was.
Yeah, it was 21 years ago.
Yeah.
Remember?
It was 85 season.
Vince McMahon. Everyone doing this Super Bowl shuffle, the fridge.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not here to cause something. We're just doing the Super Bowl shuffle. I mean,
that was before hip hop took off for, you know.
And there's a video and they're in their uniforms and they're kind of like dancing and it was, at the time though, it was like considered, wow, that's really, really cool, man. The Bears are laying down, you know, some tracks over some beats, man. Wow, Super Bowl shuffle. I mean, America was singing that.
Well, it was the right thing at the right time.
We got to try and find that.
Yeah. All right, Angelo, we must take a break. The unfortunate thing I will remember about this conversation is you thinking Rachel Ray is attractive.
I just considered her age.
How old is she? 50?
No, she's 40s, you know.
I don't think she's 40. I think she's younger than that.
No, she's in her 40s already, like 40, 41. But, like, you know, in today's standards, hot is 20 years old.
No. Hot is sexy.
Yeah.
Like Pam Anderson or Angelina Jolie. You don't have to be 20.
I don't think Pam Anderson is as hot as some of the other talent that we have out there.
Who would you rather have, Rachel Ray or Pam Anderson?
Well, I'll take Pam just for the glory of it. But
of course. You're a man's man, that's why.
Okay.
I mean, if any guy takes Rachel Ray over Pam Anderson, then...
Can Pam Anderson cook?
Who cares if she can cook?
If you do,
that's one woman you would marry, even if she can't cook. That's like the only exception.
Here's the thing. If you're with Pam Anderson, though, and you go out on a date, man, it's going to be veggie delight, because she ain't into the meat. She's on the pita tip.
Well, hey, if she's picking up the bill, who cares? All right. When we come back, more of your calls on the John and Jeff Show. 877-97 John Jeff. 877-97 John Jeff.
John and Jeff. You're listening to the John and Jeff Show.
Over 5,000 brand name fragrances. Discounts up to 70% off department store prices. Free U.S. shipping on all orders over $60. Over 2 million satisfied customers. Isn't it time you shopped at www.perfumecounter.com? Make PerfumeCounter.com your one and only Valentine's Day shopping destination this year. With thousands of brand names like Dolce & Gabbana, Cool Water, Angel, Burberry, and Miracle, PerfumeCounter.com offers something for everyone on your list. Order today and get 10% off when you use coupon code GIFT. Online and trusted since 1997, PerfumeCounter.com has been the leading retailer of discount genuine brand name fragrances. You can count on PerfumeCounter.com to deliver the superior customer service you should expect from your shopping experience. PerfumeCounter.com. Surf on by today. Remember, get 10% off when you use coupon code GIFT at www.perfumecounter.com.
Hi, I'm Smokey, and this is my new friend Ernie.
Hi.
Ernie wants to be a biker.
Sure do.
Okay, just calm down, Ernie. First you need a bike. Then you need Geico motorcycle insurance. They cover most kinds of bikes and have money-saving discounts. And finally, you'll need a nickname. Something that suits you, like, I don't know, Fuzzy Bunny.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Too late. It's already stuck, Fuzzy.
For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-44-CYCLE. Geico Motorcycle Insurance. Let's ride.
Hello. Would you like to be more successful with the opposite sex? I'm Ted Baker, and my program can teach you how to attract a mate. Listen to this.
Ted told me about logging on to freecreditreport.com. I learned that my good credit could help me buy a car and a boat, and now chicks dig me.
My patented system could work for you too. Log on to freecreditreport.com to get your free credit score and report. A nice condo could make you irresistible.
Get your free credit score and report with enrollment in Triple Advantage at freecreditreport.com. Get the score.
John and Jeff. You're listening to the John and Jeff Show.
It's the third shift free-for-all.
Third shift free-for-all.
It's the John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff Show.
All right, thanks for joining us. 877-97 John Jeff. 877-97 John Jeff. And yes, we have some of the castaways from American Idol will be joining us in just a few minutes.
Yeah, we have American Idol rejects, a cavalcade of just
egomaniacs,
wackos, just odd,
strong egos.
Oh, there's one guy, and we didn't get a chance to get to this yesterday. But there's one guy, his ego is out of control. I mean,
what is it about karaoke singers? They have a lot of ego, and then they try to enter a competition, and they're devastated. You know, these people are like big man on campus, big fish in a small pond in their neighborhoods. They're like I'm the number one karaoke singer in my city or town. Then they go on American Idol and they get a slice of humble pie handed to them, and they still won't accept it.
Yeah. One of the contestants that we're going to hear from, major ego and flamboyant, very just
over the top flamboyant.
Just you haven't heard this, so have you? I don't think you've heard it.
No.
Yeah. So I got a chance to preview this, and Michelle and I were just laughing.
You know something? I want to hear it right now. Then can we hear it right now? Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's see if we can hear this. So this is one of the American Idol's egomaniacs.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see if we can hear this.
Now I'm feeling a strain, hate and shame. Give me a beat, boy, to free my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away.
All right. Is this serious?
It is.
No. Look me in the eyes. Tell me that's serious.
Okay, that's not
it.
That's not the one, but that's just another egomaniac that just thought, hey, you know what? I can make it.
It's definitely serious.
Swear on your mother's life.
I swear.
Go on.
I swear.
Go on.
Swear on my mother's life.
Swear on your mother's life what?
I swear on my mother's life that this is real.
You know, I never put much on that when people ask me that in the schoolyard. Swear on your mother's life. It's always your mother's life. It's not your father's life. It's like nobody cares about the fathers. Always just swear on your mother's life. Have you noticed that gender discrimination? Even in the schoolyard. Swear on your mother's life? Yeah.
You're right.
You're never asked to swear on your father's life.
Or your brother. Or your little sister.
Yeah.
And you're beautiful.
Are you drunk?
I'm not drunk.
He's happy.
This is what it is. It's like when people look at me, they think I'm Taylor Hicks. It's like I want everybody to know that I'm a great singer and that I'm different from Taylor.
Oh, my God. Talk about an obsessive fan. His whole life has now been compared to Taylor Hicks.
Taylor Hicks can sing.
The previous winner on American Idol. So now this guy's going through life being compared. Everyone comes up to me and says, you should be a singer. Why? Because you have the same hair color as Taylor Hicks. And this is why he's on American Idol. Jeez.
It's just...
But I want everyone to know I'm different than Taylor Hicks. Oh. When your life has been reduced to a comparison to someone on American Idol, that's when you've hit the bottom, the rock bottom.
He's happy.
This is what it is. It's like when people look at me, they think I'm Taylor Hicks. It's like I want everybody to know that I'm a great singer and that I'm different from Taylor.
It's a no, dude.
No.
Randy burst a bubble. It's a no, dude. It's funny.
There's no shortage of ego when it comes to these American Idol tryouts. And there's no shortage of people completely removed from reality, walking in there thinking that they are superstars, and they actually think that they're going to win.
Well, American Idol now is really like the revenge of the nerds. I mean, really, that's what it's come down to. All right, we'll have more clips in a minute. Let's go to Dan. Dan, you're next on the third shift free for all. Hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, what's up?
I just want to make a comment on that radio station woman who died from drinking too much water.
Yeah.
And I just feel that, just like you guys are just talking about that American Idol, people just got to know what they're getting into. And especially with that drinking of the water, like I said, I'm 25 years old, and the body can only take so much water before it'll drown, It's like, it's one thing if you had a contest of the brains, see who's smarter. It's another thing, for physical abuse, it's like, how many times can I bang my head into a wall before I knock myself out,
I know, but if you're encouraging somebody to do it to win a prize, then what?
Well, I mean, I don't know, because I think there ain't no prize big enough if I'm going to risk my life. It's
No, but should there be any responsibility on the people that sponsored, encouraged, enticed, invited people to participate in a contest that could cause bodily harm or death? Is there any liability there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because it's like, you got to really know what you're getting yourself into. But
Dan, you're not answering the question. The answer is yes, John, there is liability. And, and no matter what you think that this woman should have known better, it doesn't matter if someone should have known better. It matters what occurred. And not everyone knows that you can die of drinking too much water. Not everyone does know that. So if it is in a release that says you could die from drinking too much water, do you acknowledge this? And even at that, we have dumb people. We have people that are not very smart. So we have to protect themselves from themselves. And that's why we have to, it's almost like you invite people to your house and you serve them too much liquor and they die of alcohol poisoning. Now, whose responsibility is it? The person that served the liquor to the drunk person or the person who's dead?
Yeah. That's like, exactly. Who's pointing the fingers? But it's with everything, though. It's sad that this world's coming to that you actually have to protect the stupid people, because it's like this American Idol. They go on there and they say, "Oh, those judges, they're mean this time around." I tell you what, I don't tune in to see the good people. Everybody tunes in to see people get made fun of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you just got to know this stuff, and it's just sad though that this world's coming to protecting stupid people when it should be, hey, you know what you're getting yourself into, why do it?
Yeah, but you don't know. A lot of people don't know. Listen, there's a lot of people that don't realize the obvious things in life. You'd be shocked.
Like you can't sing or you're tone deaf. Huh?
I tell you, my last name's Hicks, and I promise I'm not going to try to better my life by letting everybody know I'm a distant cousin.
Yeah, you know what's really a bit, American Idol has become a bunch of stalkers from previous winners. It's become Revenge of the Nerds. It really has. I mean, this is their chance to go and get recognized. This is their, 2 minutes of fame. And there is no shortage of people that will go on there, make a fool out of themselves. They'll think they did okay. Then they're devastated that they didn't, because nobody told them in life the truth about their ability. And, parents are always supportive. We played the clip of the guy who was swearing up a storm after he was rejected, and his mother in the background was saying, "You'll be famous someday. You just wait. You'll be famous." Now, the idea in life when you're a parent is not to encourage your kid to be famous. You're supposed to encourage your kid to be happy.
Yeah.
Not famous. Right. You're supposed to, create a path for your child to get to where they want to go, but you should not be encouraging them to be famous, because famous doesn't mean you're going to be wealthy. Famous just means that people might just make fun of you for the rest of your life.
You could be a Paris Hilton. No one wants to be that.
Well, but here's the weird thing is now you've got people auditioning on American Idol, trying to be not the American Idol, but trying to maybe get 15 minutes of fame like William Hung. But listen, it worked for William Hung. I mean, people were pulling for the guy. But guess what? Now everyone thinks, I'm going to be the next William Hung. I think some of them are like, what? If I could get to Hung level, then I'm cool.
Well, it's kind of like a dare. I dare you to go on American Idol and pretend that you're serious about singing blank song. So these people are going on, getting paid from their friends. And listen, it's funny, it's entertaining, and hey, that's the charm of the show, is to watch people who have zero talent thinking that they have talent.
Yeah, and I was watching Entertainment Tonight or The Insider or one of those, same thing, and they had a William Hung update. And
did he get his teeth fixed yet?
No, he still has the...
Does he still go to Condoleezza Rice's dentist?
He's made millions, hasn't he?
I think Madonna, Condoleezza Rice, and William Hung go to the same dentist.
William Hung, he let's just say he's gained some weight.
Oh,
so it's like the plump William Hung.
Wow.
Yeah, he's
maybe he's reaching out to the masses.
God bless him.
I got to tell you, I got 3 kids of my own, and I got to tell you, I would tell my kid if they weren't that good, because I wouldn't want them to get told stuff like, I wouldn't want them to be made fun of like that. So I guess every parent's a little deaf to their own kids. You know what I mean? Everybody's a superstar,
but you're doing your kids a disservice when your child is terrible at what they do, yet you keep saying, "Oh, that sounds so good. You're getting better, Junior." You're not really helping your kid when they're on a path to nowhere.
No, my mother's just, she's a Portuguese lady. She'll tell me how it is, and how many times I walked off thinking, man, she really made me mad, but she was right. You know what I mean? She didn't want me to look like an idiot for something, but she'll tell me how it was,
Yeah, a good parent would say, well, what do you think of the guitar? Maybe you should try the guitar, something like that. But listen, Dan, thanks for the call. We appreciate it very much, all right?
Hey, thank you, guys.
All right, and when we come back, Jeff, I guess we're going to have more of the American Idol clips. So.
Yeah, just some egomaniacs, people that actually think they're going to be superstars. So we'll do an on-air dissection. You can play along at home next.
John and Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show. Rated #1 with bartenders, security guards, tow truck drivers, and all the rest of you poor schleps who have to stay up all night. It's the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live. Let's say a big what's up to James. James, you're live on the third shift.
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Just fine. Thanks for keeping me company.
Good.
I wanted to call in about the who you'd be stuck on a desert island with, and I would definitely pick Scarlett Johansson.
All right, let's break that down. Just think about that for a minute.
Okay. Have you ever seen her in the movie Match Point or Lost in Translation?
Yeah, Scarlett Johansson is, I think, a supreme hottie on the hottie scale, and she replaced my former hottie on that list. So I think, if I had to pick one, it's Scarlett Johansson.
Well, that's definitely a bonus that she's hot, but she just seems like more of a deeper person that you could have a conversation with. Be stuck on that island for a long time with, you know?
What subjects would you bring up with Scarlett Johansson? The Middle East, Israel, Palestine? What sort of subjects would you conquer?
I'd ask her first what it was like acting with Bill Murray. That'd be definitely one of the first things I'd ask her.
Well,
He's a funny guy.
You think she's going to tell the truth?
Well, she's an actress, so I doubt she would.
Yeah, but she's stuck on the island for, the rest of her life with you. So I think eventually, it would, But not a lot to talk about on an island.
No,
I think it's going to be.
The island?
Well, it's good size. First thing is, oh man, we got to get some water, we got to get some food, and then, oh gee, it's getting kind of cold. Scarlett, I built a hut just like on Gilligan's Island. Would you like to? It's cold outside, and there are. See, here's what you would do.
Well, hopefully she would dress like Ginger.
Okay.
On Gilligan's Island. Hopefully she'll have an entire wardrobe with her when the boat washes up.
Yeah.
Sure.
Now, what is it with Ginger? Every time she would enter a scene in Gilligan's Island, like the music
the saxophone would come on.
Yeah, just like a real sexy sax riff.
Yeah. Well, that's why the instruments in the.
But guys, if you were stuck on the island with a hottie, all you have to do is say, "Hey, you know what? There are wild animals and headhunters on this island, and we really should stay together. And so I've built a hut, and I'll protect you."
And if the woman said, "Yeah, I saw that on Gilligan's Island. I think you're right," then you got a real winner.
She seems like a tough girl, so I think she could stand up for herself, too.
Yeah, when I was a kid, man, things that scared me, the word monster and headhunters. My brothers would tease me with that. They'd say, go to bed or a monster's going to come out of the closet and eat you, and then headhunters will, chase you around the house. And then they'd attempt to give me a wedgie.
All right, James.
Yeah, boogeyman for us.
James, we appreciate the call. Thanks for listening, all right?
All right, thanks, guys.
Okay.
All right. All right, now we have some audio from American Idol. And, Jeff, you're saying that this next person is the egomaniac of the year so far on the show.
Yes, with some flamboyancy in the mix there. It's a potpourri of stuff, and just listen.
So this guy has a lot of issues, some unresolved issues.
He's got tood. He's got tood. Okay. He's got issues. He's an ego on a scale of 1 to 10 is probably a 28. So here we go.
To be the next American Idol, and you will be definitely calling me on the phone saying, "Ian, can we hang out?" And I'll be saying no, and I'll be hanging up. Anyone who saw me dance comes up to me on the street and says, "Ian, you are fantastic." And you know what I say to them? "Thank you, I know." I'm going to be the next American Idol. What's your name?
No, I don't think so.
I will not stop until I am a household name. Hi, how you been? Hi, how you been? Hey, how you been? How you been? Illegals. Basically, every single time I walk outside, people know I'm a superstar. Hi, I'm Ian Bernard, the next American Idol.
He's walking on the street, and they're following him with the camera, and he's walking up to random strangers.
Well, they put him up to this.
Yeah, exactly.
What they have found is this guy is so over the top. Let's go out on the street and let this guy annoy people.
Oh, yeah. How annoyed are you at this point with him? We're like seconds into the audio nuggets.
I've heard worse, but maybe it'll get worse.
I'm sorry, you're right. How you been? When America sees this, they're going to forget about Taylor who, Carrie Underwear, Fantasia Wen, but they will remember Ian Bernardo.
I think this guy's going to be on the red carpet looking at fashion at the global, the music award shows and stuff. This guy is obviously very flamboyant. And
do you think Kojo on Entertainment Tonight, the fashion guy?
He's nervous.
Do you think he's nervous because this guy could end up holding the microphone, picking apart fashion? Oh, and he had a chinchilla thing around his neck.
Of course.
And just is
there any other way to dress, Jeff?
on American Idol? And the visual you're not getting here, he kept puckering his lips. When he'd stop talking, he'd pucker his lips and look at the camera. Just really into himself.
That's gonna happen. That's not my phone. That's yours.
We can share.
Hi, how you been?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
How are you?
What's your name?
My name is Ian Bernardo. That's my name.
Ian Bernardo. And it says it on his shirt.
It's like, what? Who are you? And then he asks this. He says his name, and then he says that it is his name.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
How are you?
What's your name?
My name is Ian Bernardo. That's my name.
I think that's understood.
And it says it on his shirt.
How old are you?
I am 25 years old, Mr. Cowell.
All right. And why are you here in?
To try out for American Idol.
No, I know that. That's good.
That's like, why else would I be at American Idol? I'm here to be the next American Idol. I thought that it would be a nice addition to my already long and impressive resume.
Which is
superstar, dancer, singer.
Boy, a real Fred Astaire.
Now, apparently he was on, I think, a dancing show, and I don't think he made it. So they're going to reference some clips coming up. But this guy, the toot is just starting.
All right, more of your calls coming up on the John and Jeff Show. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. It's the third shift free-for-all. Talk about whatever's on your mind. If there is something in the news you want to comment on, the phone lines are open right now on the third shift. 877-97-JOHN Jeff.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who don't understand why realtors show pictures of themselves.
We're two guys who think it's cheaper to have an affair than getting a divorce.
We're two guys who think homeschooling is a brainwashing cult.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
Keeping you awake live on the third shift, America. It is the John and Jeff Show, third shift free fall.
It's not your imagination. The third shift goes by twice as fast when you listen every hour to the John and Jeff Show. Call us now, 877-97-JOHN Jeff, to get on the air, 877-97-JOHN Jeff.
All right, welcome to the show here. We start things off with shout-outs. And the reason why we do this is because you guys often can't call the show, and it's your way of participating and being recognized. We really appreciate everyone listening. Maybe you're at work. Maybe you're an insomniac. Let us know who you are, where you're at. Let us know if you're celebrating a birthday, anniversary, or if you're a gamer. And email us at the all-new and slightly improved johnjeff.com. And while you're there, there's some photos of John and the ladies in Thailand. And we got our third shift store there. You can get third shift gear. We got some cool gear at the right price at the all-new and slightly improved johnjeff.com. All right, LA and the OC, a big shout-out to our friend Detective Rudy right now in his car. You rock, brother. Also, Mr. J in El Monte. Carmen is in East LA. Dan right now is engaged in a video game marathon in Lake Forest. And a big shout to Kristen. Boston checking in. What's up to George in Malden? George is done working for the week. He's enjoying a cool one. So, George, enjoy. We got John, Kevin, and Claude at Sun Microsystems. And a big shout out to Officer O'Malley right now doing third watch. New York City checking in. All the crew and the party people at Stand Up New York Comedy Club, big shout to you. Eddie is in New Jersey. We got Port Authority Dan right now, third shifting. And Julie at American Airlines, keeping everyone moving there. Chicago. What's up to Bears fan Rusty? We got Steve, Claudine, and Baby Manny. And a big shout out to Eddie on the MySpace tip. San Francisco in the Bay Area, we got Richard right now. He's with Brown's Private Investigations. He's doing some PI work, John, there on the third shift. And if you're a private investigator, call us up and let us know what you're doing right now. All right? What are you doing? Also, we got to J.I. on the free tip. Mona in Salcedo, it's her birthday, and get well because she's not feeling well. Brent right now doing third shift work for Amtrak. You guys rock. San Diego checking in. What's up to everyone at on Broadway there? Also, we've got Michelle in, looks like, National City, and Edgar in Chula Vista. We've got Brian in Vancouver, Molly's in Madison, Augusta, GA, Ron and Val, happy anniversary to you. We got Lucy and Larry in Louisville, and they're up late listening right now. They're insomniacs. Charlie's working security in Charleston. Greensboro, what's up to the Greensboro PD, listening in their police interceptors. GTO Norm emailed me a photo in Charlottesville. Brother, that is a sweet ride there. Your GTO judge. Thank you. Portland, Maine, Jimmy's delivering papers. Lansing checking in. Trucker Mo gives us a big air blast. And if you're a trucker, give us a air horn blast. Call us up right now. All right. Norfolk, what's up to Kelly? Fort Lauderdale, Martin, Sioux City, the casino crew working. Reno, big shout out to TJ. And we got the John and Jeff group at myspace.com. Adam, Jen, and Tony. And our hottie of the day, Jennifer in Oakland. You guys all rock. The third shift free-for-all.
And if you need a third shift or an Insomniac shout-out, log into our website. It's johnjeff.com. Tell us who you are. Tell us where you're hanging out. And then listen for your shout-out every morning at this time right here on the John and Jeff Show.
That's right. Welcome to the third shift free-for-all. More topics, better variety. As we move closer to the weekend, let's have some fun here. Stand by for stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. Coming up, we'll unload some more audio nugget action. American Idol rejects. That's right, these egomaniacs. And we'll do an on-air dissection. And you can talk about anything to jump on live. It's easy. Pick up the phone. Call now. Plus, as a public service on the third shift, if you need relationship advice or advice on almost anything, the free advice department is open. So there's a lot going on this morning. We've got a lot to get to. Grab a cup of coffee, a Red Bull, or a Mountain Dew and jump on live.
All right, Jeff, a story that we've been following for months now. Finally, the conclusion of the case of the man who had a sexual fetish with female mannequins.
Hold on a second. Weirdo!
Yes, the man in Michigan who would break into storefronts to steal female-shaped mannequins has been sentenced to over a year in prison for repeatedly breaking into storefronts in order to satisfy his sexual fetish for the mannequins in the storefront windows. The man was arrested in October after police in a Detroit suburb spotted the man near a smashed storefront window containing a mannequin wearing a French-made outfit. The arrest came just a week after the man was paroled for his sixth breaking and entering conviction in 13 years. This guy, on previous occasions over the last 13 years, was arrested 6 times for smashing storefront windows so he could steal female mannequins. And now Jeff, the 39-year-old man of Detroit, was sentenced to 18 months to 30 years on charges of breaking and entering and being a habitual criminal. Now, when this guy gets to prison and these guys find out that he stole mannequins in order to satisfy his sexual fetish, who knows if this guy is even going to last. But the police, Jeff, once found this guy in an alley behind a woman's clothing store with 3 mannequins dressed in lingerie. Imagine that.
Oh, my God. Imagine his first day in prison. You know, when the bus pulls up, the doors open up, and all the inmates they're there, and they're banging their fists, and they're checking out the fresh meat, and they go up to all the newbies, and they say, "What are you in for?" "Murder 1. "What are you in for?" "Robbed a bank." "What are you in for?" "I wrapped my jolly with a mannequin." "Bend over!"
The man has never assaulted a human being, but the community is obviously in fear of this man because it just may escalate.
Oh.
The man admits, quote, "I've never been able to take care of myself," end quote. And now he's going to be behind bars, sentenced to 18 months to 30 years in prison. You know, this guy's going to get out in probably 60 days.
That's disgusting. I say give him the full 30 years. The guy's a nut. Who'd want that guy living in your neighborhood? I wouldn't. This guy's a nut.
He's mentally ill. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, listen, dude, if that's how you play, okay, go buy a mannequin, all right, and bring it home, and that can be your girlfriend.
Why wouldn't,
even that's weird.
Why wouldn't the taxpayers in Michigan say, all right, how about if we buy you 10 mannequins and deliver them to your house, and you can dress them up and do show and tell and, do all that kind of stuff, and maybe, try to get Victoria's Secret to sponsor it or something, and then we keep the guy out of prison and hopefully in his house. So if he had 10 mannequins in his house with various states of lingerie on these mannequins, wouldn't that be enough to keep this man indoors?
No, I don't think so, because he's a perv. Part of his rockin' his jolly is the thrill of, oh, there's a mannequin in the window, and then breaking and entering, and then just, oh, I'm gonna take the wig off, the mannequin is bald. Oh, yes! Yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
He can't control himself. If he's driving by a storefront and he happens to turn his head, he's gotta have it. So, maybe this guy should just live a life of, just live a life like home arrest or something. And just give the guy 10 mannequins and just let him have his way with them.
I say torture the guy in prison, right outside his cell, lock him in there, and then right outside the cell, put a bunch of mannequins.
Yeah, but is this guy really going to stay in prison for up to 30 years for doing this? Obviously not.
I'm going to go home after the third shift, light a couple candles, do a couple of Our Fathers, and pray that this guy never sees freedom again.
All right, it is the third shift free-for-all on the John and Jeff Show. If you want to join us on the air, call now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. It's a free call from across America, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. All right, let's go to Art this morning. Art, you're on the third shift free-for-all. Good morning. Arthur. Art?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Sir, is your name Art?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what's up?
Island babes.
Oh, okay. If you were stuck on a desert island, what babe would you pick?
Miss Bootylicious herself, Beyonce.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's a big booty, too.
Let's let that marinate for a second in the dome.
You know something? That's a lot of meat on the bone.
It'll last a long time.
There you go. You get seconds. It's like a hungry man Swanson's dinner. You get that extra. I think when you get a woman that's bootylicious, you get seconds with that. That's a good situation.
Yeah, but in 10 years, that could just get really big.
You mean so if you're stuck?
It could go the other way too.
Yeah. See, you got to stay. You constantly have to watch your diet and stay in the gym. If you're off any of that, then watch out. It's gonna get sloppy.
Yeah, but if you're on an island, you're gonna be living off of fish and coconuts.
Yeah, you're gonna be a vegetarian.
So I don't think the booty, if in her case, would get any bigger. So I think you'd probably be okay.
All right. Yeah. So that is your lady if you were trapped on an island.
I think so.
All right.
But there was another one I was thinking of too. Julie Chen.
Oh, from the CBS early morning news.
That and she does the Big Brother.
Yeah, she's also the host of Big Brother. I like her a lot.
Yeah, she's got a great face, I think.
Yeah, she's got a nice voice and a nice everything else, if you ask me.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Very attractive woman.
But Art, if you had to pick one, Julie Chen or Beyonce, who would it be?
He's going to go for the bootylicious.
You're going to go for the bootylicious?
Bootylicious,
okay.
Without a doubt.
There you go.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
All right. He knows what he wants.
Yeah.
The scenario is
Those are two different types of women right there.
Here's a third shift hypothetical situation. If you were stuck on a desert island, you're in a blimp accident, you and a celebrity, who would it be? Guys? What chick would it be? Ladies? Who would it be?
All right, let's move on. Let's go to Steve in New York. Steve, you're next on the John and Jeff Show. Good morning.
Hi, guys. This is Steve calling from Yellowstone, Queens, New York. Just calling to wish you welcome to New York. It's actually out here in New York. It's the first shift. I work for New York City. I have my partner and I. You guys are talking about mannequins. It's pretty funny. My partner Ramon, we walked into an apartment one time, and this guy had his house or his apartment full of stuffed bears.
Stuffed bears.
Stuffed
And when you
bears.
say partners, are you referring to, your partner like a police officer or your domestic partner?
No. I work for New York City, so I have a partner, Ramon, and this one bear was really funny.
All right, well, listen, thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to Jeff in Chicago. Jeff, you're next on the third shift. Hello.
How you doing, guys? Before I get to my air blast, I'd probably pick Anna Kournikova to be on that desert island with.
Yeah, whatever happened to her? I mean, she's been off the radar for a while.
Wasn't she with that guy with the mole?
I think Enrique Iglesias or something.
Yeah.
The guy with the mole.
I forgot his name. But...
Are you talking about John Edwards? He took it off, by the way. Now he thinks he's going to become president. If you take your mole off, I mean, it's amazing.
All right, so I'm going to take a shot at this world record air blast.
All right. If you just tuned in the third shift, we have truckers call up and unload their air horn. And I believe Randy held the air blast world record for 2005. And do we have that, Michelle? Let's listen to the world record air blast here, and let's see. Jeff.
Well, let's hear Jeff's first,
okay, let's hear,
and then we'll compare it.
Okay.
All right, Jeff, go for it.
All right, here we go, guys.
That's solid.
Cool,
Are you under an overpass?
No, I'm sitting behind a Burger King waiting to make my delivery here.
Well, I think everyone's awake in that neighborhood now.
Yeah, that, first of all, let's.
Is there anyone coming out with their hands up on top of their head?
No, they're not here yet. I gotta wait for them to get here because I can make my delivery.
I mean, that was base fortified, air injected. I mean, that was a premium blast. And it's going to be real interesting to see.
All right. Let's hear the world records so far on the third shift.
Well, we have two. We have Air Blast winner Randy from 2005 and Air Blast, the new guy, from 2006.
Oh, that's right. We have the 2005 champion and the 06 champion.
All right. Let's go for 2005 for 100.
Yeah. That was solid.
Solid.
Very solid.
I think Jeff might is in the lead for 2007 for sure.
I think Jeff, yeah. Now, can we go to the 2006 Air Blast champion?
Here we go.
Okay. Whoa.
You know, everyone plays the same song on their horn.
That?
I think,
I think that's very good.
I think you got it.
You think I got it, huh?
No, that was the last air blast, but I think you got it, Jeff. I think Jeff right now
holds the title in 2007.
Holds the title in 2007, and I think that is probably an epic world record blast.
All right, Jeff, we're going to throw in a long sleeve third shift t-shirt for you, okay?
Oh, sounds good, guys.
All right.
All right, so that's the horn to beat on the third shift right there. Jeff in Chicago, right now, the reigning champion of air blasts.
Absolutely. And if you're a trucker and want to unload your air horn, pick up the phone right now. Give us a call. Jeff, that was a very epic air blast. And you know what? It rocked.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks for the call. Hold on a second. We'll get that shirt out to you. And when we come back, more of your phone calls on the third shift. On the third shift free for all, call us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
John and Jeff.
This is the John and Jeff Show.
It's the third shift free-for-all.
Third shift free-for-all.
It's the John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff Show.
877-97-JOHN Jeff to join us on the air. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. We appreciate you tuning in on the third shift. All you insomniacs, thanks for listening to the John and Jeff Show. Let's go to Brian. Brian, you're next. Good morning.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
You're going on.
Yeah, now I want to make a comment about the man with them dummies or whatever, man. This dude deserves at least 10 years just for being stupid enough to do something like that.
Right. You're talking about the mannequins that this man got
mannequins.
Yeah.
Yeah, he deserves 10 years just for being that stupid.
Well, he can't control himself. When he sees a mannequin in a storefront, he has to steal the mannequin. He's got to smash the window, take the mannequin with him.
And rock his jolly.
And usually the mannequins have lingerie on. So keep this guy away from Victoria's Secret.
You know, most guys, they drive down the street, they see a hot chick, they're like, wow, she's pretty hot.
Yeah, but Jeff, the mannequins don't talk back. They don't say no. So he doesn't go after the live ones. He goes after the dead ones.
And they have one position.
I guess he's not interested in that. He likes it
frozen.
He likes it one certain way, and that's what he prefers. Brian, thank you for the call. We appreciate it. All right, let's go to Pete. Pete, you're next on the third shift. Good morning.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
It's going.
It's going. Look at that. I'm calling because what you said before about people on American Idol going on because they're dared to. You know, these people that are horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I dared one of my friends to go on. I won't say who because he's kind of like trying to get some publicity out of it. But, yeah, he was pretty horrible, and it's true. That's how people get on there. That's how people go on there and why.
Well, Fox loves it because they're getting more ratings, more audience from people who are just doing it as a goof.
Yeah, the formula of success is the freak show factor. So if you have a cavalcade of egomaniacs and just odd women and men, it's just they eat it up. I mean, you do watch it.
Now, the guy that had the big heavy kid, and the joke was, have you stolen Randy's pants? This guy apparently is a special needs person. And of course, that was not disclosed until after the show. So it was kind of like, all right, let's use this kid, because, he's got special needs. And then you find out later, and then it's like, well, now it seems a little bit harsh. But if you had known that up front, it wouldn't have been as funny. So they hold back this information.
But I just wonder how many people actually go on because they think they're good and how many people are actually dared. So, I don't know, man.
I think 20% are dared. The rest are just egomaniacs.
What they do is when they do casting for that show, when you have the cattle call, they pull aside several people.
Oh, they definitely fish them out.
Yeah.
They definitely fish
It's
them
like
out.
a funnel, they'll let the real talent go through the funnel, but also they'll let the freaky people go through.
Listen, what they want are the great singers and the people that are just over the top. It's either the best and the worst.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're looking for the Omarosa of The Apprentice. They're just looking for anyone who's got a lot of personality. So, then it's going to be more entertaining to watch. So they're really casting been doing the show for 8 years on the third shift.
Yeah, 8 years long, 8 years strong.
And we appreciate you listening, Pete, in New York City. All right, let's go to Michelle. Michelle, you're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
It's going.
Well, tonight's my fiance and I's last night on the third shift. We do a paper out in Reno, Nevada. And I wanted to say thank you for entertaining us. You guys are great. You're awesome. And keep up the good work.
Thanks.
Wow.
You're welcome.
So what's life going to be like if you have your way, Michelle?
Actually, it's going to be great. Because me and him, we're 50-50. We do everything together. When he wants to do his own thing, I let him do his own thing. When I want my own thing, he lets me do my own thing.
And how old are you, Michelle?
So, I'm 23.
23. Well, we say don't get married on the third shift.
I know.
Until you're at least
Until you're
30.
You're technically in violation.
I know, I'm sorry.
What's the rush?
But he's wonderful. I can't help it.
I know, but what's the rush to get married? Is he not going to be there in 5 years?
Oh, no, he'll be there in 5 years. We have a kid together, and he'll be there, but we just feel it's time to get hitched, so.
Okay.
He's wonderful, I'm telling you. If you guys can give him a shout-out, his name's David. He's driving around on the other side of town right now.
All right, David, drive safe.
Well, Michelle, thank you for the call. We wish you the best.
Well, thank you for entertaining us, and keep up the good work.
All right.
All right. Thank
Bye,
you
guys.
for the call. We appreciate it. All right. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. Let's go to Curtis. Curtis, you're next on the third shift free for all. Good morning.
What's up, John Jeff?
You're up.
Yeah, I want to just comment on the person who I want to be on an island with.
You want to be on an island with whom?
Eva Longoria.
Eva Longoria is hot. I will say that.
She the best.
Yeah, she's got a great look. You know, I prefer Asian women, but Eva Longoria is probably one of the top 10 hot ladies on the planet right now.
Yeah, she's nice.
I think she's a gamer. She seems like fun. You know, seems like, you know, you can have a few cocktails and, you know, anything could happen. I think she has that kind of personality.
And that dude, the dude who broke in was he like smashing the windows in?
Yeah.
You name it.
This guy would smash windows in Michigan and steal mannequins out of storefronts.
Oh, wow. Yeah, what is his sentence?
Well, he's been sentenced to 18 months to 30 years, which means he'll probably get 2 months. That's how that's usually works.
Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible.
But this guy has done this 6 times.
Yeah,
he's been caught 6 times breaking windows to steal mannequins. I mean,
horrible.
That is beyond mental illness at that point.
The guy needs to never see freedom again. I mean, he is a threat.
Yeah.
I mean, would you want a guy living next to you that, you know, in the middle of the night,
hell no.
You know what I mean? The guy is thinking, hey, okay, now's the perfect time. I'm going to go bag myself a mannequin. It's just straight up rude.
Yeah, he needs to be locked up.
I mean, you can go to the store and buy a blow-up doll or something, but no, this guy, I'm going to break in, steal a mannequin. Ooh, I like it. Just let me take the wig off. Come on.
Yeah. It's like the year of perverts. We have Dateline NBC audio from, the perverted justice specials. We have this guy who's 29 years old, who's impersonating a 12-year-old, a guy showing up to school, playing the role of a 7th grader. And the latest on this guy, Jeff, who is 29, who pretended he was 12. Apparently they found a video of he engaging in sex with a juvenile. Ugh. Boy, that's a shock.
Oh.
That's a shock. So this guy's almost 30 and he went into a 7th grade classroom for 2 months and nobody knew it.
How about the death penalty for that guy? Just off him, get rid of him, throw out the trash. See ya, done.
Yeah.
We don't need trash like that. Breathing air. Wasting air. I mean, think about it.
Unbelievable.
Can I shout out my homie?
Bring it. Go for it.
Jordan. I want to shout out Jordan. I met the dude in rehab.
What do you go to rehab for?
'Cause I'm a weed head.
Oh, boy.
So you're really into the bud.
What was rehab like for you? How many weeks?
It was cool. I only went for like 2 weeks.
2 weeks. And are you still smoking it?
I slowed down. Like, I used to smoke every day, all day. But now, I smoke like once a week.
You smoke today?
Nah.
We have to repeat that question. You smoke today?
Nah.
Well, look on the bright side. You're going to save a lot of money on the munchies.
Yeah.
I mean,
I smoked yesterday, though.
You spend your money on the weed, and then you spend money, and then you get your, your ATM receipts back or whatever, your itemized receipts, and you're like, man, I can't believe I spent this month, $800 on pizza.
How much do you spend a week? How much did you used to spend a week or a month?
Oh, shit. Oh, like, 100 a week. That much.
How old are you?
19.
That's a pretty expensive habit, which is only going to get more expensive.
Yeah, do your parents send you to rehab?
I checked myself in.
What'd your parents say about that?
They was all for it.
Well, that's good. You took responsibility and said, you know what? I'm way too into the pot. I'm gonna get some help.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Curtis, try to find something else to occupy your time, because it's going to be an expensive habit to keep up.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I had to.
Yeah. And you got to be more productive, and, you're just going to slow things down in your life. You're too young to get derailed at this point. What's your goal in life, Curtis?
I want to be an agent, a sports agent.
Okay. What are you doing to go about getting there?
Well, I'm in school right now, but I need to I'm in a community college, so I need to transfer to a university.
And you're going to probably have to be an attorney to be a sports agent, or at least have that legal background.
I know.
So if you're going to be smoking the weed, there's no way you're going to be going to law school at the same time.
Well, I'm trying.
All right. What about another occupation if sports agent is too difficult in getting there? What's your plan B in life?
I'm not even sure. I don't know. I always thought about being an architect too.
All right. Do you like to design things?
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, work toward your goal. Don't let anything get in the way. The drugs, the ladies, the partying. I'm serious. Listen, you're 19. These are years that if you make decisions toward your goal now, you'll get there faster. If you wait 10 years, a lot of people will be ahead of you. It's almost like you're in line at the post office.
Yeah.
If you get out of line, someone else is going to take your space. And then it'll be another week before you get to the window.
Yeah, you don't want to get derailed.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
So these are years that you're not going to get back. So get focused, have a plan, and work the plan. If not, we might be having this conversation 10 years from now.
Oh, no. I hope not.
I hope not, too.
Yeah.
So, Curtis, thanks for the call. We wish you the best. All right, when we come back, more of your phone calls on the John and Jeff Show. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. 877-97-JOHN Jeff.
What's all that noise? This is the John and Jeff Show.
Here's two guys with major issues, but we don't want to talk about it right now. It's the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live. You're right in the middle of a third shift free-for-all. Let's say a big what's up to Mike rockin' San Jose. Mike, you're on the third shift free-for-all.
How you doing, guys?
Good. What's up?
I just wanted to touch base about the American Idol judging.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have a cousin that she actually tried out in Seattle, and she said that the crummy singers are actually handpicked because the process before you actually see the three main judges, you go through like a pre-judge panel of like producers and whatnot, and so they do actually go through a pre-judging before they actually see the final three judges. And a matter of fact, right before she performed, she went in there laughing and, we got to send that guy through, we got to send him through. So they definitely do handpick the crummy singers.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's thousands of people there, and they look for the odd ones. And
they're looking for the best and the worst.
Absolutely.
And,
oh, yeah.
A lot of it, we said earlier, people getting dared to do it. I dare you to do it. And let's face it, it is compelling television just to watch it, even though it could be a setup. But
Well, I mean, unfortunately, it has come to that, but I guess, it does get the viewers watching, So I guess it's working for them, but, they definitely do, like I said, handpick.
Oh, yeah.
The crummy ones.
But the reality is these people think they're superstars. These people who are tone deaf, who can't sing, who are just oddballs, they actually have the audacity to think, you know what, they can take it to that level. It's great. It's funny.
It is pretty, because I did watch it, and it is pretty humorous. I mean, I guess it's their 5 minutes of fame, but, and it's funny to watch them argue, like, you have the goal and audacity to say, I'm not good enough to go on. It's just, really hard to believe that some of these people do, in fact, believe they should be the next American Idol.
And then they go off on the judges. It's great. I mean, they cannot handle the truth, and they go off on the judges.
You know what would be a great TV show is American Idol's contestants 10 years later. I mean, really.
If I still be thinking, I would have made it.
Yeah, I mean, when American Idol has been canceled, because eventually it will, then you get back the footage again and you go then and now, and let's see what these people are doing 10 years later, especially the egomaniacs who had a lot of tood, who were saying, you don't know anything about talent, Simon. What do you know? I'm going to be a big singer. You just wait. And then let's see where they end up.
That would be a good show.
So we can all laugh.
Yeah.
You know?
All right, well, I just wanted to touch base with you guys and wish you guys a good night. And like I said, just, firsthand from a cousin of mine, she actually is going to Hollywood. Her name is Renee Morgan, so look out for her. So she did make it. So, nice talk with you guys.
All right.
Mike, thanks for the call in San Jose. We appreciate it very, very much.
Bye-bye.
All right.
All right, let's move on to Dan. Dan, you're next on the third shift free-for-all. Hello.
Well, good evening. I really don't know where to begin to display my utter disgust with what was said earlier and what has been said plenty of times on the show. You guys condone capital punishment. You condone prisoners to be in prison for certain things that they have done. And you subscribe to everything this corrupt government pretty much dishes out to us. You guys are victims of propaganda. I mean, how can you sit there and say something like, we should just off this guy, he needs to go to prison for life, let's just get rid of him and kill him? How can you say something like that? How can you condone capital punishment? That is just disgusting. Have you no value for life?
Do you want this guy to live next to you?
He's a human being in this world we spin.
Dan, just answer the question, yes or no.
If he wanted to live next to me, I would not object to it.
Will you sponsor him? Can he live with you?
No, I wouldn't let you live with me. Come on. That's just a dumb argument right there.
No, listen.
But we want an answer, yes or no.
We want an answer, yes or no.
No, I wouldn't let you live with me.
I don't.
The question is, would you let a man who smashes storefront windows for his sexual fetish for mannequins be your roommate, Dan? Yes or no?
No, I would not.
He's a human, Dan. He's a human.
Why don't you care enough?
Where's the compassion, brother? Where is the compassion? Reach into your inner child and reach for some compassion. How dare you, Dan?
You're putting a spin on this. The whole point is that you guys condone capital punishment, and you think everyone deserves to go to prison that commits a stupid little crime.
But Dan,
you have so much faith in this corrupt legal system.
Oh man, you got the anger inside you, man.
Is OJ innocent or guilty?
I believe OJ was actually guilty.
Oh, so obviously the system is bad because it let one go, and we have jurors that probably didn't want to do the right thing.
The system is bad because depending on how much money you have is what pretty much depends on whether you go to prison.
Let me ask you a question here, okay? If someone robs a bank and kills the teller deliberately, and it is proven in the court of law that they did that, what should the punishment be?
Assuming that the court of law is fair and, justice filled, which it's really not, the punishment, I really can't say what the punishment should be, but I'm a fan of, I'm a fan of rehabilitation rather than just, execution.
How do you rehabilitate someone who's stupid?
Well, we can't sit there and make that argument.
Dan, I'm going to try to re-administer the question here, okay? The guy walks into a bank. He says, give me all your money to the teller. He points the gun and shoots it at the teller's head, pulls the trigger. The teller no longer has part of their skull, all right? There is no doubt that this person did it, all right? All the evidence is there. In a court of law, this person is found guilty based on that, Dan. Based on that concrete evidence, and there's no doubt that this person did not do it. This person is 100% guilty. It's been proven in a court of law. What should the punishment be for that person?
The person should definitely go to prison, but they should have the opportunity to be rehabilitated.
For how? Okay, but give me a sentence. Is it? Give me years. I need a sentence.
However long it takes to be rehabilitated. Could be a year. Could be 20 years.
All right, Dan. How do we know someone's rehabilitated?
Well, we have psychologists who are, they go to school for this type of thing. We have therapists, we put them through a rigorous
And we have
amount
parole
of,
boards who the criminals sit down in front of a couple people and say,
if you don't trust the judicial system with jurors, why would you trust psychiatrists and therapists? Why do you have, hold on, sir, I'm trying to figure out why you trust some human beings, but not others. That's where I'm trying to go with it. How do you reform someone who murders someone? How do you stop them from murdering again? How do you stop someone who's a molester? How do you stop a molester? Tell us.
Mr. O'Reilly, can I speak? Can I speak, Mr.
How do you stop a molester from molesting?
We need to try and rehabilitate.
How do you rehab someone who has a preference to manipulate and conquer children? How do you stop that?
They get therapy just the same way a man.
How do we know the therapy works? How do we know? How can you sign off saying that this person is no longer a threat to society, Dan? How do we determine that?
You know what? There's really no way to determine that. But
Thank you.
Yeah, and because of that, they should remain incarcerated, or if they're super hideous, they need to be removed from this planet.
All right, so your argument is get therapy, but you just admitted there's really no way of knowing if it works. So why spin your wheels?
Do you contend that people deserve to go to prison for little petty things like breaking windows and playing with mannequins?
Well, how do you...
That guy should really be... You said he should be off. You said he should be off.
I said that.
Jeff,
I said that.
Jeff says it.
What do I care about that guy?
Why would you say that, though?
Well, because he's for the death penalty. That's why.
And you're against it. You want this guy, but he can't live with you, so you really aren't that compassionate. I thought you were.
You can't live with me. You can't live with me.
No, you keep bringing me into the mix here. I have nothing to do with this. All right?
Your arguments are petty. You're trying to put a spin on it.
Dude, won't let this guy live with you. So you're not compassionate. You're a hypocrite.
I wouldn't let anybody live with me.
You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
I'm a hypocrite because I live alone and I like it that way.
No, because if you had real compassion, you'd say, you know what, I'm going to let him sit on my futon.
Absolutely not. I wouldn't let my neighbor sit on my futon. Come on.
You have no compassion.
But Dan, how do you stop someone who's done it 6 times? What should the punishment be after 6 times doing the same crime?
Well, of course, prison, but then again, I do think the prison system needs help. The prison system it's pretty much slavery, is what it is.
Dan,
it's legalized slavery.
Dan, we're not talking about throwing someone in prison because they sold a bag of pot. We're talking sick, demented perverts and violent criminals. They need to be locked up for life, and the bad ones need to be offed.
All right, there you have it. That's why we're so soft on crime, because everyone thinks you can be rehabbed for everything you do. It's unbelievable. All right, send us your emails at johnjeff.com.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
We're 2 guys who think there should be a federal investigation into the long lines at the post office.
We're 2 guys who think it should be a felony if your French fries are cold at the drive-thru.
We're 2 guys who think a woman should give a man a gift after getting engaged.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff Show.
Waking you, and even you up live in the AM. It is the John and Jeff Show, 3rd shift free-for-all.
It's not your imagination. The 3rd shift goes by twice as fast when you listen every hour to the John and Jeff Show. Call us now to get on the air, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-97-JOHN Jeff. We want to thank all the 3rd shifters, all you insomniacs, everybody working hard in the graveyard. Hey, thanks for staying up all night with us. We really do appreciate it. It's 7 minutes after the hour.
That's right. Welcome to the 3rd shift free-for-all. More topics, better varieties. We jumpstart the weekend live with your calls. Stand by for stuff you will only hear live in the AM. And the best part is you can talk about anything. And to jump on live, it's easy. Pick up the phone wherever you are. That's right. Call now to jump on live. Coming up, we'll check out the news pile for news and nonsense. We'll get to the bottom of that. Plus, we're standing by just in case as a public service on the 3rd shift. If you need relationship advice or advice on almost anything, the free advice department is open. You know, John and I are not experts. We're not doctors. We don't play them on TV. We never will. But what we're going to be is real. We're going to give you the real deal, the straight dope, all right? Our goal is to help you eliminate drama in your life. So if you need some free advice, we're standing by. So there's a lot going on this morning. Grab a cup of coffee and jump on live.
All right, 877-97 John Jeff, 877-97 John Jeff. Well, we had a caller earlier in the show that thought that we were way off base by suggesting that people who commit violent crimes should either go to prison for an extended period of time, or in some cases, like Jeff would prefer, the death penalty. And this caller was referencing the word counseling, you know, and rehab. Someone robs a bank. John and Jeff, they need rehab. And I asked the question, well, how do you know rehab works? Well, we have psychiatrists for that, John and Jeff. I mean, it's unbelievable the number of people who think people can be changed and reformed. In other words, the rapist will no longer rape anymore if you just sit down with the rapist and find out what's bothering him. Let's find out what's bothering the child molesters, the pedophiles, the rapists. Let's find out where they're coming from, John and Jeff. If we have a better understanding of where they're coming from, then and only then can we communicate with them. And it's so important, John and Jeff, to put yourself in their shoes and find out where they're coming from and what neighborhood they grew up in and whether or not they had a mother or a father. Or maybe something bad happened to them and they're just acting out. It's unbelievable the number of people who think that there's rehab for everything. I mean, we have actors using anti-gay slurs, and he's in counseling. We have the Mel Gibsons. Well, I have to really get some counseling, some therapy. I have to find out, you know, why I would say such a thing. The reason why people do what they do is because they want to do it. And then when all of a sudden they get caught doing it, oh, I need counseling, I need therapy, I need help, I'm going to go into detox, I'm going to have extensive self-evaluation. All of these people with their excuses for their behavior. It's unbelievable. There is no counseling, there is no therapy for deliberate acts. I don't know why we're wasting time and money trying to figure out if we can change somebody. Jeff and I have said for years, let's get rid of all these parole boards because some inmate with a Bible has found Jesus. And somebody on that parole board will buy into it and say, well, we all do deserve a second chance, John and Jeff. So, you know, Jesus made an impact on my life, and I believe that he made an impact on this inmate's life. And then all of a sudden they get the get out of jail free card.
And then they re-offend. They'll say anything to get out of prison. A violent mofo will say anything to get out of prison. And, you know, John and I have been saying this for years. There should be no parole for violent criminals. Let's define violent criminals at 11 past the hour. Anyone who commits murder, rape, these perverts that are pedophiles, these knuckleheads that are involved in drive-bys and a baby is killed.
Or anyone's killed.
Yeah. Bank robbers, someone who decides they don't want to work for a living and they're going to go in and point a gun at the teller's head and say, give me all your money. The teller gives them the money, then they pull the trigger and that teller is now dead. We're talking violent scumbags, all right? They screwed up. They effed up. You know what? Lock them up for life. Throw away the key. Do not let them sit in front of a parole board. And, you know, you'll hear them say, you're right, they'll pick up a Bible. They'll say they found, Jesus. They found religion, Amway, whatever. They'll say anything to get out.
And it's just amazing how these people on the parole boards aren't smart enough to figure that out. I mean, when a prisoner is sitting across from you, their objective is to get out. They're trying to convince you that they will not reoffend, that they have changed. Why would you believe them? The incentive is to lie and try to convince the parole board to let you out. And these idiots believe them. But Jeff, we live in a society now where if you do something stupid, I'm going to get some counseling.
Yeah.
You say something stupid, you make a slur, and then all of a sudden, I'm getting some counseling, so don't beat me up. I'm working on myself. I'm trying to figure out like the Michael Richards of the world, the Kramers of the world. I'm trying to figure out where this came from. So I am going to have deep, intensive therapy to find out the root of the problem. Where did this originate from? And I need to find where I'm at in life to identify and pinpoint where this came out of.
Yeah.
It came out of your mouth.
Yeah.
And then when people objected to it, then you hide in counseling and rehab. There is no counseling for a rapist. There is no counseling for a pedophile. And all these people calling in saying everyone deserves a second chance. Who came up with that concept that everyone deserves a second chance?
We all make mistakes, John. Times are hard. People commit crime. They commit murder, but they're human. We need to show more compassion. Well, guess what? Show them all the compassion you want. Volunteer. Go to a prison. All right. Start a book club. Be a volunteer. If you want to administer counseling or maybe do some ministry, fine. Do it behind bars, but don't let these scumbags out. Let them get all the help they want behind bars. All right. But don't let them out breathing free air in society. Come on now. Are you with us?
Or are you with the terrorists? Give us a call. 877-97 Jeff. 877-97 Jeff. What are your thoughts on celebrities and criminals, all these people seeking counseling and therapy for their stupidity? Think about that. This Isaiah Washington, the actor on Grey's Anatomy, using the F word, the anti-gay slur. With the support of my family and friends, I've begun counseling. I regard this as a necessary step toward understanding why I did what I did and making sure it never happens again. I appreciate the fact that I've been given this opportunity, and I remain committed to transforming my negative actions into positive results personally and professionally. Who's buying this stuff? What sort of counseling is going to stop you from saying that word? All you have to do is just don't say it. That's all you have to do. There's no counseling required, but this guy chose to say it. And he meant it. People say things because they mean it. Oh, it just slipped out. Nothing slips out, by the way. Everything you say is what you mean. It's the truth. Then when people are bothered by it, then all of a sudden you begin to say, well, I'm going to go to counseling for what I said. In other words, I'm going to go to counseling for saying what I meant. I'm going to go to counseling for my honesty. That's essentially what these people are saying. I'm completely honest, and then all of a sudden when it creates a problem, I'm going to say I have to go to therapy for my honesty. Essentially, that's what they're saying. Is anyone buying into this culture that we now live in, that everything can be washed away? It's almost like a confessional booth in the Catholic Church. They just washed it away with a few prayers. I've been told, say this 6 times, and then it just mysteriously goes away.
Ching. It's gone.
Think about that. Are we at that point in society where no one can just stand up and just say, yeah, I said what I said. It's because I meant it. No, everything is, I got to go to counseling, got to go to therapy. So if you think someone can change, a rapist can change, a pedophile can change, a child molester can change, give us a call and tell us how you know for sure, without a doubt, that after therapy, this person won't reoffend. Tell us how you know for sure it will never happen again. Give us a call, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. To get on the air, call us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. All right, let's go to Sean this morning. Sean, you're on the John and Jeff Show. Good morning.
That guy that was on there, Dan, oh, what a fruit. No wonder he lives alone. Are you kidding me? These people should never get out. Obviously, 6 times before, that didn't work.
All right, we're talking about the guy in Michigan. He was smashing storefront windows, stealing mannequins for his own sexual gratification. Some of the mannequins had lingerie on them. He was arrested on 6 previous occasions, and he recently got sentenced to 18 months to 30 years in prison, which he probably won't serve more than like 6 months. But a gentleman called in and said, we can't put those people in prison. So what are we supposed to do with these freaks?
Yeah, then he went off on me because I said, you know what? Just off this guy. Send him to prison and off him, all right? Tired of these stories. He didn't like that. He got all sour. Oh, yeah, he was sour. And,
Dan's point was, we need therapy. And then I said, well, how do you know therapy is going to work? And he says, well, we don't know. So why would you say we need therapy when you realize that you don't know when and if it works?
And he really couldn't cough up a sentence, and we gave him some scenarios. What should a murderer get in prison? What should a rapist get? What should a pedophile get? Yeah, life or the death penalty. Come on.
But he was saying, who am I to judge? Listen, we make judgments every day. And then all of a sudden, when we have to make a tough judgment, people back down. Oh, it's not my place to decide what should happen. Well, yeah, it is, because you're a member of the community and you might be on a jury. And you might have to make a decision for once in your life. People are on the fence on issues about child molesters. How are you on the fence? How is it that you don't know what the punishment should be for a child molester?
Because he was very, very ultra liberal and ultra light and fluffy on crime. He didn't really want justice. He sympathizes, I think, more with the criminals than the victims. That's what it sounded like. In other words,
well, we're all humans.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Well, he said, OJ, that one might have done it. What do you mean might have done it?
See, that's always the question I ask. If people don't answer that question honestly, then there's no way you can have a reasonable debate with anybody. The OJ, that is the litmus test right there. Anytime you engage in a debate.
True pedophiles, if you ask them, they'll tell you, don't let me out because I'll do it again.
Exactly. There's no amount of money that could make me switch teams, all right, and jump ship and then be into the dudes. I'm telling you that right now. It's you, John, your preference is Asian women. That's it. Sean, you're into the ladies.
Actually, beautiful Asian women.
Beautiful Asian women. Okay, but
there is a difference.
You can't. If a
difference.
Right. Yes. If a pedophile in his brain, what gets him going is the kid tip, then you can't change that. You can't rewire the dome. No amount of counseling can change what someone's preference is.
And again, whether it's a crime or something stupid that somebody says, whether it's Mel Gibson, this actor Isaiah Washington, or Michael Richards, all of this counseling isn't going to prevent someone from being honest. When people say things, they're being honest. And now you're going to go to counseling to be dishonest? It's just absurd. And we're just sick and tired of people going to counseling for things that they mean. And we're sick and tired of people who think counseling can stop a rapist. These counselors are just making a grip of money. And these therapists, listen, I've said for a long time, therapy, in my opinion, is a scam. If you need therapy in your relationship, how does it make you feel when John says this? I don't need some third party refereeing my relationship. These therapists are making a ton of money. It's called job security. That's why we have parole boards. That's why we have these therapists. Oh, can you talk to the rapist and find out if he's going to rape again before we decide on at his parole hearing?
Here's what they do.
No. Everybody's ill. Everybody's got a sickness, or they've got some sort of issue, and so and it's not their fault.
A syndrome.
It's not their fault.
Exactly.
Everybody's got a syndrome. If they don't have one, hey, for 20 G's, I'll make one up.
They do. They make up syndromes all the time. And here's the thing. You're right.
The therapists make up the syndromes.
Therapists get paid by the prisons. They go in, they do individual counseling, then they do kumbaya circle time, and then they say, so-and-so who 8 years ago whacked someone to steal their car, they are now healed. And I know because I'm a therapist, and I sat down and we got into the inner child to find out what makes this person tick. And this person is ready to be paroled. And then they show up at the parole board with the tie on, and they're going to say whatever they want to be released. They're going to say they're reformed, and then they get out on the street again and they reoffend.
I see it every day. I'm a cop. They do it all the time.
It's amazing how people are just, they create these syndromes so they have job security. They write these books about this syndrome, post-traumatic this, post-traumatic that. And these are just excuses for people's behavior. But again, it helps the industry known as therapy and counseling. It just gives them more credibility, and it makes our society less safe by having these people back out on the streets because some clinical psychiatrist or psychologist with a PhD said so.
Ellen.
All right. Real quick.
All right. The one that stood time. Heather Locklear. Come on.
Okay.
Heather Locklear. The woman looks great.
I saw on a magazine cover in the store, and it's like, she gets better with age.
There you go. If you could take her when she's young, you know how she's going to look when she's old.
There you go.
Well, she's pushing 40-something by now.
I think she's in the 50s now.
No, she's not that old.
No, come on.
No,
she's been around forever.
She's like 40, early 40s.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, fellas, appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, thanks for the call. Who looks better than Heather Locklear in her early 40s? Probably no one.
She's solid.
Yeah. All right, more of your calls coming up on the John and Jeff Show this morning. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. You want to join us on the air? Call now. 877-97-JOHN Jeff.
John and Jeff. You're listening to the John and Jeff Show.
It's the third shift free-for-all.
Third shift free-for-all.
It's the John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff Show.
All right, to get on the air and join us, 877-97-JOHN Jeff. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. Let's go to Nathan. Nathan, you're next on the John and Jeff Show. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing, guys?
Good. What's going on, Nathan?
Doing great. First of all, I want to say I do agree with you guys, but I have one question for you guys.
All right.
When the whole Mel Gibson thing was happening, I called in. You guys asked, the Jewish community about repentance and how we should forgive them because, forgive him. He asked sorry already twice. And you guys had a whole segment about it. I called in, and you guys were arguing with me about, he said sorry already twice. Maybe it's time just to, forgive him. I'm kind of confused. You guys agree that basically that a person could repent and could change or not? Because I agree with you guys. I think that someone that goes with that and says what he says, that he is, and that's what he believes in, a person like that doesn't change. And even if he goes and he says he's sorry, whatever it is.
Listen, people only apologize after they get caught.
Yeah.
And people only apologize when they're at risk of losing something. Now, for instance, do you think Michael Richards would have apologized if there wasn't an uproar? Probably not.
Obviously not.
If Mel Gibson never got caught, would he have said, last night I was drinking, there was nobody around, and I just uttered out some hateful speech, and I want everyone to know that was wrong, even though nobody heard it. I want to let everyone know what I said in my own private room at my palatial estate in Malibu. It was wrong. Of course not. So you have to ask yourself, why are they asking for forgiveness? And you have to assess what's at risk.
So do you agree? Do you think that the Jewish community should forgive and send this or whatever, let's say,
Listen, forgiveness and counseling are two different things. And you can hold
it.
Listen,
because it means the
sir,
reason why they do it is because
forgiveness, though, is up to the individual. If they want to, in their heart, forgive someone for something, that's...
Yeah, listen, going to counseling for the reason why you said what you said has nothing to do if someone's going to forgive you or not. I don't believe you can go to counseling to figure out why you say certain things. You say certain things because you mean them.
But he doesn't give two craps about the counseling. He's obviously going just because he wants the forgiveness.
That's my point.
He knows that's how he's going to get away with it.
He has to, because he has to. You're right.
So then their forgiveness shouldn't be forgiveness. We shouldn't feel forgiven because exactly that point. If we know that in this situation, this day and age, everyone could get away with the claim of, hey, you know what, I'm going to go and I'm going to work on myself. Why should we forgive? If we know that this person really believes
Nathan, we're not discussing forgiveness. We're talking about rehab and therapy.
Now we're
not discussing whether you're capable of forgiving. Listen, no, you're confusing the audience. Stay focused, work on your ADD. We're talking about rehab. We're talking about counseling. People who say stupid things or they commit violent crimes. A lot of people believe that if you sit down with some sort of PhD, that they will be convinced, or they can convince the perpetrator of not committing a rape or not molesting a kid. Do you believe that somebody with a PhD and a notepad can do that? Yes or no?
I don't believe that. I believe that. I think
that's what we're talking about. What you're talking about is something else. You were in a time warp.
Well, it's linked because it comes.
There is no link. There's no link to being washed away from your evil ways and forgiveness. We're not talking about forgiving people.
Well, it comes down to because people do it, and then the whole reason why people do it mostly is because...
Nathan, I've explained it 3 times, and you're still arguing the point. Are you always this difficult?
Usually, yeah.
Okay. Now, you have an issue... All right, repeat after me. If I'm your therapist, repeat after me.
Okay.
I admit I'm wrong, yet I don't have the courage to say it. Go ahead.
Well... I don't think it would be right. I'm not paying you, so I don't know.
Nathan, you don't have the courage. Nathan, you don't have the courage to admit you're wrong. So maybe you should see a specialist about what insecurities that you have.
I don't know. I don't know how this came down to insecurity, but yeah, that's I guess.
Well, because you don't have the courage to admit that you're not discussing the topic we're discussing. You're trying to derail the conversation, sir.
No, you're just trying to say that I'm wrong because...
Listen, forgiveness is... your religious beliefs might dictate that you should forgive someone, but we're not talking about your religious beliefs. We're talking about rehab. We're talking about counseling.
Yeah.
This is not a religious...
To do with the religious. This is nothing to do with the religious. My point is...
Your point doesn't make sense. We've given you the opportunity to make it, and you haven't made it. So we're going to put you out of your misery. Why won't he just say, you're right, John and Jeff, I don't know what I'm talking about. I apologize for my existence. Please forgive me. But no, he just won't do it. Nathan? I think, Nathan, you deserve some professional help. Go to the Yellow Pages. All right, let's go to Brian. Brian, you're next on the third shift. Good morning.
Hey, John and Jeff.
What's up?
Hey, you got a great show. Let me tell you, I enjoy your show. And I haven't heard anybody say what you guys have said. I'm telling you, everybody wants to cop out. But the point is, people say exactly what they mean.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. But I think today's society, people want to say the truth, but they don't want to face the consequences. They want to say the truth, And when the truth comes out, they don't want to face the consequences, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this guy, Isaiah Washington, the guy from Grey's Anatomy, you know, he uses the anti-gay slur, the F word. Now, that word is used to offend someone who is gay.
And he meant it. He meant exactly what he said.
And he chose a word that he knew was going to be inflammatory because he wanted to get a point across about either his hatred or a lack of respect for this particular person or the community. So when he says it, we should not think that some sort of therapy is going to make him, you know, stop meaning what he says.
No, that's hogwash. Ain't no therapy about it. He said exactly what was on his mind, just like Michael Richards. People say exactly what's on their mind, and like you said, when they get caught, then all of a sudden they want to see religion. You know what I'm saying? They want to get some counseling. They want to rehabilitate their image and character.
Exactly. And now let's go behind bars. Take this behind bars. When someone commits murder, all of a sudden they're thinking, well, I'm eligible for parole. I want to do some counseling time. You know what? I made a mistake. I paid for my time. No. You killed someone. You know, your time should be, a life sentence.
You know what's offensive is when someone refers to a rape as a mistake.
Right.
How do you say a murder is a mistake?
It's not.
It's not. So they're even lying and trying to manipulate you with that sort of logic. Well, we all make mistakes. I'm paying for the mistake of molesting blank or blank. These prisoners, you know, you see them on, you know, these MSNBC lockup. I made a mistake. I killed someone, and I'm paying for my mistake. It's not. How do you minimize a person's life by referring to it as a mistake?
It's no mistake. They meant it. But you know, another thing that gets me, I tell you, it's like when they do something and then someone comes up to you and they try to explain. They say, well, you have to understand the psychological reasoning behind it. No, I ain't a psychologist. I don't want to understand nothing. They did what they did. They said what they said. End of story. Period.
You're right. I don't want to understand the psychological reasoning of someone who decides they want to do a carjacking because they're too lazy to get their butts a job, pay for a car themselves. Instead, they're walking down the street with the gun and they walk up to someone and say, you know what? You're an innocent person. You know what? Give me your car. They point a gun, all right, at their dome, and then they take their car and then they shoot them. All right. I don't want to jump into the mind of why that person did that. I want that person locked up forever.
And when that punk when he gets caught and at his trial, and when they doing the sentencing, Mr. Tough Guy, Mr. Gangster, he gonna stand up there with tears in his eyes, looking over at the victim's family. I'm sorry. No, I don't want to hear that. No. Dude, you killed the dude. Dude, you ain't coming out of jail. You're going to rot in prison. That's it.
The only reason why someone's sorry is because they get caught.
Right.
The only reason why people apologize is because they're about to lose something.
Exactly. But see, you guys are the only ones that I ever heard who are really coming out and saying this, because everybody else, they want to get on that. Well, we have to understand the psychological reasoning behind this. Man, I mean, come on now.
How about this?
Everybody wants to put a spin on it.
Right. I'm tired of hearing this. We need to build more schools in this country and not build more prisons. No, we have schools. Yes, they need improvement, but we need to build more prisons so we don't have to have this population problem with, we don't have enough beds in this prison, so we need to parole these people. No. Build more prisons. I'll pay more in taxes. Let's keep America safer.
Parole is out of control now. When people, especially murder, it sickens me, even here in Jersey. If somebody committed murder, what are they doing walking on the street again?
Yeah.
The way I think about it, if you commit one murder, guess what, dude? You're a lifer.
And again, we're talking about less than 1% of society that we just refuse to incarcerate.
Well, yeah, the point being is that if you commit a murder and you did it cold-blooded, that's it. You're a lifer, dude. You ain't getting out.
Right. I mean, I don't know why people would object to that. And going to back what we were talking about just a few minutes ago, these people who think that they have to go to counseling or therapy, they're really going to counseling because of their honesty.
Right.
I mean, think about that. You're actually now going into a therapist's office because you're too honest about your thoughts and feelings.
Right.
But I mean, it's just incredible how it's it's spinning in another direction. You're completely honest about calling someone the F word or whatever the case is. Right. And then now you're going to a therapist so you can be dishonest about your thoughts.
Exactly. And you guys, like I said, you guys got a great show. I enjoy listening to you, man. Keep the faith. Keep the faith and keep up the good show. Keep up the good work, man, because people, they need to hear what you guys are saying, man.
All right, well, listen, Brian, thanks for the call in Jersey. We appreciate it.
Right, rock on.
All right.
All right, more of your calls coming up on the John and Jeff Show. To join us, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
You're listening to the John and Jeff Show.
I'm all for that one.
Broadcasting to the backbone of America.
The third shift.
It's the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live. Let's say a big what's up to Greg. Greg, you're on the third shift free-for-all. What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's going on?
I'm from Bayonne. I gotta tell you this. I'm going to be a corrections officer. I shouldn't say that. I'd get in trouble. I'm not really technically an officer yet. But I have to tell you, I understand that if somebody commits the crime, you put them away. I mean, I'm in the business. I know that. But if you can catch one of these guys right before they do anything like that, give them the right smack in the mouth, you can save their lives. And save the lives of a child, if you're lucky.
All right, give us an example of smacking someone around before they commit a molestation.
Sorry about that, I interrupted you, but I mean metaphorically. It's like, I'm talking like we do the Scared Straight program. You run a guy through, you run these little kids through. I mean, you're saying the Scared Straight program is a form of rehabilitation. These are kids who are pickpockets and stuff like that. And we do catch people all the time. Maybe you're browsing the wrong website. We get you. You sit the guy down in the right kind of therapy.
Well, I think Scared Straight is a remarkable program. It's legendary. It
doesn't work for everybody.
It'll prevent little punks from popping off. You're not going to, prevent everyone. But I think someone who is bent in the dome and they want to, get with a kid. I mean, that's like you liking women. Nothing's going to change you from, All
right, let's move on. Alex is next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Hi, good morning, guys.
What's up?
I gotta tell you, I agree with everything you guys said, but I think you have to take one step further because, I have some child molester guy just moved in to my neighborhood and I'm walking down the street. Someone put up the picture saying, oh, this guy was convicted, this and that. Now I'm walking and this lady, she's removing all the signs. I said, listen, what are you doing? She's like, well, he has rights to, he served time, so now he's a free man, this and that. I said, listen, what are you talking about? What about the kids? Don't they have rights as well? It's like, oh, well, you have to look up for his freedom. So, okay, you know what? I tell you what, he comes nowhere near my wife, my daughters, I give him his freedom. Because now I have to be on the lookout for this guy. There's some child molester guy living right next door to me, and then I have to be looking for this scumbag every day. Why? If I know that he's going to do it again, just cut everything off and get it over with, and and then everybody can live in peace, and then we move on. He's a sick man anyway.
Well, think about this. Say you're trying to sell your house, and there's a known, child molester who now has been paroled living down the street, and now a family is looking at the house you're trying to sell. Do you think they're going to want to live on that street?
Oh, it's horrible.
So these are things that are impacting the livelihood of a lot of people. Someone's trying to sell their house, may not be able to because someone paroled a child molester. So it does have a tremendous impact on neighborhoods. What kid wants to go outside his house if the next door neighbor is a convicted sex offender doing time for molestation or pedophile, perverts?
Exactly, but I tell you what, if we get rid of the tool and we know this guy's not able to do anything, everybody's going to sleep a lot better.
Yeah, but still, you act out your aggression in other ways that can be very dangerous too. So, chopping something off isn't going to, remove the threat. The only way to remove it is either to kill it or to incarcerate it.
A or B. Life in prison or you get whacked.
There's really only two options. And listen, we have the money to do it. We just don't want to spend it. It's almost like we're embarrassed with the number of people in our prison system in our country. We should use that as a badge of honor.
We should be proud.
Yeah, instead we're embarrassed.
There should be billboards all over in every major city saying, we've incarcerated and have the number change, 14 million or whatever it is. And every time someone enters prison, the number changes. Like, Mickey D's, like, billions served and,
Yeah. And again, we don't have all the time in the world to discuss this, but you can always email us at our website about whether or not you think rehab works for sex offenders at our website, johnjeff.com. Alex, what are your thoughts? Do we rehab any of these people at all? Give them a chance, or just say, forget it?
There's no way to give them a chance. And I tell you what, you go online to familywatchdog.us and you type your zip code, and you'll be surprised to see how many people are living so close to you and you have no idea. Familywatchdog.us.
All right.
They have everybody. You type your zip code and you'll see. You'll be like, wow, it's scary.
Probably 10 to 30 people within a mile of your house.
It's horrible.
It's insane. Now, if the real estate agents, if the buyers now make that part of a condition to purchase a house, I mean, we're going to see a housing crisis in this country like we've never seen. Because with all this information now, I mean, if you're a parent and you're moving into a house, don't you think that would be one of the things that you would check? Is how many people have been paroled who are sex offenders in your neighborhood? I mean,
yeah,
you would think. I mean, everyone talks about the school system. I want to move into a neighborhood that has a school system. But what about the convicted child molester who now lives next door?
How's the real estate agent going to spin that one?
Well, they're not going to disclose it.
But if you ask them, hey, so I want you to tell me how many sex offenders live in this neighborhood. You need to get me that information.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Oh, they're not going to volunteer it. Oh, by the way, just so you know, the roof is leaking and there's a sex offender next door to you. I don't think that's going to happen.
Speaking of real estate agents, when someone dies in a house, does a real estate agent have to tell you that someone died there by law? Or
I think they have to disclose if there was a crime, like a murder. I don't know. Listen, people die of natural causes every day in this country.
Okay, that's one thing, but I'm talking like a grisly murder.
Well, yeah, that's a crime.
So would they have to tell you, 20 years ago, a family of 3 got whacked here?
In other words, this is the house where blank was murdered, or the legendary rape occurred, whatever the case is. The Scott Peterson house, apparently, sold not that long ago.
Who'd want to buy that house?
I don't know. Probably someone with a forensic evidence background.
Someone who wanted to live there?
Swabbing the carpets and
that's a mood
nooks
breaker.
And crannies.
I mean, that's a mood breaker. You got a house and it's a death scene and you're bringing home a chick and you're in the room trying to get all romantic and stuff, and in the same room where, some people got offed.
And then the guy says, I want to show you the house. This is where Scott used to sleep.
Oh.
And this was Lacey's room. And this was their kitchen. Oh, and we changed out the cabinets. We didn't like their decor.
Yeah, exactly. We got new carpet. Actually, no, we got pergo floors.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell I'd ever agree to buy a house of a crime scene.
Well, I think most states will say that you have to disclose something like that, just in the event that, people, you have the looky-loos, you have people stopping by, during, after the murders surrounding O.J. Simpson in the Los Angeles area.
The condo, yeah.
Yeah, everyone was, people still go by that area today. Who wants to live there when you have...
I think the tour buses go by there.
Yeah, they still do.
Attention, if you look to your right, there's the site of the Nicole Simpson Goldman murders.
And a lot of people are, they don't want to be bothered by tourists with cameras.
Oh, man.
Taking pictures of, nothing. A walkway, I suppose.
Yeah.
All right, send us your emails at our website at johnjeff.com. Thanks for listening. Whether you agree or disagree, tell us what you're thinking at johnjeff.com.
See ya.
Due Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who think women who keep their maiden names in marriage are high maintenance.
We're two guys who think DNA tests should be mandatory before a man's name goes on a birth certificate.
We're two guys who think nobody should get married before the age of 30.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
Keeping you awake live on the third shift, America, it is the John and Jeff Show.
And we're two guys with some very sad news to report on the third shift. Jeff, when I heard the news, I was in Washington, D.C. over the weekend. I had to fly to Rhode Island for a family matter. And when I heard the news, sitting in the lobby of the United Airlines terminal, I was speechless. I could not believe that this had happened so soon. You know, sometimes you expect bad news, but when it comes sooner than you anticipate, it really hits you hard. And here I am. My flight is delayed in Washington, D.C. over the weekend at Dulles Airport. Apparently somebody dented the plane, and so they had to call the mechanics and figure out how big the dent was and would the plane rip apart if it was in air. So here we are waiting, and the news flash hits me about the very, very sad news that occurred over the weekend. And here I am saying, you know, I anticipated this situation, but I didn't think it was going to happen this quickly. And so it wasn't really devastating. I wasn't very surprised, but I was somewhat shocked, if that makes any sense.
So there you were, sitting, the flight is delayed. You're at the airport, a dented plane, and then some more bad news.
CNN. I also saw a monitor for MSNBC and various other news channels about the very, very sad news over the weekend.
You just got to say it.
We have lost Eric Estrada, LaToya Jackson, and Jack Osborne. Their show has been canceled. Their TV show, Armed and Famous, a TV show that I said on the John and Jeff Show wouldn't last until the end of their season, has only lasted 4 episodes. A TV show that looked bad on paper, never mind put into production, has been canceled after 4 episodes. And apparently they were playing, I guess, reserve officers going around pretending they were cops. When you have Eric Estrada, LaToya Jackson, and Jack Osborne on a TV show, how could anyone say success? I like Eric Estrada. I think LaToya Jackson's attractive. I think Jack Osborne's probably a pretty good guy. But to get those 3 together and hang your hat on a show like that with those 3, quote, stars, you must be kidding me. On paper, it's a bad idea. And after 4 episodes, the devastating news, it's been canceled.
And John, did you partake in 1 episode of Armed and Famous?
I did not see the show. Why get turned on to a show? Why get addicted to a bad TV show? And then all of a sudden they pull it from you.
They just take it away.
Yeah, there's something about, bad TV shows that keep people watching. I think that's part of the attraction. But I did not give my life to that show, not 1 minute, Jeff. But obviously a very devastating news story that occurred over the weekend. And here I was sitting in the airport in D.C., and I see this come across the monitor. And I shake my head and I say,
what a weekend.
What a weekend.
Dented plane.
Dented plane.
Did you have to deal with the TSA?
No. apparently I was, I guess I'm not on the TSA watch list anymore because nobody gave me the extensive pat down like what happened when we flew to San Francisco and when I came back from Thailand by myself. So I don't think I'm on the TSA watch list. So this is like the second time I have flown and there's been no extensive pat down. So I guess whatever I said, whoever heard the show, whoever made some phone calls, whoever you are, thank you. Now I can just breeze through security, not having anyone pat me down and take samples from my luggage.
Yeah, you don't get the whole CSI treatment where they take out the Stridex medicated pads and start swabbing everything. I mean, I witnessed you being, interrogated by the TSA or detained, however you want to call it, with the questions. And I was like, wow, this is pretty thorough. So I'm glad to hear that you weren't pulled aside for the special treatment this time.
Yeah, I don't know. Something must have happened because if you're on the list and then all of a sudden you're not, then something occurred. Did the computer just kick my name out at random? Who knows? I don't know. But for a while there, I was getting the once over by the TSA agents. And listen, they have to do their job.
Yeah, you were doing your part. You were doing your part to keep help.
But you have to ask yourself, if you're very concerned about me, then maybe you're probably overlooking something else. So, I had an experience at the airport. My first plane, I was leaving Providence, Jeff. And then my first plane was supposed to go to Chicago. There were high winds in Chicago on Sunday.
Okay.
And they said the plane is going to be delayed and chances are you're going to miss your connection to Los Angeles. And I said, okay, we're going to reroute you to D.C. and then you're going to fly from D.C. to L.A. And I said, it's going to be 2 more hours instead of, I said, fine, that's no problem. So the woman, rebooked me. And then all of a sudden she called my name up to the counter. I'm like, okay, what's this? Then she gives me a nice voucher for a, basically, fly United Airlines voucher anywhere in the U.S.
Free? Sweet.
So I said, wow, thank you. I wasn't expecting that. I appreciate it. Then I get to D.C. and it's about 7:15 local time and it's 7:10 and nobody's moving. And I'm like, this is not good. Obviously, this plane is not leaving at 7:15 if it's 7:10. And then all of a sudden, someone comes on the speaker. There's a dent in the plane.
That's not very comforting when you're sitting there, reading your 3 newspapers and, you've got the news about Armed and Famous and then attention, passengers, the flight will be delayed due to a dent. And then there's a page to the body shop, Fred, body shop, Tarmac 3.
So I guess somebody maybe did something when the plane came in that they shouldn't have done, and so they had to call the mechanics, and then they had to call the chief mechanic.
The Bondo team.
And then the head chief mechanic had to come, and that guy said, we're good to go. And then they just said, okay, we're all boarding right now. And it was
a mad rush.
It wasn't even like, seats 32 to 30. So I finally got on the plane, but I was too late for the third shift last night. So, hey, things happen. But something, I really realize how lucky you are when you make a connection and your luggage is there. When you really think about it, with all the weather conditions, with all the things that could go wrong, air traffic control problems, when you make a connection and you get to your final destination on time, it's this close to being a miracle. It really is, but with all the factors that are involved. So I do have a lot of respect for the airline industry because I think you probably get to where you need to go more often than not. And when there is a situation where there's a delay or a mechanical problem or wind conditions in Chicago over the weekend, stuff happens, atmospheric conditions. So, I just got caught in a couple of, wind in Chicago and a dent on my plane in D.C. as a result.
How many hours?
Could not make the show last night.
How many hours were you delayed?
About 5.
About 5. Yeah. But remember the time when we flew to Vegas for an event and we were to fly back and they rerouted the plane from Vegas to Phoenix? It took us 15 hours to get home from Vegas that day with all the delays. Remember that?
We could have hitchhiked.
Yeah, we could have I could have taken my skateboard and made it back. But let's throw that out there among other things in regards to airline flights. Maybe, airline nightmares. Maybe you missed a connection. Maybe there was a delay. Maybe you hit some severe turbulence, things that happen when you fly. I've only ran into a couple of problems in all the flights I've ever been on, knock on Formica, but they do happen.
Well, here's what happened yesterday. This has happened twice to me, and I'm a fool for doing it, but I just forgot. I had a small carry-on bag with me, and I decided I'm going to put that in my luggage. So then I get to the airport and I realize my car keys are in the checked luggage. And then all of a sudden they say, okay, we're going to send you to DC. And I said to the lady in Providence, I said, could you please make sure they grab my bag because my car keys are in it. So in other words, I did not have my car keys on me. They were in my checked luggage. And here I was, okay, I'm going to get to the airport, but I may not have my car keys. And luggage does get lost. And there was one time earlier, about a year ago, where my luggage didn't make the plane. I arrived, but my luggage didn't. And guess what? My car keys were in the checked luggage. And here I was with no car keys, no way to get home. And let me tell you something. It happened to me again over the weekend. And I was like, oh, please make sure my luggage is on that plane or else I'm going to be in Los Angeles. And there will be no car to drive home. And luckily, the bag was there. So I want to thank United Airlines for these guys had to, Jeff, go through probably 200 or 300 bags to find my bag and put it on that other flight. I just insisted. They said, well, the bag will get to L.A. And I said, well, I'd like the bag to go with me if it's possible. This is what it looks like. This is the name tag. This is the markings on it. And the woman called down below and talked to some guy. And I said, listen, if that guy can't find the bag, will he call back or will he just say, yeah? And she said, no, they're pretty good about the bags. So
they found it.
They found it, got it on the right plane.
Why don't you just bring your keys in your pocket on the plane? Did you forget? Because what I do, I've got this little thing I put around my neck, and I put my key around my neck when I fly, so I know I have it. Because you're right, if you lose your luggage, you get back to the airport, and you find out you've got no car key, you're screwed.
My carry-on bag, as soon as I put the car at the airport parking, I put my keys and everything that I don't need anymore in the little, pocket in the bag. And I never use it. I never go to that part of the bag until I get back from the trip. But I had just put that bag in and I decided, something, I don't want to carry all these bags on the plane. And luckily, I was able to get my the car out of the garage. But stupid things that I've learned. You got to keep your car keys on you.
Absolutely.
No matter where you are.
I always have. I mean, I may look like a paranoid guy, checking my pockets, checking my, for my keys, but I'm always doing a key check. I probably check 20 times when I arrive at the airport, but I know that I've got my car keys in my pocket.
I like to travel light. Jeff, I didn't even bring a jacket to the East Coast over the weekend. It was 9 degrees outside. I didn't even have a jacket on me because, you have a leather jacket or an overcoat. Then you got to take it off and stuff it in there. And
so what did you do when you went outside?
My sister picked me up at the airport and it was 9 degrees. And luckily she had an overcoat that I had at my parents' house waiting for me. But of course the coat was freezing. So I put on the coat. It's colder than I am. So I don't know what it is. I just don't like to wear jackets if I don't have to, and I'd rather be a little colder than have some heavy jacket on me. All right, we're back from the weekend. We hope you had a great weekend. Pick up the phone, give us a call, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
That's right. If you want to unload your airline stories from hell, maybe you had a problem, maybe you lost your luggage, maybe you missed your connector, maybe you were delayed and you ended up camping out at the airport for a day and a half. This stuff happens, but if you want to unload your story, you can. It is totally open phones, more topics, better variety. Stand by for stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. The best part is you can talk about anything, and to jump on live, it's easy. Pick up the phone wherever you are. That's right. Call now to jump on live. Coming up, we'll pull stories from a news pile, news and nonsense. Plus, we're standing by as a public service on the third shift. Maybe you need some relationship advice or advice on almost anything. John and I are not doctors. We don't play them on TV. But what we're going to be is real. Why? Because the free advice department is open. So there's a lot going on. Grab a cup of coffee and jump on live.
All right, to get on the air, join us now. 877-97 Jeff. 877-97 Jeff.
John and Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show.
It's open phones on the John and Jeff Show, which means more topics, better variety, your emails, and a little John and Jeff.
It's the John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff Show.
Thanks for joining us on the third shift. We appreciate it. 877-97 John Jeff. To get on the air, call us now. 877-97 John Jeff. And Jeff, did you know that 84% of Americans are not happy in their jobs? 84% of people are not living their dream in their career. I want to throw this out on the third shift. If you're living your dream job, give us a call and tell us what you're doing. But I got a feeling there's going to be a lot more people calling in saying, I wish I was doing blank. So let's kind of do a dream job intervention. See if we can help you, steer you in the right direction to get that dream job that you've been wanting, you've been craving, you've been thinking about, you've been dreaming about. 84% of Americans are not in their dream jobs. Tell us some of the circumstances that prevent you from living that dream. Maybe you got married too young. Maybe you had kids. Maybe your wife doesn't want you to go to school for that particular profession. Maybe something happened along the way in your life that is preventing you from being happy at your job. Let's talk about it. And also, Jeff, I have the two cities, the number one city for people who are in their dream jobs and the number one city where people are not in their dream jobs, according to a recent survey. You want to take a crack at what city is living their dream jobs and what city isn't, according to this survey?
I will say the city that people are living their dream jobs, Los Angeles. The city that people are not living their dream job, let's see here, Boise, Idaho.
Boise, Idaho?
I just popped into my dome.
Wrong on both counts.
How wrong? Just wrong?
Los Angeles is not the city where people are living their dream jobs. I'll throw it out to the third shift. If you can guess the city that is living, in their dream job and the city that isn't, according to this recent survey, we'll throw in a limited edition John and Jeff Show third shift t-shirt, and all the gear is on sale right now at our website at johnjeff.com. 877-97 John Jeff, 877-97 John Jeff.
And what is your dream job? If you could do anything, what would it be? In other words, I wish I was doing blank. What is it? And what's keeping you from doing it?
Yeah, what is the dream job?
Let's talk about it, because maybe you're working a job right now on a third shift and you're doing it because you have a dream. You want to be blank. You want to do blank. Let's talk about it. Or maybe you quit. A lot of people sometimes, John, they're doing something that may be hard, or maybe it's not a conventional career path. And people say, why are you doing that? And then you're right. You get into a relationship, and there are dream killers sometimes when you get into a relationship. Someone doesn't believe in you, so you quit. And then you settle for anything just to make some money. Okay? It's better to do what you love and make less money than to be super, super rich and hate what you do.
On paper and in reality, I agree with you.
Yes.
But circumstances
absolutely
might make somebody take a job versus pursuing a career. There's a huge difference between a job and a career. A job is something you're doing for money. A career is something that you're doing in order to get somewhere. There's a big difference. So maybe you're in a job and you want a career. Give us a call. Let's talk about your dream job. 84% of people are not in their dream job. What is yours? And maybe we can figure out a way how you can get there. Jeff and I were very fortunate.
Yeah.
Since I was a little kid, I always wanted to be in radio, specifically a radio DJ. I did that earlier in my career, enjoyed it. But as I got older, I got bored. I got bored playing Madonna. I got bored playing music. I just did. And here I was, only maybe 4 years into my dream job, and I'm bored at 22.
You were bored at the 12 hits in a row.
Now I'm bored and I'm only 22. What's going on here? So I began to think, okay, I'm going to expand a little bit and get into marketing and promotions and management, because I just can't play 10 hits in a row for 4 hours a day. I just can't do it. Now, some people can do it and sound like they're into it. I just couldn't fake it anymore. I just couldn't. So let's talk about your dream job right now on the John and Jeff Show. To get on the air, call us 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. All right, let's go to Brandon. Brandon, you're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
It's going, Brandon. What's up?
Not much. Just driving home from work, listening to your show like a normal routine basis.
Thanks.
Just wanted to call and tell you all that the dream job that I've encountered was air traffic control.
All right, are you in the field now?
Yes, I am. I've been in it for 5 years.
Okay, and you're doing the dream job. You're in it and you're enjoying it?
Oh, loving it, every bit.
All right, how does somebody become an air traffic controller for everyone listening?
Well, the first time that how I got into it was I was in the military, and I just got out of a 5-year tour, and from there I just got hired on as a civilian at the same place that I was working, and it's been just a fantastic experience.
All right, how do you keep track of all those little dots on a computer screen?
Well, some people, I guess, have a hard time trying to figure it out, but it's really easy. You just keep it all in your head and try to figure out where everybody is, where they're going, what altitude they're at, what direction they are. So that's all it is.
Now, we hear a lot that planes are on automatic pilot.
Right.
Now, do you put them on that automatic pilot? Or
negative. No, I don't. Where I'm working right now, I'm down in North Island, so we just do a lot of radar approaches and controlling up in the tower. So there's not a lot of automatic pilot being done at our facility.
Okay.
Yeah. Things you can never say as an air traffic controller. Oops.
Well, yeah.
I mean, that is one occupation where it's an awesome responsibility. And what's great is you love doing what you can do. I mean, it is a very, very stressful job. How close is it to, like, the movie Pushing Tin?
Pushing Tin is just a little bit under what air traffic control really is, but it does give you a good perspective of what the job actually is for people that aren't in the field.
Right. So explain a shift. How long do you work, and then how does the brake system work? Because obviously you have to, you do time, you have to take some time off. How does that work out?
Right now I'm working an 8-hour shift. Usually we have about 10 minutes of break period before we go to another position. Each position will be on for about 2 hours, and then after that we'll have like a 10-minute break or a 20-minute break, however long we need to cool off from that period. And then we'll have a relief come in and take that position over for us, and then we'll hop on another one.
Wow.
Very stressful job. It's just one of those jobs where you just have to constantly pay attention. There's no buying things on eBay during your shift. There's no personal phone calls during your shift.
Yeah.
It's an intense.
Oh yeah.
It's a very, very intense. What type of person would be best suited, Brandon, to work in air traffic control? What sort of personality or demeanor is required?
Well, you have to be relaxed. That's the main thing. You have to be relaxed, and also your mind should be able to function in more than one direction than just being focused in on one specific thing. As long as it can go from here to there within a split second, you're good to go.
All right. Well, listen, thanks for shedding some light on the air traffic control business. Brandon is in the business. We're talking about dream jobs. According to a recent survey, 84% of people are not in their dream jobs. Let's talk about your dream job, and maybe we can help you get to where you want to go. If you're in a job right now and you want to make it a career, that's fine. Or maybe you're in a job and you hate it and you've always wanted to pursue something. What's getting in the way of your dream job? Let's talk about that or anything else. It's open phones on the John and Jeff Show. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. All right, let's move on to Sean. Sean, you're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. What's going on, Sean?
Well, I'm thinking about getting engaged, and I've heard I listen to you every night, and so do all my friends, and you know how your friends know less about girls than I guess most people, so I don't really go to them for that much advice. I'm thinking about getting engaged, and I know you guys have a list of, do not marry a woman if this, all these different rules, but I know you guys don't have it online or anything, but I definitely love your opinion on women, and I wanted, I wanted your advice, and I also was hoping sometime down the road you guys could put the list of reasons not to marry someone.
Boy, you really want us to work, don't
I really do. You can hire me. I'll put it online. Just give it to me. I'll do it. I'll do it for free. I don't care. No.
All right. What about your personal situation? How old are you, Sean?
I'm 28.
You're 28. How long have you known this woman?
2 years. I've known her for 2 years.
Okay. And whose idea was it to get married? Yours, hers? Ultimatum?
No, I guess it's just, we've dated, we've been together for about a year and 3/4, and it just kind of seemed like it's going in that direction. It kind of seems like, that thing where it just seems like it's heading in that direction.
All right. I got a question for you.
Yeah?
On a scale of 1 to 10, your relationship, how easy is it? 10 being the best.
I'd say a 9, 8.5, 9.
Okay.
So she's not difficult to get along with?
No, I mean, there's just, I guess there's a couple things, even on a first date, you're like, could I handle this person's ears for the rest of my life? That type of thing.
Okay.
I kind of have there's a couple things where I'm like, I don't know if I could handle this quality for the rest of my life.
What are some of the things that you've noticed about her?
What are the two things?
Yeah.
Well, one of the things when I heard you guys saying this last week was I don't get that many thank yous. I don't expect all this crazy appreciation, but something like, the little things, I don't really get many, thank you for dinner, thank you for, oh, that's sweet. I don't really get many of that stuff, which kind of,
This is not good.
That's not good.
I know.
Let's hit the pause button here and dissect this. A lady, a good woman, will say thank you if you get her a bowl of cereal or you get her a diamond ring. It's about how the woman was raised.
All right, let's talk about her family. Does she have a mom and dad?
Yes.
Separated, divorced, together?
Divorced and from another country. Live in another country.
What country were you talking about?
Australia.
All right, so your girlfriend doesn't say thank you for everything you do for her?
I wouldn't say I don't mean like I expect it all the time, but there's a lot.
But hold on. You should expect it all the time. Anytime, listen, I say thank you when the waiter puts the food in front of me and I'm paying him.
Me too. Exactly. I bump into somebody, it's their fault, and I say excuse me.
When I get change back from the cashier, I say thank you.
Right.
And I'm the customer.
Yeah, when I go to the drive-thru and there's hardly any human interaction with the person at a drive-thru window. They look at me like with attitude. I still, when they hand the bag and they're not even facing me, I still say thank you.
Okay, so your girlfriend doesn't say thank you when you buy her dinner most of the time, right?
No. Well, I get very few thank yous. Okay. Even if it's something that the crazy romantic things, it's...
Okay. Now, so far, that's a huge problem. What's the other situation you're not happy about?
I guess the other situation is, kind of like the work demanding thing, like, why do you have to work? Why can't we hang out? I'm trying to actually do something with my life. I'm not trying to just be, I don't want to be part of that 84%.
Okay, what are you doing right now?
Right now I'm kind of like in management, like business management.
And you have to work long hours?
No, I kind of get to work a lot on my own schedule, but I am really working hard. So there's times where a Saturday night I might be working, or there might be like Valentine's Day. I'm working that by choice, but it's an important day for work that day.
Okay. All right. So did you make alternative plans with your girlfriend because you have to work Valentine's Day?
Yes.
And did she complain about that?
Yeah, it was kind of like, I was kind of, I guess, maybe I was kind of hoping for the, you know what, baby, I'm proud of you. You're stepping it up. You're a hard worker. You're making it happen. You know, you're doing your thing. I understand. Instead of, oh, why can't we, you know, why can't we, why do you have to work? Why can't we?
See, but hold on. Did you offer the alternative the day before, maybe the Saturday night before? Did you have a plan as an alternative? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
And she complained by saying, oh, so we can't be together on February 14th?
Yes.
Okay. Do not marry this woman. Because you know something? Who cares if it's February 14th or 13th? It doesn't really matter. But if it matters that much to somebody, it tells you everything about them. Listen, I have learned you never want to pursue a relationship with a woman who's difficult. I don't care what she looks like. And I've had situations where the women were beautiful, but they were a nightmare to get along with. And then people would say to me, hey, whatever happened to her? I said, I couldn't stand her anymore. And the guys would say, yeah, but she was hot. And I'm like, it doesn't matter because she drove me nuts. So listen, your girlfriend doesn't say thank you, and she makes a big deal that you can't see her on February 14th and you made other arrangements. I say unplug. Jeff?
Sean, listen, you need a woman that's going to support your career. You need a woman who's going to be flexible. You told her, listen, I've got to work Valentine's Day. It's very important that I work that day. And she got all sour. She didn't think, oh, you know what? He's trying to better himself. He's doing what he has to do to bring in more money. All right. He's working hard. Instead, it's like, oh, feel sorry for me. You won't be with me. She's not supporting your career, and she doesn't say thank you. When you marry someone, those issues that you have they're magnified 100 times.
Yeah. Things only get worse when you get married. The little things that bother you now get worse over time. There's no doubt about it. I'm not married, but everyone I know will tell you that the small things begin to snowball into big problems. So if your girlfriend right now, Sean, is not saying thank you, she's taking you for granted. Imagine what it's going to be like 5 years from now when you're the wife and she's going to say, get it yourself, or she's going to say, well, what are you going to do? Divorce me? I'll take your child support and your alimony. So this is a woman that doesn't appreciate you. She doesn't say thank you. And a lot of women, in particular, I dated one who said, I'm not going to kiss your you-know-what. And I'm like, that's not ass kissing. That's respect. When you say thank you, that means you respect what the person did for you and you appreciate it. This woman doesn't appreciate you. She doesn't respect you. And therefore, she doesn't say thank you. Never marry someone with those qualities.
I appreciate that. Guys, you're the best. I would buy any book that you guys ever, have you guys written any books we can get?
No, we're radio guys.
Yeah.
We're radio guys. But,
well, you're the best.
All right. Well, Sean, let everything that we said marinate in your cranium and think about it. Okay.
I will.
This is your life you're talking about, and who you choose to spend your life with. And I think you deserve a woman that's going to be supportive of your career objectives when you have to work, and and also support you in whatever you do. They say behind every good man is a good woman. I say standing next to you, all right, and pushing you. That's a good woman. When I married my wife, she supports what I do, but when I got married, things intensified. They were magnified 100 times. She supports me now more, John, than she did when we got married, because when you do get married, things intensify.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's a good situation. So think about that stuff, Sean.
I will. Thank you guys so much. I'm phenomenal. You guys are the best.
Sean, thanks for the call. And also, the person that you're with should say, I understand more often than I don't understand. If you have to work on Valentine's Day and you offer an alternative, I'm sorry, I have a business meeting on Valentine's Day. Let's have dinner on Monday. You and I will go out and have dinner. If that woman complains, then you know you shouldn't marry her. It's as simple as that. Plus, you'll have a better dinner because the place won't be packed. It'll be quieter. It won't be every high school kid taking out his girlfriend on Valentine's night.
You won't have to deal with the maitre d' with the tude. Oh, you didn't have a reservation? Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to have to wait.
And you probably won't deal with the rose lady going from table to table trying to sell you a rose. And we'll get into that later on in the show tonight. But we'll take a break. When we come back, more of your phone calls on the John and Jeff Show. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. To get on the air, call us right now. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
John and Jeff. You're listening to the John and Jeff Show. Here's two guys with major issues, but we don't want to talk about it right now. It's the John and Jeff Show.
Back at you live. Let's say a big what's up to Sam, rockin' Long Beach. Sam, you're on the John and Jeff Show.
Hey there, how's it going tonight?
Fine, how's it going?
I just wanted to talk about the worst rerouting airplane story ever.
All right.
I went up to, let's see. Okay, I'm sorry. I was on leave from the Navy. I was based in South Carolina, so I was in New York. And September 11th happened. And I had to fly back to my base, which is in South Carolina from L.A. So September 14th is when I was supposed to fly, but nobody was flying that day except for military personnel. And I showed up at the airport, and they put me on a plane, and they routed me from L.A. up to Oregon, then over to Washington State, over to Vermont, I believe it was, then down to New Jersey, to North Carolina, and then South Carolina. So it was 15 hours on 5 different planes, 6 different planes, 6,500 miles just to go across the country, and it was quite interesting. They put me in first class the whole time, though. I was on a 747 with 6 other people. There were 6 stewardesses and 6 people on the plane, all in first class. And that was pretty fun.
That was it?
That's because everyone was afraid to fly the first day.
Nobody was allowed to fly on the 14th except for military personnel in transit. So it was me and 5 other military guys, and we each had a stewardess to ourselves.
Well, that's not too bad. I mean, it's a long flight, but I mean, first class, and you're there with the ladies.
Oh, yeah, it was definitely fun.
Yeah, I can tell in your voice it was a very good time, Sam.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about that.
No,
Actually,
I'm just saying that, Jeff.
Excited, sorry. I'm just excited that the dream job topic came up because I'm actually currently sitting at my dream job. That's why I can call you all night.
Oh, what do you do?
I'm a power plant control room operator in Long Beach. I pull in 120 G's a year to sit in front of a bunch of monitors and, listen to the radio, do my homework, watch some numbers, click some mice. That's about it.
So what type of work is this again?
I operate a power plant. I just watch all the numbers and just hang out. Just from my Navy training, I'm good to go. I know how to do it all. It's really easy and good times. I'm 25 years old and having a good time.
So now what are you studying? If you have your dream job, what are you studying?
Oh, well, right now I'm just studying, business administration, law, nuclear engineering, and mechanical engineering.
And if you're in the dream job now, will it be the dream job in 5 years?
Yeah.
I'm bringing in 120 G's a year, and I work to support my family and take care of them. And really, you can live quite well on that and have a good time. So this is it. I have fun.
All right. So in 20 years, you'll be doing it.
In 20 years, I'll be getting ready to retire.
All right. So how old are you now, Sam?
25.
And you're going to retire at 45, right?
That's the plan.
Okay. And you'll live another 50 years, maybe.
Maybe.
Are you investing your money?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Yeah. I mean, you're making good.
Me and the wife are both investing, and, we're both young people, but we worked hard when we were supposed to in high school, and it's paying off.
Well, that's good. You have any kids?
Yeah, we have 1 kid. We're hoping for 4 more.
Wait a minute.
Wow, 4 more.
120,000 a year with 4 kids and a wife.
Oh, that's just me. My wife's making 65 herself.
All right. So $200,000, 4 kids. It's not going to be too comfortable. Those are a lot of kids.
Well, it's not driving around my little Ferrari, but it's driving my Beamer and living in my half acre, not in the 10 acre. But it's still good.
No, I mean, I'm just letting you know that all those kids are going to add up, big time.
The more kids you have, the more it costs.
Yeah.
Your average kid, 0 to 18, and this is without the ups and extras like fancy tennis shoes or ASO soccer, or let's say the kid wants to play the tuba in the band. I mean, that's
and college,
and
maybe private schools.
It's over $200K to raise a kid from 0 to 18 for just the basic stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we put some money away and we've got a good budget. I mean, your average family with 5 kids is pulling in a combined $50,000. The average family with 5 kids is not doesn't have the financial means, but they still get raised.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who don't understand why realtors show pictures of themselves.
We're two guys who think it's cheaper to have an affair than getting a divorce.
We're two guys who think homeschooling is a brainwashing cult.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
Keeping you awake live on the third shift, America, it is the John and Jeff Show.
It's not your imagination. The third shift goes by twice as fast when you listen every hour to the John and Jeff Show. Call us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF to get on the air, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
That's right. Welcome to the show. Totally open phones, more topics, better variety. Stand by for stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. The best part is you can talk about anything, and to jump on live, it's easy. Pick up the phone wherever you are. Maybe you're at work. Hey, pick up the phone. If you're at home, give us a call. If you're driving, dial carefully, all right? Call now to jump on live. Coming up, we'll check out the news pile for news and nonsense. Plus, as a public service on the third shift, if you need relationship advice or advice on almost anything, we're standing by. That's right. We're standing by. The free advice department is open. So there's a lot going on right now. We've got a lot to get to. Pick up the phone right now and jump on live.
All right. Call us now. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. A few things we've been discussing on the third shift this morning. Only 84% of people are not living their dream job. So we're talking about dream jobs. Are you living your dream job? If not, what is your dream job? And how are you going to get there? If you want to talk about it, maybe Jeff and I can steer you in the right direction. And also, a caller brought up last hour something very troubling in his relationship. His girlfriend or fiance doesn't say thank you. She forgets to say thank you when he buys her dinner. She makes a big deal about some things, kind of whines and complains. Oh, so you're not going to be here on Valentine's Day. I can't believe it. Why do you have to work? These are problems that you need to identify before you get further emotionally involved with somebody. When someone isn't flexible, when someone isn't reasonable, don't marry them. This woman, Jeff, should have said, I understand. I know you have to work on a Wednesday night. You normally have to work. I understand Valentine's Day falls on a Wednesday. I understand. That's fine with me. That's a woman you should marry. Not some crazy person saying, oh my God, you can't take the day off to take me out to a restaurant that will be completely packed and jammed and loud and obnoxious. What do you mean? You're not going to call in sick to take me out on Valentine's Day? I thought you loved me. A good woman would say, I understand. Don't worry about it. A bad woman will complain about it. So 2 strikes with this person. She doesn't say thank you, and she complains about insignificant things like whether you have dinner or not on Valentine's Day. I recommended that he find somebody else, because if he's even thinking about marrying this woman, what is this woman going to be like in 5 years? She'll be impossible. I don't care what she looks like. If the woman doesn't say thank you, don't marry her. If she complains about insignificant things like whether or not you can get the day off to take her out on a Valentine's Day dinner, forget about her.
She should have said, Valentine's Day is on a Wednesday, you have to work. Okay, you know what? Friday or Saturday. A couple of days.
The day before, the day after, any day for that matter. I mean, come on.
Yeah, so a couple of things here. A woman who doesn't support you and gets sour because, you can't take her out on Valentine's Day, even though you've already offered her an alternative plan. And I'm sure he did. That's what he said he did. He said he had an alternative plan, but no, it wasn't good enough. He had to do it on the 14th. Well, listen, she can't wait 2 days for the dinner. You can still send someone flowers on the 14th. All right, you can still get them a card and then say, you know what, I'll take you out for dinner on Friday or Saturday night. But no, no. So a couple things here. She's wrong about that. And a woman who doesn't say thank you is a woman you don't marry.
Period. Actually, exclamation point. I mean, there's just zero tolerance for someone who does not say thank you. That's it.
And any guy who marries a woman who's like that, well, you're beyond whooped. We may need to send you some panties. Come on now.
All right, so we got a lot on the table. Give us a call if you want to add to the table with your plate. You're welcome. 877-97 Jeff. To get on the air, call us now. 877-97 Jeff. All right, let's go to Mike. Mike, you're next on the third shift. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. First time listener, first time caller also.
Thank you.
So, I tell you what, the guy Sean you guys just were talking about, I mean, he's me 10 years ago. And, I was young, dumb, stupid, and got married way too young. And here I am 10 years later. My wife was very similar. We've had to go through therapy now, and now she's just realizing that she's ungrateful, and she needs to say thank you, and it's a headache.
So a therapist had to tell her that she was ungrateful.
Yeah, and that she was taking advantage of people, taking advantage of me in situations. And this has been going. We've been seeing somebody now for 5 years. A lot of this comes around from her background growing up.
All right.
And
what is her background? Abused or divorced family?
Well, not a divorced family. Her dad is mentally abusive.
Well, that's abuse.
She was just condescending to. He's got mostly girls, and they're all self-conscious because he would always comment on either weight or how they look or things like that. And I didn't know about these things going in until after the fact. And we go see a therapist. She gets diagnosed as clinically depressed, and she's been depressed for years. And
all right, looking back, and I know it's hindsight, but looking back, were there early warning signs, indications that you ignored?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And the only way I can see those now is by looking back. And I just kind of kick myself because I see like guys like that guy Sean. I hear talking about it, and it's like you just want to sit there and shake him and say, "Don't do it." Yeah. And so, I've had friends going through the same thing. I tell them, you guys wait to get married. Look into this. Take longer. The culture my wife and I grew up in, you don't get engaged for a year or so, and you don't try things out. We were engaged for 4 months. So I quit a job for her. The career I wanted to go into was radio. I liked being a DJ. I also liked the production side of it, being a producer, and I was actually working in the business. But I quit the job because we were going to overnight, and she wanted me to spend more time with her, and look what I did. And so now here I am 10 years later. I'm going back to school, going into public relations, trying to get my degree going again, and trying to get my career started again.
Well, you'll do it. And listen, I've been, Mike, exactly where you're at. If I rewind my life, it was probably 14, 15 years ago. I was with a girl, and she did not support my dream of being in radio. So you know what I did? Yeah, I cracked under pressure. I was whooped. I actually quit radio for a while, and I got a job that I hated. I came home every day with a splitting headache. I had to pound the Tylenol. I was stressed out of my skull. I wasn't happy. We ended up breaking up, and it was really the best thing that ever happened to me, because when I broke up, I said, you know what? I gave up my radio career. For what? And I really thought about it. And so from that moment forward, I had tunnel vision, man. I was like, eye of the tiger. I didn't let any relationship or anything get in the way of my dream, because once you do that, your dream can be crushed. And it's not fun when you give up your passion for a relationship. The relationship goes sour. So I was able to pick up the pieces, get back on track, and I didn't look back. I had a relentless pursuit inside of me that then enabled me to follow and believe in my dream. But it can be squashed very easily. And if you get into the wrong sort of relationship that is non-supportive and you're not strong enough and you become panty boy, I became panty boy. I was guilty of the violation. And so once I woke up out of my stupor, I called it, I said, never again. Never, ever, ever again. So pick up the pieces and move on.
Yeah, see, that's exactly what kind of happened. I got up, walked out on her one day, and the next thing I know, I said, look, we can talk about it. We'll go see somebody about it. And we went to a therapist, and the therapist basically ripped her a new one because she thought she'd go in saying she was always right. And we go in, and now she's a lot more supportive. I mean, so much more supportive. I mean, she's the one that was telling me to go back to school. Now she's the one telling me, you know what, get back into what you want to do. So now it's like it's a complete turnaround because, I mean, it helps now. She's on medication, and she's got a new lease on life and a new focus, and it's a lot better. But, I mean, that's a lot of stress and a lot of hard work that I would rather have not done again.
Well, I'll say this. Listen, I'm sure things have turned for the better in your relationship, but let me just bottom line something in general for everyone listening. If your partner has to be on meds, or if you need a therapist in your relationship, you're in the wrong relationship. I mean, in your particular case, this woman wouldn't listen to you, and it took a referee known as a therapist and thousands of dollars for her to wake up.
Yep.
And if she had respect for you and appreciation for you, if she was brought up in a decent household, no one would have to teach her how to treat you. But unfortunately, someone had to wake her up and say, listen, stop being a bitch and start treating your husband with respect. And in my opinion, if a therapist is needed, the relationship is over. If someone has to go on meds to be nice, then you're with the wrong person. So try to do as much advanced reconnaissance in your relationship before you marry this person. Find out their family. Find out if the family's on medication. Find out if they're from a broken or abusive backgrounds, whether it's mentally or physically, because in your particular case, this woman was mentally abused by the father. Now you're paying the price for that father's mental abuse.
Right. And also find out if there's mental illness in the family, because oftentimes that, you know what I mean, that's passed on. So you got to find out the family tree. Seriously, when you get into a relationship, these are all things you have to look into, because it's your life you're talking about. And when you choose someone in life, you want someone that complements what you do and you in life, rather than, as you would say, John, you know.
You want someone who complements and doesn't complicate.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's why I say, what can this person put on the table? If you're thinking about marrying somebody, what can they provide for you? What can they do for you? What do they put on the table? If they have a laundry list of problems, forget it. I don't care what they look like. If they are rude, if they don't say thank you, if they're not respectful, if they're not considerate, if their family's a bunch of thieves, forget it.
Amen, man. You guys are preaching now, and you're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
Now, in your case, you've gone the therapy route. I would have been out of there a long time ago, but you got a lot of patience, because I'll tell you this, I will never, ever go to therapy for any relationship I'm in. Either I get along with the woman or I don't. But I'm not going to pay some guy or some woman to sit down so I can try to get along with the person I'm interested in. I mean, you got to just cut your losses in life.
Yeah.
If you're constantly arguing, if you're not on the same page, if you're not getting the respect or appreciation you want or deserve in your relationship, get out. You must do it yourself. Going to a therapist could cost thousands of dollars. There is no guarantee. But what I think is really sad is it takes somebody to tell somebody to be respectful. That to me is an insult. In your case, it seems to be getting better. I wish you the best. But for everyone else listening, the thought of going to a therapist to get along, you're really in the wrong relationship.
Right. And if you're going to a therapist because there was cheating, that's a waste of money. What are you doing there? I mean, think about it. Check your dome. I mean, really, really think about that. No amount of therapy can change the fact that someone that you married cheated on you. It's done. That is damage that you cannot fix.
Or any amount of therapy isn't going to really teach someone respect and appreciation. I mean, if somebody doesn't have enough common sense to say thank you when someone buys you a present, what makes you think a therapist at $200 an hour is going to convince that person to say thank you?
Half the time they're not listening and they ask you questions like, oh, yeah, and they just say yeah a lot. Yeah, I see. And my favorite one, the one where, they look at one of the people in the relationship and they say, how does that make you feel?
Yeah.
I've heard that one a couple times. So, but you know what? You're absolutely right. Someone who's ungrateful and things like that, they don't change. I mean, it's the way they're instilled. It's the way they do things. And I mean, they may try to do their best, but you know what? They're not going to change.
Yeah. And something, they might change in order to get what they want, but in reality, they're faking it. It's like people who convert religions, in my opinion, I think they're frauds. They're just doing it just so they can marry your daughter. Okay. I mean, you gotta really ask yourself, why do you want to change somebody to begin with? Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this before. I'm not going to change. This is who I am. If you don't like it, there'll be somebody else.
Yeah. See, and this is a conversation I wish I'd had 10 years ago.
Well, listen, you're living, you're learning. The key is to not tolerate any more than you need to. And how much money did you spend on therapy over 5 years? Just a ballpark amount.
To tell you the truth, our church picked up the tab.
Your church picked it up?
Yeah, they're the ones I went to talk to about this whole thing when I said I was leaving, and they picked up the tab for the therapist.
So they took the money out of their funds, and they paid for you to go to a professional?
Yeah.
Well, at least you didn't have to pay, but still.
Oh. That is like, is that normally done with church money? With
our church, they have a whole branch that deals just in that, in therapy and things like that, and they have funds just for that reason.
Wow.
So
imagine if everyone had these problems, this church will be broke.
Yeah, it's part of their welfare program. So.
Wow.
So
that's why they keep passing the collection plate on Sundays. Got to bring in that cash.
So I guess prayer wasn't going to solve it, so they threw money at it, and apparently it's working a little bit in your case.
Yeah, a little bit in our case, but as it said, it's not completely fixed, and you know what? In times, there's no way it's ever going to be fixed.
All right, now let me ask you this, and this is the $1 million question.
Yeah.
Do you feel compelled to stay in this relationship because your church paid for your marriage therapy? I mean, can you basically look the pastor in the face and say, hey, thanks for the therapy for 5 years, but we're going to get a divorce?
And that, I've never stayed in this because of the therapy. It's kind of one of those things I was always growing up that you just don't leave a marriage without working at it. So,
I know, but after 5 years of therapy that your church paid for, are you going to be uncomfortable maybe telling them that you might or will be getting a divorce if it comes to that? Or will you stay in this relationship because you got all of this money from your church to stay together?
No, I wouldn't have any guilt for that. So it's one of those things that if that's the way it's going to go, then I can look them straight in the eye and say, thank you very much for the help, but
it didn't work. Yeah.
Okay. Cause I think a lot of people would probably stay in it, because every Sunday they don't want to be like, We spent $20,000 to keep your marriage together, and I can't believe you're getting a divorce. I mean, the guilt. It could be a lot of guilt, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, that's not my motivation on that. So,
good luck.
It's a good question, though.
Yeah.
Well, I had to ask it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad you did.
Okay. Well, listen, thanks for the call. We appreciate you sharing on the third shift.
Hey, thanks, guys.
All right. We're talking about relationships, deal breakers. Listen, if someone doesn't appreciate you, doesn't respect you, is ungrateful, Jeff and I say end the relationship.
See ya.
If you need a therapist to teach your other half common sense, you're in the wrong relationship. So if you want to discuss that or anything else, it's open phones on the John and Jeff Show. To get on the air, call us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
John and Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show. Broadcasting to the backbone of America. Better than broadcasting to the tailbone of America.
The third shift.
It's the John and Jeff Show.
All right, thanks for joining us. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. To get on the air, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. Let's go to Mark in Orange County. Mark, you're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
How you doing, guys?
Good. What's going on?
Hey, boy, I sure don't envy that last caller. Wow, half of his marriage in therapy, huh? Wow.
That's a lot of years talking to somebody, an outside person, in order for you to try to get along.
Yeah, it almost sounds like that the therapy not getting paid for is almost like a crutch, but we'll see, huh? Wow.
What do you mean? In other words, he would have left if he didn't get it for free?
Yeah, well, yeah, it just makes it a lot easier when you're not having to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I would think.
I mean, that's 5 years of getting into someone's head because you don't get along. I mean, it's
you know, in one session, I would have said, your woman doesn't appreciate you, she doesn't respect you, and she's ungrateful. I don't know why it would take 5 years.
Yeah, well, my point
that
was
message across.
Right. My point was that even his wife might be just, stringing along, thinking that, we're just going to go along, and they get comfortable in that type of an environment and nothing changes. 5 years, that's a long time for therapy. Wow.
It is. And, I respect the gentleman who called in earlier, but he's spending way too much time trying to get along.
Yeah.
I mean, either you get along or you don't. And he's trying to make it work. I respect that. It's his life and his happiness. But personally, I would never go to a therapist's office to get along with the person I'm with. I would just cut loose.
Right. Well, and the therapist doesn't know you as good as you know yourself. I mean, they're trying to get to know you also in this process, and then in the meantime, they're making money, and the therapist strings it along too, I would think.
Well, that's the scam right there, Mark, someone who says, well, after about 30 visits, we should be able to, be on the same page. So there is an incentive to keep you coming back because, there's money to be made every hour.
Right. Well, what I called about was my dream job. I'm in the grocery industry right now, and I'm extremely burned out on it. I've been doing it for quite a while. I've had side jobs and stuff, my own business and stuff. But my personal dream job, and I'm kind of old for this now, would be in the music industry, like not necessarily a rock group, but in some capacity an entertainer dealing, in the music industry. That'd be
Are you a musician?
Well, I played the trumpet when I was younger for about 8 years, and then I currently play the guitar, but just by ear. So.
All right. So give us the specific dream job.
Well, I'd like to hook up with a band and, tour around, even if it was just on a small circuit.
All right. And if it didn't pay good money, how would you support yourself?
Well, I'd make sure it paid decent money.
Well, that might mean not touring because not all musicians, 90% of musicians are not getting paid a lot of money.
Are you good enough to tour? You got to ask yourself that question.
Well, I don't necessarily would have to tour it. We're talking about my dream job. So, I mean, I could do, I sometimes I go and hang out in nightclubs in Orange County and stuff and just hang out with friends and stuff. And
Do you jam with them?
Yeah.
Okay. I think, if you're a musician and your inner musician is saying, you know what, I need to play, the first thing you do is you play. You get together with some friends and you jam. You collaborate. I think that's good because it feeds what you need inside. You need to perform. I mean, I play the drums. I'm not in a band. But what I need to do is I need to, hook up with musicians and say, hey, do you want to play? Do you want to jam? Because at least you're doing it. Now, I'm never going to probably tour, obviously, that's not going to happen. But at least if you're playing, you know what I mean, Mark? You're doing it. You're doing something.
Right. And we get good response, too, and then we have people come up and sing with us and stuff, and it's a good time. I mean, we're not making huge money, but we do make, some pretty good, on weekends, make some pretty good money. So.
Well, my advice for anyone who's pursuing their dream is to make sure they have the money to pursue that dream. For instance, if you want to be a musician, work during the day at a job that pays decent money so you can pay your rent. So then you don't have to worry about money while you're pursuing your dream. A lot of people forget making money and they go for it 110%, and then they're staying on couches and they're calling friends for money. Listen, you must support yourself while you're pursuing your dream. That means getting a job that pays enough money for you to live off.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a job during the day, you can perform at clubs and you can play at night. And also if you have weekends or whatever, you can do that. So it's you can do it. A lot of people with music, they just end up quitting because it is hard.
Right.
But if anyone quits, then you're never ever going to get to a certain level. But the bottom line is you have to believe in yourself. You have to believe in your talent. You have to continually work on your craft, practice, and just continue to have that spirit inside. But if your spirit's broken and you quit, then that's instant failure. But if you're playing, and it seems like, Mark, you're playing, that's good. That's a good thing.
Well, I mean, I love music, so whether I'm making money or not, that's just my thing. And that's why I'm willing to accept the amount of money we make right now, but I'd still like that would be my dream, to go out and just tour, even if I wasn't making that much, just to get the exposure and allow other people to hear, me and us or whatever. So, so that'd be the dream.
Rock on.
Hey, can I take a stab at the trivia?
Yes. 84% of people are not living in their dream jobs. Can you tell me the two cities that have people saying that they are living their dreams in, and the city that apparently is very low when it comes to living their dream?
All right. Well, this is wow. I'm going to say Boston for the best city, and San Diego for the worst.
Now, why did you pick those two cities?
Well, Boston, I think it's a big business city. There's a lot of business going on there and stuff, and it's kind of a hub for business. So I think, and it's on the East Coast. It's close enough to like New York and stuff on the East Coast that's kind of the business end. Mm-hmm. San Diego, I used to live down there and kind of in that area, and that's kind of more of like a retirement area. And, I mean, it's okay for business, but I just don't think it's the happening place for the business arena. And you don't have entertainment stuff going on down there too much. And
well, it depends on where you go, but I'm not so sure that I would agree with your philosophy, but that's exactly the right answers I'm looking for.
Wow.
Apparently Boston, more people in Boston claim they're living their dream job than any other major city in the U.S. And San Diego has apparently the lowest percentage of people who are living their dream job. 7% in San Diego versus more than 35% in the Boston area.
Wow, Mark, you nailed it.
So you nailed it. I mean, that's an incredible. Maybe you should be a psychic as a dream job.
Exactly. You could be the psychic trumpet player.
Yeah, well, I think I read something about San Diego, and I also live down there because that thing with the retirement thing stuck with me. So the Boston, I kind of just took a stab at.
All right. Well, listen, congratulations.
Wow.
You got that John and Jeff Show third shift long sleeve t-shirt and all the gears on sale right now at our website at johnjeff.com. Mark, thanks you for the call. Hold on. We'll get that shirt out to you, and good luck on your dream job being a full-time musician. All right, we're talking about dream jobs. Are you living your dream right now? Or maybe something got in the way. Let's talk about you getting to where you want to go when it comes to your occupation. Listen, there are two types of things, a job and a career. Right now, are you in a job or are you in a career? Think about it. Are you doing the job just for money and you don't like it? Or are you making maybe a little bit less because you have a career goal that you want to achieve? Give us a call. We're talking about dream jobs and anything else. It's open phones on the John and Jeff Show. Call us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
John and Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show. The fastest 4 hours in talk radio. It's the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live. Let's stop in Culver City and say a big what's up to Paula. Paula, you're on the John and Jeff Show. Hi.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Good. We're doing fine, Paula.
Good stuff. I wanted to talk about my dream job. And believe it or not, it would be to be a radio personality. So I'm just wondering how I might be able to get there. Since you guys seem to be pros at it.
Well, there's really no specific way to get there, but my suggestion would be to go to a college that has a college radio station.
Okay.
Do not major in radio or TV. Do not do it. Major in something else, but work at the college radio station. And if you're good at it, send some tapes out, and that's really the best suggestions that I would have for you and anybody else listening.
Okay, because I graduated college. I'm over all that. Working in the film industry, so that's kind of my career. But I just would love to be a radio personality. So I do have an internet show right now, but it's just such a cheesy station, and I probably only have about 5 listeners.
But at least you're doing it, and you've got something on your resume. I mean, listen, earlier in my career, and John's career as well, I remember working at a radio station in my hometown, and I worked there for 2 years, and I got one call in the middle of the night, and it was the wrong number. So,
no.
I mean, but what I was doing was I was in a radio station, and I was behind the microphone, and I was playing the records. And you know what? I treated it like there was a million people listening. I was doing it. I was making, I think, minimum wage at the time. And I worked on weekends in the middle of the night, and no one listened to this station. It was a format that was boring. But you know what? I was so damn pumped to be at a radio station, to be able to play music, even though I wasn't into that music they were playing. I was at a radio station, and I was on the air. And that was my first job in radio, and I got experience.
That's awesome. And how did you get to that first radio station? What about you sold yourself to them?
I interned at this radio station in my hometown. The station is no longer even on the air. It was bought up and swallowed up, consolidation or something. But I just went down there, and I ended up interning. I had to get up at 4 a.m. I'll never forget it. 4 a.m. to intern for like the news guy. And so I did that, and I did that for about 3 months. And then one day I got a call saying, "Hey, can you run the board?" I ran the board. Then I got another call. "Hey, can you do an air shift on Christmas?" I'm like, "Sure." So I was there, and that was my first experience.
Oh, that's great. Well, good stuff, because you're pretty darn good now. So I'm sure you came a long way.
Well, Paul, I think for everyone else listening also, the best way to get in radio is to get into a radio station.
Yeah.
And that might mean working part-time. That may mean working as a as an intern, whatever the case is, you'll know pretty quickly when you're in a radio station if you're comfortable or not, just like any other job. And if you are, then pursue it. And if you're not, then at least you've experienced it. There's a certain atmosphere and a culture at a radio station that I just cannot feel in any other industry that I've ever been exposed to, from the friends I know and the people I know. I've always wanted to be in radio since I was a kid. You hear it all the time, but people that are in radio have always wanted to be in it. I would say 90% of people in radio have dreamed about it, thought about it, wanted to do it since they were kids. And so it's just that sort of a business. If you don't have a true passion for it, you will not succeed. You will not succeed in this business if you don't have a hunger that is just insatiable.
Right. And you have to be willing to work all different hours. You have to be willing to not make a lot of money at first, or even work for free. And you have to be willing to, if the station brass calls you and says, hey, we need you need to jump and you need to be there pronto, and you'll get noticed. And that's when it happens. But the first thing for you to do, Paula, is to get into a radio station.
Well, she's already on the internet doing a radio show. Yeah. Listen, whether you're on the internet or on broadcast or on satellite, you're still doing a show. Yeah. And if you're happy with that show, then you should send tapes of that show out to various radio stations. Now, make sure you sound good. I mean, you should know if you sound good. I know a good tape when I hear one. By now, you should know one. And I would send it out only when it's good. And you better make sure that you can, be proud of that tape that you send out, whether it's, an acting tape or anything like that. You must be proud of what you send. If you're not, then I would, suggest that you not send it.
Absolutely.
So we wish you the best. And, if you need some more advice, you can email us at our website, johnjeff.com. All right, let's go to Sean. Sean, you're next in Portland on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Hey, you were talking about therapy and how couples were getting into it and how you won't go to therapy for any reason.
I would never go to therapy if I wasn't getting along with my girlfriend or wife.
Right, and I would not go to therapy if my wife cheated on me. No amount of therapy can change the fact that she cheated. You can't fix, there are certain things you can't fix, in my opinion. Sure. And John will agree with that too.
Well, I married a therapist.
Well, let's get into that.
And, she's completely changed. When we first got together, she didn't seem to bother that I was, I moved here to this country when I was 3 from Scotland. My mother was from Northern Ireland. My father, she was a school teacher. And my father was a mailman for 40 years. And I've always been proud of where I come from. I'm proud of my adoptive country. I served in the military. But now it's whenever I mention my family or anything, she just goes ballistic.
All right, give us an example. Give us an example of she going ballistic at the mere mention of bringing up your family.
Well, one of the things that we're very proud of in Scotland is our family's tartan.
Right.
Right. So I put on the kilt, and she, which you used to not mind, and she'll go, "You're not going to wear that in public, are you?"
Well, my dad is from Glasgow, Scotland. I know I know exactly what you're talking about. My dad is a very proud Scottish man, and he wears the kilt on occasions for some of the Scottish functions and so forth.
What colors are your family's colors? Because don't they go by colors or patterns?
The tartan is the ancient MacLeod tartan.
Yeah, that's what my dad's got, and he spent probably $1,000 on his routine. Listen, if Mel Gibson can wear it and my father can wear it, then you can wear it.
Yeah, if she doesn't like it, tell her to take a hike.
And she was all supportive when I started college too. I'm in my bachelor's now. I'm about to start my master's in criminal justice. She was all behind my. Going to work in criminal justice, either as a police officer or whatever. And now she says, "Oh well, you don't care about your family. If you're going to take such a dangerous job, how does that show that you care about your family and you want to stick around and all that, because we have a son, and I don't want to put him through anything, but still, she does this, everything I say and do, she goes, why do you feel you had to do that? The hand on the chin and the knowing nod, and she's like, why did you feel you had to leave your socks on the floor?
Oh my gosh, she's trying to, do a therapy session with you by lowering her voice and saying, why did you leave your socks there?
Yeah, and now she wants us to go to therapy because we're not getting along, because I keep mentioning how one day when I'm old and gray, I would like to, when we retire, I'd like to go home. I have a house, my grandmother left me a cottage just outside Inverness, and I'd like to go there and die, because I suppose technically I still have dual citizenship.
Yeah.
Well, listen, someday you'll go back to Scotland, but you'll be divorced and you'll have your freedom. Listen, your therapist's wife questioning why you put your socks there and not in the drawer. This is all about manipulation. This woman is a skilled manipulator.
Oh, sure.
And
she told, I'm also an NRA instructor. I teach people how to be safe and how to shoot and enjoy shooting sports.
And be responsible.
And she says, why do you need another gun? I go, why do you need 27 pairs of shoes?
All right, Sean, here's what you do. The next time your wife pops off on you because you want to buy a new firearm, or the next time your wife tries to do a therapy session and she says to you, Sean, why did you leave your socks on the floor? Here's what you say. Because I'm a guy, and guys leave socks on the floor. Guys like guns. You married me. I'm a guy. All right?
But, it's not just that she wants to go to therapy. She wants to go to the most expensive therapist in the area.
Yeah, is it a guy? Is it a male?
It's a male, and it's almost $300 an hour.
Yeah. Listen, why don't you tell her this? What about a divorce? How do you feel that? How do you feel about that? Hey, Sean, email us. Let us know what happens in the next few months at johnjeff.com.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who think there should be a federal investigation into the long lines at the post office.
We're two guys who think it should be a felony if your French fries are cold at the drive-thru.
We're two guys who think a woman should give a man a gift after getting engaged.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff Show.
Keeping you awake live on the third shift, America, it is the John and Jeff Show.
It's not your imagination. The third shift goes by twice as fast when you listen every hour to the John and Jeff Show. Call us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
That's right. Welcome to the show here. We start things off with shout-outs. Here's what you do. Email us at johnjeff.com. Let us know who you are, where you're at, and what you're doing. Also, while you're there, we've got third shift gear for sale. We've got some cool gear at the right price, and you can check it out at johnjeff.com. LA in the OC, what's up to Yare and Inglewood? A big shout to everyone at Hip Hop West, and we got DJ Warrior, a shout going out to you. Chris in Downey, Kim in the IE, Katrina at UPS. You rock. Thanks for your emails. Boston checking in. John at APA Security. We got Kent and the crew at Office Max. John at Command Central working the mothership there. And a big shout going out to Angelo. New York City checking in. Victor says, what's up to Karen? A big shout to her. Randy, thanks for the email and the welcome to New York City. Edgar at Dunkin' Donuts. And we got Al in Queens. Chicago. Big shout going out to Regina. We got Stretch right now rolling with J&A Transport. Drive safe. And a shout going out to Thomas. San Francisco in the Bay Area. Kenny is in Union City. Ashley is in Fremont. She's up late. We've got the security right now at Google. And George rolling to San Jose. San Diego, what's up to the security at the Star of India Museum? Dave is in historic Old Town. And Kevin hanging out at Cardiff by the Sea. Great spot there. Portland ORE, what's up to RE on the solid state tip? Also a big shout out to Sean. And we got Norman in his, looks like Peterbilt. Wanda is in Madison, Louisville. Kelly's on the MySpace tip. Marco checks in Charleston. Fort Lauderdale, we got Radio Dan. A big shout out to you. Lansing checking in. What's up to the Lansing Police Department, listening in their police interceptors and keeping the streets safe. Greensboro, shout going out to Daryl. And we got to T with the 82nd Airborne. AJ jamming PlayStation 3s in Norfolk, VA. Augusta, GA, as always, the Augusta PD listening. Charlottesville, what's up to Monica on the MySpace tip. Ithaca, we got a shout going out to Joyce. Worcester, Mass, we got Wayne up late. Portland, Maine, checking. What's up to everyone? We've got Dan delivering newspapers. And a happy birthday to Marie. Sioux City, everyone at the casino. Reno, biggest little city in the world. Big shout out to Danny. We got Engineer Tom in Colorado. We've got everyone at the John and Jeff group at MySpace.com. You guys rock. And our hottie of the day is April, and it's her birthday in New Jersey. You guys all rock. The third shift.
And if you need a third shift or an Insomniac shout out, go to our website. It's johnjeff.com. Click on shout outs, fill out the entry form, and then listen for your shout out every morning at this time right here on the John and Jeff Show.
That's right. Welcome to the show here. Totally open phones, more topics, better variety. Stand by for stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. The best part is you can talk about anything, and to jump on live, it's easy. Pick up the phone right now. Call now to jump on live. Plus, it's a public service on the third shift. We're standing by. Listen, John and I are not doctors. We're not experts. We don't say we are. But what we're going to be is real. Maybe you have a problem with your girlfriend or your boyfriend, your husband, your wife, a coworker, a roommate, whatever the situation is. We're going to listen to your problem and tell you what to do. The free advice department is open, all right? So no more excuses. So there's a lot going on this morning. Grab a cup of coffee and jump on live.
All right, to get on the air, call us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. Well, Jeff, a story that we talked about over a year ago, a Miami Beach college student apparently was running late for his JetBlue flight in Long Beach, California. And apparently he could not get on board. The person at the counter would not issue him a boarding pass because he was too late. So what did this college student do?
I think I remember this story.
The 22-year-old college student went to a payphone and apparently called in a threat to that specific plane, hoping that if he called in the threat, the plane wouldn't leave and then he'd be able to jump on the plane. Well, when you call in a bomb threat and they find out who you are, they're going to take it very seriously. The man apparently made the 911 phone call from an airport payphone sometime after 9 p.m. after the JetBlue supervisor refused to issue him the boarding pass for flight 243 because he was late. The FBI, law enforcement, did their due diligence in this particular case, and so the man pled guilty. He was sentenced to 6 months of home detention.
Oh, no!
So this guy is going to stay home, probably with an ankle bracelet, watching ESPN, playing video games, for calling in a bomb threat? Seems a little lenient to me.
A little? That's damn light and fluffy. That's pillowy soft. That's not justice. That's an insult.
Bomb-sniffing dogs went on the plane. The plane was delayed. And this guy is getting home detention for calling in a bomb threat. This is after September 11th, by the way. All because this college student didn't want to miss the plane. Calls in a bomb threat? Oh, if I call in a bomb threat, then the plane won't leave. And then, well, they'll have to let me on because the plane is still here. Now, this is an evil person. This is someone who doesn't think twice about potentially causing a panic on a plane. This is somebody who is selfish. This is someone who doesn't respect the rules and regulations of the airline industry. This is someone who doesn't care about the other passengers on board. This is somebody who only cares about themselves. And I think this sends the wrong message to this idiot, that you don't call a bomb threat into an airport or into an airline just so you can catch your flight. So I think home detention, way too lenient for this guy. You calling a bomb threat, you're threatening the lives of everyone on that plane and everyone around that plane. And even though he didn't go through with it, he certainly panicked a lot of people, stressed them out. And now this guy is going to stress no more because he's going to be at home watching games, watching ESPN, on the internet. When people get home detention, that's like calling in sick to work or calling in sick to school. Think about all the times that you called in sick to school. Your mom called, you had the day off at home. It never got any better than that. When you call in sick to work and you're at home, you're enjoying yourself. So I think if you call a bomb threat into an airline for whatever reason, there should be mandatory prison involved. Just so we don't have these people thinking that they can inconvenience an entire group of people. This is not justice served, in my opinion.
Yeah, this smells. This guy, a complete doofus. He is a self-absorbed, selfish, it's all about me mofo. He called in a bomb threat. This isn't justice. This is just BS. What they handed down, oh, you got to stay at home for 6 months while he engages in the PS3 action or maybe gets his videos, from Netflix while he's ordering pizza. That's not a punishment.
Yeah, home confinement.
Come on.
When did that become a punishment in today's society? You must stay home. You can't leave your house, but you can get Domino's delivered.
He's got the internet there. He can hang out. He can do whatever he wants.
Friends can come over.
Yeah.
I can't leave the house, so let's have the party at mine.
This is post 9/11, people. Post 9/11, this guy was running late. He called in a bomb threat. It was all about him. Imagine the panic he caused. The people are on the plane, the stress, anxiety, plus the resources that the security detail had to go through as a result of this selfish, bogus threat.
This guy didn't even think twice about it. The agent at the counter says, listen, you're late for the flight. We're not going to issue you a boarding pass. You'll have to take the next flight. No, I want to take that flight, sir. You're too late. Sorry.
Then he goes away and he
makes a phone call.
Right.
I mean, come on. How many people would call in a bomb threat if they were running late for their plane? How many? You're right. Very few. So let's punish those very few people that would do such an asinine thing. But home confinement is not a stiff penalty for this, serious offense. So let's get your thoughts on that or anything else. It's open phones on the John and Jeff show this morning. 877-97 Jeff. To get on the air, call us now. 877-97 Jeff. All right, let's go to Jane. Jane, you're next on the John and Jeff show. Hello, Jane.
Hi, I'm calling from Iowa, and I have just been listening to your show just about maybe the last 3 weeks. And I am very disturbed tonight over some comments that you made that I want to put out there for the people that called in about marriage and therapists and that kind of stuff. Secondly, this recent comment made about this guy that put a bomb threat on an airplane. If we didn't have mental health professionals and we didn't have therapists to help through some of the things that our country has gone through in the last couple years, we'd have a whole lot more crazy people running around.
All right, Jane, with that said, what should the punishment be for this idiot, this self-absorbed moron who called in a fake bomb threat?
Well, I definitely think he should go to jail.
For how long? Give us a sentence. You're in charge. What should the punishment be?
I think it should be a long time.
10 years? 10 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think 10 years would be reasonable.
All right. Are you insinuating that this man needs a therapist because he called in a bomb threat?
I'm insinuating, just like you did, that this man is a very selfish individual.
Yeah, but my question is, do you think he needs a therapist?
He needs a shrink, that's for sure.
No, he needs to be punished. The guy was selfish. Listen,
this guy doesn't have mental problems, Jane. This guy's just selfish. That's all it is. See, the problem, Jane, is...
And how do you know that he doesn't have any mental problems? Is that normal for somebody to go in and give a bomb threat?
It's selfish.
It's not, but... So your definition of someone who needs therapy is anyone who does something that isn't normal needs a therapist? That happens every day. People rob banks. Do they need a therapist for that? No, they're just greedy and lazy. They don't want to work.
Someone who carjacks someone says, give me your car, I don't want to work. They point a gun at you, pull the trigger. Do they need therapy? They need jail time.
See, the problem with the therapy industry is
that's where you don't understand.
But Jane, hold on.
Therapists work with the court system. And people who call in and say, oh, my wife wants me to go to therapist because we're not getting along in our marriage. Men are so stupid. They don't understand that therapy never works for one person. It works for two people.
Jane, should a couple...
And sometimes a therapist can help the two change a few of their reactions and their behaviors.
Jane, okay, answer this question. Do you think, if, let's say there's a couple, they're married, obviously, the guy cheats on the woman, can therapy help that marriage?
Well, I want to tell you something. I've seen many marriages where it has.
Are you a therapist?
No.
No,
I'm 52. Listen, I'm 52 years old. I've been through one divorce. I'm happily married now.
But I think, listen,
I have been through numerous tragedies far and beyond what most young people ever went through. At 21 years old, my father was given 5 pints of the wrong blood during open heart surgery. And my husband walked out the door because he couldn't handle it.
But that is not,
you married a guy that couldn't handle...
Jane, could not handle it.
Jane,
okay.
Hold on a second. It's completely unrelated to what we're talking about.
Sorry,
we're talking about people who need therapy. I say therapy is a scam when you have to call somebody and say, I'm not getting along with my spouse. Can you be the referee?
Can you be the what?
Can you be the referee in my marriage because I'm not getting along with my spouse? That is pathetic, in my opinion, that you need a third party in order to get your spouse respecting you. If it takes a third party for someone to do that, you're in the wrong relationship.
No, I don't think so. Your answer is divorce.
No, it's not. My answer is to pick someone you're compatible with and not try to be compatible with someone you're not.
Okay, but how can you predict? I don't care who you choose in marriage. How can you predict how that person is going to react during a 9/11 crisis or during a bomb threat?
Because a reasonable...
Or during a crisis or a tragedy.
Okay,
how are you going to know?
Well, if you stop talking, I'll let you know. Someone who's reasonable and logical is someone who can handle almost anything. That's what I'm saying. Somebody who's...
You have no guarantee of that, do you?
I'm not saying I do. But someone who is logical, reasonable, considerate, respectful, normally handle tragedies better than someone who is clinically diagnosed as being bipolar, or someone who exaggerates the littlest things in life. There are people out there that make a big deal over nothing. Now, I can guarantee how that person is going to react on another 9/11. They're going to go way over the top because they react to the slightest thing in an exaggerated manner. So you can predict the behavior of some people just on who they are and how they handle their life.
There are warning signs when you date somebody. Little triggers, but some people ignore those, and when you get married, those things intensify. But some people say, you know what, that problem's gonna go away. No, it doesn't go away. When you get married, it sometimes gets bigger. For instance, if you date someone and they do coke, all right? They like doing coke on a Friday or Saturday night. I like doing coke, you know what I'm saying? And so, do you think that's gonna stop when you get married?
That's right.
So there are warning signs.
So I guess what I'm saying is I agree with your pre-marriage advice, but I don't totally agree with the advice you gave the men that called in about, well, actually in both instances, the guy that was Irish and
Scottish.
Yeah, or Scottish, and he was wearing a kilt. I think that if she's a therapist, she does need therapy.
Jane, she was sour because
a control freak.
She's a control freak. Listen, he's a guy, he's going to leave socks on the floor. You don't need to go see a therapist because you're a guy and you dropped a sock in the corner of your bedroom. I mean, and the other guy.
But I doubt that that's the reason they're going to therapy. I think it's something deeper than that.
It's the little things that can drive you crazy, Jane.
The little things add up to the point where you don't want to be around the person you're living with.
He likes guns and she's like.
But don't you think that happens to everybody?
No.
In every marriage?
Jane,
have you ever bothered?
Jane, hold on a second. Enough.
I came very close to banging my head against the wall. I hope I'm...
Jane, I just want you to listen.
Oh.
The problem that we have, Jane, is everything is therapy with you. If there's a problem, go to a therapist. If you disagree on what house...
No, not with me.
Well, what's coming across is therapy is the answer to any problem that you have. For instance, you just said that the gentleman who called in, his wife, who he's married to, obviously, is a therapist, and he makes a big deal about where the socks are in the house. You said she's the one that needs a therapist. No, he just needs to leave a bad relationship. This whole idea that if you complain about where the socks go in your house, go to a therapist, he'll figure it out for you, is ridiculous. And that's what you said. Go to a therapist. Because you make a big deal about where socks go.
I didn't come off right then. Let me retract my words. He's married. She obviously has made cues to him about several things that upset her. Number one, this kilt or whatever it was he was wearing around the house. Okay. Number two, the socks. Okay. When a woman complains about, why do you leave your socks on the ground? Like that, and I'm sure she's not the only woman in the world that's ever complained about such things.
Right.
Basically, what she's saying is, I'm getting tired of picking up after you.
Well, then communicate that.
Okay, exactly.
But she's trying to turn it into a therapy session.
Have you ever been to a therapist?
Jane, she is trying to turn it into a therapy session. She's a therapist, and he admitted that she lowers her voice and says, "Why do you leave your socks on the ground?"
Like she wants to get inside his head as to why he's decided to do such a thing like that.
He's not a client. He's her husband.
He may be doing it to irritate her just to hear her scream.
See, I don't think so. And she's bagging on him because he's a gun guy. He likes to collect guns. She knew that when she married him. He's a card-carrying NRA member. Get over it.
Yeah. But Jane, just be careful about, thinking that therapy can cure anything. Go to a therapist.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that it can cure anything. Do you guys understand what therapy is? Maybe there's a lot of people.
Yeah, it's called a scam. That's what it is. It's a scam.
What therapy is
it's a scam.
A person who studies behavior. Okay? And
they overthink it.
No.
They overthink and they sit there and they're not even listening to you half the time. They're sitting there
You're talking
probably
about
playing
a psychiatrist, not a therapist.
Listen, Jane, bottom line is this. People who don't get along. Any amount of therapy isn't really going to change that. It may put a Band-Aid on it, but you have to understand there's a financial incentive.
Never disagree.
There's a financial incentive for people to say, come and see me, consult me about your relationship, and things will hopefully get better. I'll talk to John about being more reasonable. And how do you feel when John says this? I don't need some third party in my hypothetical marriage or any relationship. And it's pathetic that people are running around going through the yellow pages trying to find a referee in their relationship.
Especially if there was cheating involved. That's a deal breaker.
Or even just, you're not agreeing on basic things in your house.
You don't get along.
And Jane, I think what you're saying is, well, therapy can work. It can get people thinking about how they're treating other people. You should be paying attention every day of your relationship, not after somebody scolds you or puts you in the corner. And these people are scamming people. They get paid. They say, let's work on this. John, why don't you say it this way so she doesn't feel that way? Like, stop it. Don't tell me how to talk to my wife. And if she doesn't like it, she can leave.
Maybe his wife, because she's so ridiculously professional, needs to learn how to raise her voice and get angry at him. Maybe she doesn't know how to do that.
Well,
in which case, I feel sorry for her.
Yeah, but guess what? If you're an adult and you don't know how to act, then you're pathetic. It's as simple as that.
If you're treating your husband like a patient. I mean, think of it. You left your socks on the floor.
Grown adults, try to teach a grown adult how to respect someone or how to say thank you or how to raise your voice at a certain time in order to show that you're more authoritative when you need to get answers. I mean, it's absurd that people have to be taught how to act in a relationship. And what I'm saying is, don't waste your money on therapy. And pick the right person. Pick the person you're compatible with, rather than trying to make somebody like you or respect you or get along with you. So, Jane, we appreciate the call. Sounds like Jane is a proponent of going to a therapist, going to a counselor, working out your problems. This whole idea of working things out in your marriage. What's there to work out? Either you get along or you don't. It's very simple.
Then she tried to throw therapy into some guy who was selfish who called in a fake bomb threat.
Well, she said that, he needs to see a therapist. No, he doesn't. He needs to go to jail for calling in a bomb threat.
Exactly. Instead, he's at home. He's basically been grounded. Like, when you light a bush on fire and your mom and dad say, go to your room, you're grounded. That's what happened to him. That's not justice. That's just BS, his sentence.
All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, more of your phone calls on the third shift this morning. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. 877-97-JOHN Jeff.
What's all that noise? This is the John and Jeff Show. Here's two guys with major issues, but we don't want to talk about it right now. It's the John and Jeff Show.
All right, thanks for joining us. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. All right, let's go to Roger in New York. Good morning, Roger.
Good morning. I'd like to make a quick comment about the whole therapy thing. I think 90% of it is a big waste of time. And as far as the guy who called in the bomb threat, even if that's the only criminal act he's ever committed in his life, I think 10 years is a good idea. If it was in an actual correctional facility where they forced him to, work with Habitat for Humanity or, something kind of selfless so he learns there's another way to live.
Yeah, and I think it also make him the example. Listen, if you call in a bomb threat in this country, you're going to spend time in lockdown. 10 years. I think 10 years is solid. Lock that guy up for 10 years. Make him a poster boy for bogus bomb threats. Instead, this guy is at home, light and fluffy, pillowy, soft sentence, probably playing video games, renting movies, talking to his friends.
Ordering Domino's.
Yeah. That's not a punishment. That's a vacation.
No, I agree. It's kind of like what they did at the end of Martha Stewart's sentence. It's like, let's show her some sympathy. She didn't do anything all that bad. Let's let her do her TV show and all this. No. Wrong.
Well, I think what we're hearing here is that we're not really cracking down on terrorists. Listen, when you call in a bomb threat, that's a terrorist act.
Exactly.
So even after 911, even after 9/11, we're still not getting tough on domestic and foreign terrorist acts such as bomb threats. Now, we're talking about this 22-year-old. He's from Florida, but in Long Beach, California, he was running late for his JetBlue flight. He wasn't going to be issued a boarding pass, so he decided that he would call from a payphone and call in a bomb threat to keep the plane there. So here's a guy that had just no hesitation to call a bomb threat in just so he could get on a plane.
Yeah, that's abusing the system.
How many other things is this guy capable of doing if he's capable of calling in a bomb threat? Most people would just say, okay, I'm mad, I'm pissed off, and I want to talk to a supervisor.
Yeah.
This guy goes way beyond and says, all right, I'm going to call in the bomb threat.
It's all about him. He's selfish. And what will he learn from this? What will he learn? I mean, he would have learned a lot if he was in prison.
Sure.
All right. And he would have been made example. Instead, people hear this story. They're like, this guy called in a bomb threat, which I believe, a federal offense?
Yeah.
It's got to be. And so he calls this in because it's all about him. He was self-absorbed, selfish, you know what. And the guy is getting off with home confinement. Ooh, that's real tough. No.
How do you feel if you're the FBI agents investigating? You put all that work into it. You get the guy. You build the case against him. And then it's home confinement? I mean, how does somebody in law enforcement, the FBI and other agencies, how do they go to work every day knowing that all that hard work that they do on getting a case against somebody and then it's all for nothing?
No, that's why I hope that, in the next presidential campaign, they take your guys' suggestion and build more prisons, because I'm sure that's part of it. They look at, how serious was the offense, and they say, well, all right, we'll let this one slide because, there wasn't any actual loss of life or whatever. But I think that's the wrong message. Like you said, it's definitely the wrong message.
What about the psychological damage to that family that was maybe on that plane that was told you got to get off? Why? And then there's a bomb threat. I mean, think about that. Think about all the wasted resources because this guy decided, well, if I can't make the plane, screw you, I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, like you said, I think it also, encourages that kind of behavior when people see what the consequences are. Or severe lack of consequences in this case.
Yeah.
Well, it's just stupidity.
Yeah.
And, we do need more prisons in this country. There's states now that are outsourcing or want to outsource their prison needs. And, why wouldn't it be such a bad idea to say we need more prisons to protect Americans?
Yeah.
Instead, we're almost embarrassed by the number of prisons versus the number of schools that we spend money on. And that comparison needs to be thrown away. It's always the prison population is always compared, or the prison budget is always compared to the educational system in this country. It has nothing to do with the educational system. People commit crime because they're lazy and they're greedy.
Mm-hmm.
That has nothing to do with 2 + 2 = 4.
Schools are there for everybody, all right? And there are plenty of people, all right, that are poor, that go to school, do the right thing, and don't end up going to prison.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I know people on both sides of the law, and the ones that follow the law do so much better in life, and I don't understand why the ones on the other side just can't see it.
Well, because they don't care and they don't have a goal in life. Some people just don't want to succeed in life and they love being victims. We have a culture in this country and probably every country that people love being victims.
Like a martyr on the cross.
Yeah. People love saying, I grew up in a bad neighborhood. What do you want from me? I mean, imagine that thought process. I didn't have a mother, so of course I commit crime. Why is that a surprise to you? I didn't have a mother.
Like pointing the finger everywhere except themselves.
Yeah. I didn't want to go to school. I didn't want to work a minimum wage job to pay for my education. And so I went out and I sold crack. And because, it's easier to sell crack than it is to do work. Come on now. Wake up and smell reality. It's ridiculous.
Sure.
But it's a mentality. It's a mentality that people have. They're born into it. They've been brainwashed into being victims. You don't have to go to school. You can make more money doing this. So that's the problem that we're dealing with. We have a culture in this country and every other country where people are comfortable being victims. And then they're looking for sympathy from others. That's why a lot of people's, neighborhoods are dirty. It's like, look, we have nothing. Well, clean up your yard. I mean, you have all the time in the world. You're not working and your lawn is a mess.
Yeah, there was a lady who made the news out in Jersey last year for simply doing that, for simply picking up trash. And I'm like, wait a minute, that made the newspaper? Well, great human interest story, but that's kind of a slow news day.
Well, it may be a slow news day, but imagine a poor neighborhood being dirty. What's up with that? Just because you have little means doesn't mean you have to live like a slob.
True.
If there's graffiti on your house, paint over it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do you know how much paint costs? A couple of dollars.
Sure.
I mean, it's but people love, hey, look at me. They got their hands out, looking for a handout. Look at the neighborhood I live in. Well, you chose to live there.
Exactly.
You decided not to work harder than other people.
Oh, I don't want this refrigerator or sofa anymore. I'm going to throw it on the lawn.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to pull my transmission on my front lawn. Nice. I got hubcaps all over my yard. What about stacking them up in the backyard so no one sees them? No.
Yeah, screw it.
Just leave them on the front yard. I mean, some people just, they don't care. And they don't want to try to better themselves. They just want sympathy. Look how dirty my neighborhood is. Look how dirty my yard is. Maybe it's a competition. Whose yard can get dirtier?
Oh, jeez.
Who can have more junk in the yard?
Yeah.
I've got 2 TVs, a refrigerator, and 2 sofas.
Whose property looks more like a junkyard, mine or yours?
I got 2 mattresses here. Oh, I'm gonna up you. I've got 3.
Yeah. It's like, come on, this is America. If you can't make it here, imagine what your life would be in another country. I mean, this truly is the land of opportunity. If you work hard and you're not lazy, you will be successful. So anyone who isn't successful, I have to question, what are you doing with your life?
Exactly. Yeah.
You got a free education and you still can't read or write. I mean, it's absurd how people can't figure life out. I mean, you can't even figure out how to be successful. You can't even feed your family. How ridiculous is that? We have illegal immigrants that come into this country that can figure it out. And we have U.S. citizens that can't.
Well, they come into this country already knowing what to do, and they just come here and do it.
Yeah, but you go to a home improvement store and maybe those guys on the corner are not U.S. citizens. Most of them probably aren't, but they're willing to work.
Yeah, and I see guys when I'm coming to work at 11:30 and when I leave work around 7 in the morning, they're finishing up their jobs, cleaning up this, straightening up that, serving people to breakfast, and it's almost like, everybody just sort of takes them for granted, but they are very hardworking, and I don't take them for granted at all. They're what, keeps the city going.
Well, most illegal immigrants work hard. There's a segment that is a problem and a liability to society, but there are many Americans, and Roger, thanks for the call. We do have to take a break. There are too many Americans that have had a free education and can't support themselves. I don't understand why. This is the United States. What would they be doing in another country? All right, when we come back, more of your phone calls. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
John and Jeff. You're listening to the John and Jeff Show. Listening to music right now will actually cause you to fall asleep and crash your car. It's true? Instead, just stick with the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live. Let's say a big what's up to Harold. Harold, you're live on the John and Jeff Show. Hi.
Okay, hi guys. I got something to say there, and then I want to say something about the dream jobs. But I'll tell you, if I was out to dinner with a girl or in a movie theater or laying in bed, there's 3 words that she could say to me and I would be out of there. And it's not "I love you." It would be "my therapist said."
Yes.
By the time she gets to the 4th word, I'm gone. I'm out of sight.
You're right. Yeah, on that debut date, which basically is an audition, if the girl says, my therapist or my psycho ex-boyfriend, immediately jettison the pod.
Exactly. Now, I'm a truck driver, and a couple of years ago, and it's something I want to say to people that have a dream job, and I know 90% of the people that I talk to, I'm in internet marketing consultant, by the way, also, and 90% of the people that I talk to, their dream job would be to sit at home and work on the internet, 2 or 3 hours a day, and then go, play golf or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I want to tell people that if I would have listened to friends years ago that told me that's not going to work, or that's all a big scam, you're going to lose a lot of money, then I wouldn't be where I am today. I mean, I drive locally now. I was out over the road once upon a time, but I made $60,000 on the internet last year, and along with my $50,000 for driving locally, I mean, I'm doing pretty good right now. So that's something that I want to let everybody know. Hey, if you got negative or negativity in your life with friends, family, whatever, hey, you need to step away from it. Surround yourself with successful people. If there's somebody that's not making more money than you, why should you listen to their advice? Okay. And also there are a lot of things on the internet to stay away from. I do this for a living. I consult people and tell them about things to stay away from and stuff like that. I mean, you just see so much out there on the internet, and probably 90% of that is just there to take your money.
All right, let me ask you this. How are you making money on the internet?
Well, I'm a networker. And I also make money from consulting. A lot of the consulting that I do is free, and some of it is paid.
All right, so how do you make money? I would go to you for what?
You would go to me and ask me questions about what's working on the internet right now.
All right, what is working? What's working on the internet right now?
Legitimate network marketing companies. Now, the way that you can tell a legitimate company from a pyramid scheme is you have to ask yourself, would someone buy that product if they couldn't make money with it? You see a lot of things out there. I mean, you'll know it's a scam a mile off, because all they talk about is how much money you can make, and it's never anything about the product.
Well, here's how I spot a scam. When someone says, just add water.
Exactly. I mean, because nothing is going to run automatically. People come on the internet expecting to make money just by, throwing $200-$300 in there and just letting it sit. People are, most of the time, I would say, naturally lazy. If you're going to join a program and they say, well, you don't have to do nothing here, you just invest a little money and let it go, hey, it's a scam.
All right. Well, listen, some good advice. We're out of time, Harold. We appreciate the call very much. You can always reach us at our website at johnjeff.com. Whether you agree or disagree, we're always there at johnjeff.com.